basically.
I mean, is this Discord worth joining, or is it just like really extreme?
It comes from his gatekeeping video.
Okay.
He got accused of waffling on too much, so someone did it. The full image is funny and hilarious. Yes. So, anyways, I'll do the intro. So to begin, I figured I'm joined by Smug Waffles, and I figured it's
Okay.
good to have a companion to talk about the current election. This might go on long because our current election coverage doesn't really start till 7 or 8 o'clock, about 6 at the earliest my time. And joined by people who do not know of Smug Waffles. Would you care to talk about yourself?
I don't know what's there to say.
Well,
I was invited.
well, too bad Vin. I sent the link to Vin, but I don't know if he'll watch. It might just be a. I don't want it to be a firm. I wanted another leftist voice, but they don't like talking. You know.
Yeah, sitting there shooting the shit about the election.
Well, to be fair, it's a normal. It is election day. It is funny. At least as long as you don't take the Devonian position, we'll be good.
What's that? The imaginary centrist.
What, centrism?
Well, he pretends to be a centrist.
No. My Eastman memo.
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
My Eastman memo, right?
It's always funny how Canadians care more about the American election than Americans.
True. But Deb denied voting for Trudeau twice, which I will never believe.
He still hasn't made the trucker video. So I
No.
don't know where his allegiances lie.
Well, to be fair, he says every time we talk about the trucker video, he puts it off another thing.
It gets pushed back. But you know that's a cope. He's just never going to make the video in general.
It is a cope. It's always a cope. What can I say? It's always a cope. What do we say? The problem with him is, okay, I think I said this to you in Discord the other day. Tell me if I'm wrong. Do you remember the moderate lefties who were against conservatives way back in the day?
Yeah.
Right?
He's one of them.
And then they always wanted to be the center of the... Then he wanted to do the Macentrism movement. And then he does, I need to be in center of the Overton window at all times.
Mm-hmm.
See, you're not familiar with when after his take on Corey Kopitar, right?
I don't think so.
When he actually said the firefighter died not heroic.
Oh, no, I do know about
and
that.
Then he went on side scrollers and other things.
Because I don't know about his side scrollers input, but I do know about that take where, like, at first, because he saw a meme that triggered him, which was like, all these like the Colton House leftists were like retards. It was a rapist, it was a wife beater, and it was a communist. And then he tried to, because I had really good. I guess my story of Dev Online is that initially I never followed him much online. So I thought when got off task a bit, the Pickney stuff happened, he was just clearly mistaken. He just didn't understand.
No, he never bullied Pickabee.
His take was just, it kind of makes sense in the wide escape. And people like informed me of like, this is the death cycle. So when he gave his opinion about the firefighter, I thought, okay, he's just being a extreme centrist. Maybe he's a bit brain dead, but he just wants to demystify the rhetoric that this man protected his family and he was heroic. Meanwhile, these leftists were, degenerates, which they were, obviously, with criminal records. But then with Dev, he needs to get the last word in. So he kept going. Like Sargon made a post, and then he arrives in Sargon's feed, and he goes, "Yeah, well, he said he would save Putin over Kamala Harris, so he's an enemy of the state." And then everyone's like looking at him like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He made a meme.
Is like
he responded to a meme.
We call them sometimes destiny for reasons.
I'm not even going to attempt to do a Romanian accent, but whatever take Destiny had, Dev is going to have.
Whatever take Destiny has the day before, Dev
It's gonna,
does.
yeah, you know what?
We cannot do that enough, right? That is
But it's
he is
true.
I've been around Arch's community long enough
Like
to know about Dev.
like what happened with Kirsch? Destiny posted an out of context clip about Kirsch, and then somehow Dev posted an even more out of context a clipped clip about her, and his response
No,
is,
the background lore is Lilith, or aka Dragon Fat.
"Oh, I know all
Basically
about
started
that."
what?
And Kirsch kind of shot herself in the foot with a like 500-page manifesto. Like, dude, I'm not coming back from work to read that crap. Come on now. But
Look, do we
I
okay, as a person and you're like me, a veteran of the era commentary community, do you
Mhm.
always read those stupid manifestos people fucking come out with?
No, because
That shit's awful.
it's usually full of like a bunch of garbage. Like in this situation, he said, "I love you." This is clearly love bombing, which is
Oh no.
associated. It's like
No, the greatest one recently was the fruit one.
I feel like I know what you're saying, which is like
No, this
really
is the one
cringe.
who was the chick that said cheated on her
Oh, the
military
military
deployed
person.
boyfriend with
Was he actually
five
military?
different times, and
Yeah,
then every one of her supporters tried to say she tried to tell her supporters that she was
abused, wasn't it?
abused
Yeah.
mentally. Yeah, you
I
wonder.
had to cheat him 5 times. He abused me.
Oh, you also cheated on him with his best friend the day he was deployed.
You come the fuck on now.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, very believable.
But look, this is the era when people does like Dev is going to be on with Arch later, and I'm sure that's going to be miserable because Arch wants super chats, and Dev generates super chats.
But they're all just gonna be telling him to get the fuck off.
Well, that's Adam and Stitch's people. The rest try to actually leave.
Really? They
New
like they
or
engage with the autism that is deaf.
well, to be fair, the Dev lore does go deeper.
I know a lot of dev lore. A lot, I
Now,
believe.
some of them are memes.
Is okay, what do you think about him being a chaser? Is that a meme? If that is that
No,
truth?
no, he is a
Because I think it's
chaser.
truth.
No. You want my personal opinion on that?
Mhm.
And this is a person who watches Arch and watches Dev. Used to watch Dev a lot more over the
Mhm.
years. So Dev has always claimed, and he always has to. Okay, are you familiar with? You are not familiar with Uzulu, right?
I've heard of them, but no.
Like, so there's this theory is so Wes Weaslin, Uzulu's audience, that Dev did not totally try to get Sargon to in stream because he had a falling out with Uzulu really bad because Uzulu got into the Minecraft server and Dev got really mad with Uzulu because Uzulu decided to test the Minecraft server.
Hmm. Oh, that's what happened with the Minecraft server.
He tried to test the Minecraft server and with admin privileges and things and tried to tell Dave it's not secure.
Mhm.
Because Dev apparently was responsible and had a core meeting room for people
Mhm.
that was a hentai lolly room.
Okay.
Now, this is just legend and things. There are coordinates on this server. There's literally a meeting room he would use with the meeting room with his staff or people higher up in the server where they would meet. It's lollies in Nazi uniforms.
I mean, that is pretty popular in some sections of the
It's
web.
in a Uzulu video that's on Rumble right now.
Mhm.
Why Dev is a cuck, but they can't show the non-tamer rooms.
Mhm.
So Dev knew nothing about this apparently.
I don't know. After hearing about the whole Dragon Fat Deposit saga, I'm very questionable about how much Dev knows about anything. Apparently, he knows nothing.
I'm privy to more, but I don't repeat it. Not my place.
I think Romeo mentioned something about this to me.
Oh, I know somebody who knows somebody who. I'm good friends with somebody who knows inside details of things, but I won't ever repeat what they say. Because that's the kind of person I am.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like when the person says Arch is a furry. Arch is really not a furry.
She's
He's
a
into
furry.
He's into NTR, but NTR is its.
Archer's into NTR. Come on, man.
Yes. Yeah. Look, what? You don't think he likes NTR stories?
I won't judge, but I will judge. Come on, man.
You're gonna judge, really?
I don't judge, but I will judge. Come on.
Okay. If
At
you
least
know
we-
what
we-
that, if
we
people
defeat
know
or
what, if
something.
people know what that is,
Does he imagine himself as the guy doing the NTR at least?
he's at least the man getting the woman,
Okay, but even then,
not the other way. Okay.
he's not the gross score. He's not sitting on the chair in the corner.
Yes. Most people who don't know what NTR is, it's a genre of psychological horror or drama anime or mangas.
It's hentai. It's where the main
It's
character
not no,
loses
it's not
his
really
girl.
hentai as much as
Hmm?
it either results in the guy getting abused by a woman and basically cucked, or a woman getting mind broken into something else because she's bad.
I've always understood it as regardless of whatever happens, the guy loses the
Guy
girl.
doesn't really lose. There's like two different.
Or
He
his
just-
girl just has sex with another guy, and he likes it sometimes, but the whole point is that his girl is with someone else.
There's a whole thing. It's Nader Rare and Netta Rare.
Netero debate.
Nah.
the
Take it
ethics
for-
of Netero.
Take it. It is sometimes it's a step right from hentai. Very much. It's a step. But that's the worst thing about Arch. Arch also has a villainous fetish. He likes reading villainous mangas and things. But bear in mind, Dev also liked Tanya the Evil.
Okay. That's
So
fine.
during, there's deeper lore on Dev. And I wish, I don't know if Arch re-uploaded this to his other channel, in Claws of the Eagle, which
Mhm.
is a vampire setting set in Nazi Germany. Dev
Tanya the
played
Evil?
Dev played a Tanya the Evil inspired lolly that she could only feed when they were having sex.
Okay, that's a bit wild.
Rags also played a furry shapeshifter.
I mean, furries get like a weird exception, but Rags.
Okay, but this is Rags.
Mhm.
This is why when Bob and Dane brought up, this is the image of my ideal girlfriend, I remember when Rags showed that during one of the VTM campaigns.
Mhm. Okay, I haven't actually watched their campaigns, but
I don't think it's up anymore because after his channel got hacked.
Jesus.
Well, he actually had his original channel hacked. That's why he started the Archcast. But then
Okay.
again, he got burned by the whole Warhammer community, and after that, because he was actually the funny part about it is Arch was responsible for the fighting back against the Warhammer is for everyone.
Because when people say Warhammer 3 is for everyone, they mean it. Well, the people who
The famous Warhammer is for everyone except.
that's what I mean. Except the people who champion that always have an exception for the people they don't like.
Because I used to be subscribed and liked a lot of YouTubers over the years,
Mhm.
Hellstorm Mikey and them. The idea, still did the hobby for a bit. I just thought of a break of it because 10th edition is shit, and
Mhm.
I don't have the time or the money to invest into an army that might get nerfed into oblivion tomorrow.
'Cause I remember that being one of
This 10th
Sargon.
edition is awful. Like, I had a portion of my army legend,
Mhm.
and I'm like,
What army did you
you
build?
can go fuck yourselves.
Because I remember that was a talking, like Sargon had a debate with Adam and Stitch, but it wasn't fully, his idea wasn't fully formed. But I kind of agree with it, where it was the whole point of, you know, they will comment, the progressives, the activists, whatever you want to call them, will come in with ideas that sound good, and that's why you will always lose. Because these things, they sound good on paper, they sound good to the majority, the normies, who
Yes.
aren't terminally online to dissect it.
Yes. They sound good. As I have to describe to Edward,
Hmm.
he didn't know what progressives were. Progressives only care about, they are the people that utterly, they don't recognize. It's like the idea of evil.
Hmm. Yeah, the idea of people.
Corruption. Okay, let's just bet corruption. Corruption does not care about your morality.
Well, I mean, you have groups of
It
progressives.
finds a way,
Mhm.
right? It doesn't care about your morality. It doesn't care if you're good or evil, or if you're left or right. It finds a way to subvert you and get inside.
Hmm.
And that is what progressives are. See, I come from the Fox News or the editorial, the old, when I understood when Glenn Beck did a special on Che long time ago.
Hmm.
Because Glenn Beck left at the height, not even the height of his power in his viewership. Because Fox wanted more and he did his own thing. This is what's funny with a lot of stuff over the years. He would do documentary series into communism, into Marxism,
You can't
that
do
type
that.
stuff. He actually went in. Because what's funny is, like Che, who's a hero, Che hated the artist. But who wears most of the t-shirts? Artists. He hated the black man. He hated jazz. He hated about a lot about their culture. Who people liked them. But modern lefties wear a Che shirt.
You mean Che Guevara?
Yes.
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't know this, right? They never look at the history.
Well, they just, ignore it. It's not helpful to the end goal.
And it's historically like progressivism has been doing the same thing it did 100 years ago. It comes back and then existed all the way up till the 40s. Then it dies away for 60 years in power. You need another time to subvert. And the thing is, look at the modern Democrats. They are a progressive platform. They let themselves get taken over by social agendas. Because are you familiar with the famous part of Yuri Blezhinov's teaching? Like when he tried to teach the West? He goes, how do you subvert a population? Communists would do it, go in, get them off their historical studies and their nationalism. This is why the Soviet Union could not defeat the US way back when, because the sense was too strong, the nationalism was too strong, the cultural heritage was near unbreakable. But somehow the hippies from the 60s and 70s astonished the Soviets by their ability to break it, which is a feat, by the way. And they said they're kids, because he said in the 80s, middle of the 80s, it was like 83, 84 when he finally got found out, right? He basically said, wouldn't about 10 years ago, you embrace the gay man in the gay culture, basically,
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't you be trying to kill them in the streets? But now they are in positions of power and influence.
Well, we call that Hollywood, but
But this was
that's an
in the
advanced
80s, and you
conversation.
don't know about the 80s, right? And he goes, because this would have never happened in Russia. You would have moderation, but you
Yeah.
wouldn't have this. This was like pre-A. And the whole thing about subversion, the left has used subversion for years.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the thing. Going back to like they use the nice words to get in, because it takes it. You need to dissect why it's bad, and that's why leftists for the majority of the time win, because it takes a lot of time and brain work and whatever to dissect to why this thing is an issue. To which people can just say, well, just discard it with a single line. It's just X. Why do you care? It's just something small. Why do you care? And it's like, no, it's a totality of the things. Like, have you seen Adam and Stitch's debate with Dane, where they're talking about how
Yes, I was
She-Hulk is?
actually. That's how I met Kidda's group.
Okay, because the whole thing with that is like you cannot address She-Hulk as like a sum of. You cannot address it as like an episode thing. You have to address it as a sum of the parts. The philosophy of the creator, the philosophy of She-Hulk as parts, and what it's relating to. You need to address it as one. Because if you don't, it's just like a bunch of, disconnected pieces. Why do you care, bro? She did this one thing in this episode. Why do you care, bro? And that's how they get away with it.
She-Hulk was horrible, by the way.
No, it's fucking.
If I weren't doing on another,
We made it bad. What I mean, you got own chard. They made it bad on purpose.
I would not. I would basically like. I would not watch a lot of television. Like, I've been enjoying The Penguin. I've told you
That's
to watch
real
it, and a
good.
lot of people, and I'm surprised Edward watches The Penguin.
Right? I mean, that's real good. It's just good TV, straight up.
Like the show. Did you actually try to watch the other episodes?
Yeah.
It has a Sopranos vibe, but it also
it's
has
just like good.
Right?
And I'm actually surprised they made something like that. Like it doesn't involve the
twists
Batman.
are so good too.
Actually, how do you feel about that, Tix? I've heard it quite a bit. Do you think they should include the Batman in this?
No,
I kind of don't think they should.
Okay, this is Gotham post the Batman. So so the setting of Penguin is Gotham post the Batman, basically. By that, if you ever saw the movie The Batman when Riddler blows the wall,
Dam or something,
the dam, right? Which can lead into the story that we thought they were going to do No Man's Land.
Yeah.
But because they were like teasing 3 storylines, which is it follows Cataclysm, where a giant earthquake hits Gotham, and Gotham City being Gotham, it's like, we don't really want to take refugees out of here, get who we can out, but the criminals there.
Is it a reference to the really? Sorry, I'm blacked out. You said No Man's Land, so is it a reference to the original No Man's Land where like
Gotham, the storyline post Cataclysm?
Okay,
or where an earthquake hits Gotham, damages large portions of it.
Yeah,
and they have the government's at the point of, we don't want to get the super criminals out of there, but we're going to cordon it off like you.
Yeah.
Coordinate
Batman goes to the UN and goes, "Hey guys, you need help," and they refuse him.
They're like, "No, Gotham is just that much of a fucking shithole." Because even what's funny, even in the lore, Superman doesn't even set foot in Gotham.
I've always wondered about that because everyone does the meme Superman could clean up Gotham in seconds, but it's like, Jesus Christ,
But
Gotham's a shithole.
Yes, Gotham is like basically a giant shithole.
I mean, you're dealing with Metallo and Brainiac, like whatever, dude. You don't know the depths of depravity that is Gotham.
Like, literally, and that's why you get the Injustice universe, because Batman, the Joker goes to fuck with Superman,
and it ends
uses a
very
bomb,
badly.
and and because he doesn't know how to fight the Joker, because he can't realize the Joker is pure evil.
Yeah, there's nothing to him. You can't reason with this dude. He just wants to
And then
fuck with
he
you.
nukes like a section of Gotham with, Metropolis with
yeah.
like with a dirty bomb,
I still can't get
kills
over.
Lois,
I
and
still can't
Superman
over.
goes on. That's what causes Superman to snap and become basically the evil Superman in that universe.
But I still can't get over the fact that he made Superman beat the shit out of Lois Lane. Like Jesus,
He used basically what is it, black kryptonite to do that.
Was it like kryptonite or like
What is it?
not venom?
Was kryptonite.
Scarecrow.
It's a form of kryptonite or whatever.
Yeah, he made him think Lois was Doomsday. It's like Jesus fucking Christ! Imagine Superman punching you, because I mean Doomsday. You know he's an indestructible tank. He's punching Lois with full power into space. Like, yeah, I can understand why Superman's a bit fucked by that.
Well, there is a version, right? Like, depending on the version of kryptonite you're thinking of.
Pink kryptonite, yeah, exactly.
There's like versions like that they use in the universe that utterly is like. It's actually, it's weird in comics. People forget this.
Is it
like? Mm-hmm. It's like Dane. Dane is like a tourist when it comes to this shit. It's like Bob is learning to be a comic person.
Okay.
God help us all if he does. He's like, what should I buy? Ultimate? Like, I showed you Absolute. Like, even though I'm a Batman purist at times, I do like the Elseworld stories.
I mean, I like
as well as the DC Black version, which is the darker stories, which are Elseworld stories, is the old. But I dig Absolute DC if they can keep that vibe up. Like, that is going to be like, because you saw the story synopsis for one of that.
Yeah. He just jumps in, blows all those people up, gets the bat cleaver or the bat axe, whatever you call that thing.
There is, the whole universe feeds off of Darkseid's energy.
And he's massive. Okay, that's okay. So the final
boss. So that is why the whole universe is evil.
That's
like,
gonna be interesting.
There is no good guys, really.
Wait, but okay, I wonder, because I haven't seen the Diana comic, and I know Diana and Superman have a very special relationship.
Okay, so the setup is we do not know. She gets, so Hermes takes her, it delivers Diana down to hell.
Starting off good.
Which is populated by Circe. So she is the last Amazon.
Circe, okay.
So Diana is in this universe. She is the last Amazon. Because something happened to the Amazons that Zeus, if you know the lore about the Amazons, the gods wiped out the Amazons, but they did something to turn against the gods.
Are you talking about this verse or in general?
No, in mythology, the island of Lesbos or whatever, where the Amazons were, they were killed by the gods.
Okay, I didn't know that.
In the mythos. But in this particular universe that is the Absolute universe, Diana Prince is known as the last Amazon. And the gods decree there can be no more Amazons. And the word Amazon cannot be spoken. Even. And she was spared to be raised by Circe.
Okay.
So she humanizes. This is a different version of Circe from the DC universe, who's the villain. And this is the premise, right? So she's raised in hell, and she's persona non grata to the gods as well.
That sounds cool.
But she has basically
So
for her to embrace her full Amazon powers, she has to remember she's an Amazon.
So who's her father? Because I know in
Zeus is her father in
okay,
this
Zeus
universe.
is.
There's
Well,
no
actually,
doubt.
who's because I know in continuity, well, one of them, Hades is with Hera.
Well, no, but in this continuity, Zeus is her father.
Okay.
She's not made out of clay. But
Okay.
now there's a funny thing
Okay,
that one of her actual weapons
Hmm?
in this universe, besides the last, since she doesn't have her Amazon powers or her things,
Hmm?
because she has to fight like a demon.
Like a demon. Okay.
She has like a big giant demon or a thing. She has to embrace her. She finally resembles her Amazon powers, but her lasso of truth is red.
Yeah, seen that. So what does that?
So
Have you seen it yet?
I've seen it. Yes, I need to actually get.
Well, I mean, what does it? Seen it actually?
We don't know what it does, but she also has another weapon that is a giant buster blade made by Hephaestus. So please don't screw that up.
I'm hoping they don't, because I mean, like you saw Marvel's is it Ultimate Universe?
The new Ultimate Universe.
That oh Jesus Christ! I'm looking at the Buster Sword. Clash
So
Dragon.
there is a giant sword she has.
Yeah, the Buster Sword.
Yeah, it's a giant Buster sword. Told you. Like,
Jesus Christ!
and she is built like a muscle bomber.
I mean,
Now,
she could always. It's Wonder Woman, of course. She can lift that thing. She can lift it better than Cloud.
but we don't know how she got it because she is supposed to be persona non grata from the gods. But she somehow wound up with that.
Gift from Hades. Or maybe they just don't explain it. It's just part of her arsenal.
Because the lasso of truth is red. Superman apparently comes to this universe as an adult.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's going to be interesting. He wasn't ready.
And he's learning. He didn't grow up here. He's having to learn how this universe works.
Don't Homeland me. I've had enough evil Superman, please. I beg. I don't
think he's going to go evil because he's not the symbol of hope.
I mean, you look at this guy's face, and look at all the art of Absolute Superman. He's got the black cape. He's got the darker colors. His suit is his suit blue? Is it like dark blue?
I have to look
black?
at it because I haven't seen it. I kind of want to read it because I need to actually get the #1 issues in the variants.
Because the dude looks just evil.
And what's funny is I don't think the wokest people are gonna like this universe because this is a dark. Basically, it goes off the premise of the Elseworld was discovered post the reforming of dark metal with the death of Perpetua. Now they didn't know what this Earth was. It was a primordial Earth. But they didn't know what the story was, so they jokingly call it Elseworld. But now DC's had this in their back pocket for years.
And they've acted on it. And
any alternate story in DC is Elseworld. Like Kingdom Come, one of the greatest stories ever told, which would have been the future of DC Universe.
Wait, that classifies as Elseworld.
That is Elseworld. Gotham by Gaslight is Elseworld.
Okay. That's a weird way to go about it. All sub stories or alt stories are now Elseworld. So.
Yeah. The White Knight, which is the Joker story. He tries to be a hero.
Yeah, he takes his meds. he takes his Arthur Fleck takes his meds and he becomes sane again.
No, it's actually a good universe. It's actually.
I think it's good. I watched Comic Story and
go through it.
Yeah, go for it. It looked
White
cool.
Knight, yeah. Like, oh yeah. It's people will say I don't know comics. I remember comics. I gamed in Magic. Where the fuck do you think we played? Comic shops. I was an active like Eric July and most people. See, Eric July actually bought comics right up until about 2018, 2019.
Okay.
I used to follow Blurred Without Fear and that. See, the only difference is what's funny between him and Eric July. They were both for black oriented superheroes being promoted.
Mm-hmm.
But Ernie took the darker path. He
well,
went
that's-
to the. It's very weird because you can find the video. It wasn't. He basically took. Like, he didn't like the depiction of Bishop as an angry black man.
Oh god, Bishop. Is he the Superman or no? He's not, isn't he?
No, he's
He's
the one
black
from
something.
the Days of Future Past. that
Oh yeah,
can-
Bishop. Yeah, he's an X-Man, isn't he? Sorry.
Yeah, like he's like supposed to be like from that era, but he somehow always winds up to stay in the past. He basically has energy absorption.
Yeah.
Like
I
if you
know.
hit him with energy, he sends it back at you threefold. It's like Sebastian Shaw, but more powerful potentially.
Cooler Jesus Christ. Cooler Sebastian Shaw.
What?
I mean, he was already a menace.
Does that insult your heritage with the Hellfire Club, sir?
Nope. Not gonna argue.
The Hellfire Club? Ugh.
Is that still relevant?
It still is. It's there. It gets.
It's in the
never gonna-
corner. We just don't.
No. It goes away. Gets reformed. You still have Emma Frost, who's the head of it. They just change out members. Currently, Sebastian. I hated most of Krakoa though.
Really? Well, actually, I haven't read the Krakoa storyline, but I listened to Rob's talk about it. He like praised it. Apparently, it ended badly. So
Yeah, we all knew it was going to end like shit. Every X-Men era ends in
X-Men
travesty.
fans continue to be abused.
Oh yeah, no.
I've heard stories.
They always go back to the fucking mansion every damn.
Oh God.
Every fucking end of the era. Oh, they can't be. We need to minimize them again. But they didn't do it this time. But they got the world's shittiest writers that I don't like. I do not like Gail Simone's writing.
Who's the one? Is it Gail Simone or someone else? who
Gail
did it?
Simone is famous
Mhm.
for doing the Poison Ivy stories and the Teen Titan stories. She was one of the real, even though the ironic part is I'm waiting for her to retcon this. She is the one that fridged Kyle Rayner's girlfriend's head.
Really?
Yes, but she is also the one who
Right.
championed bisexual and gay.
I feel like being the
the
creator. I feel like being the creator of Frigin kind of disables any voice you have on anything.
It should. It should. But it doesn't.
Like, progressive reference fridging all the goddamn time.
That's the fridging reference.
You
It was
can't.
invented by Gail Simone, Kyle Rayner's girlfriend. She was part of that book.
You exist. You create a character. You create a female character who exists just to die. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Weird. I think the phrase you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Yeah. Well, actually, I've actually been seeing that a lot. Because, to get extremely off topic, Gamergate.
Yes.
What was your take on Gamergate?
The original?
Yeah.
When they started getting in,
Mhm.
I see those of us, right? You came from Sargon. I came from more of the Arch, but then we merged into kind of one.
Yeah.
Like it was Arch, Uzulu, early dev before TDS,
Hmm?
right? You chuckle, yes, but that's what he has.
I mean, I've seen it.
And then we saw Gamergate coming. Like some of us were caught off guard by activists. I wasn't caught off guard by the activists.
I think people were just caught off guard of how extreme they would go. Because the thing is, like, back in the day, we had the imaginary rules of engagement. And then the activists just came in and went, actually, we don't care about you. You're human
Mhm.
scum. We'll do anything and everything we can to, shift you. And I think that's what caught people off guard initially.
I don't know. That doesn't. It's the weird part.
Well,
Like
actually, no, that's wrong.
that's
'Cause
the
initially,
part. No, we didn't know how far. But
yeah,
I saw the movement. Okay,
because I
so
think people saw the movement, but they
not to
didn't.
date our age and make us feel old. Do
Hmm?
you remember the writer's strike of 08 and 09?
Yes,
Yes or no?
yeah, I do.
Okay, so that writer's strike, similar to the current writer's strike, caused a lot of people to retire. Right?
Mhm.
It made room. What was the average development cycle for a game at that time? Most
God,
part,
I've
about
seen
2
this
to 3
before.
years.
Yeah, I've seen this before, but
So the golden age of gaming. The reason why it's funny as an older gamer that I can kind of. We had in bangers in the year. You could go look up in the AAA. Not enough time to play all of them.
I remember that being
Hitman.
the sentiment.
You
There's
had
too many good
Hitman.
games. I
You
can't
would
play
have
them
all
all.
these good games, or your parents would only buy you one.
Yeah, I remember that. I was there. That was
Right?
me. Yeah.
And you could go look at a year, and it was literally
Just like hits after hits.
like, and then it went after that, 2000s and 10s, you started seeing the falling off in the gaming industry.
Mhm.
Certain studios, I understand why RTSs fell off. I love RTSs.
Like a cultural thing, really, I guess.
It's just new generation didn't pick it
Yeah.
up. Why is it like if you think about that era too? Go look at the DE version of. If I showed someone the DE version of AOE 3,
Mhm.
then I show you the original. All they did was touch up the engine minorly.
Age of Emperors. Okay. What's the other game? I haven't played Age of Emperors. But
Age
there's
of
another game.
Mythology was
See,
the
I
last one
see
to
it.
be
There we go.
touched up. Age of Mythology was the last one to be touched up because it was the last engine to be 2.5D.
Because Civ is the other one, right? Which everyone like creams about. That just has
Civ
a-
was different. That was
Okay.
never fully. That was never fully a. Bear in mind, that's when you're getting into the turn-based.
Mhm.
I mean, granted, this is where with RTS people, like, I was never a fan. Like, did you ever play Empire Earth?
No.
Okay, so if you never played that, you'd understand. So a lot of these people that were in game development, right? You
Mhm.
had a lot of controversial. It's like funny that you see like these people who are up in arms. If you did not see the original Silent Hill, part of Silent Hill, even though Kojima is a communist asshole, so is Yang. Yeah,
Ironic he made Metal Gear, but okay.
yeah, right. He made that, right?
Yeah.
But he wrote that. It's because it is dark, right?
Mhm.
It's not a. Okay, the nurses. Oh, the nurses are too sexy potentially.
That's the point, isn't it?
The nurses were representations of his repressed sexual desire.
Yeah, that's the point of
because he
Jesus
didn't want to cheat.
Christ.
He didn't want to cheat on his wife.
That was the entire point. His wife is disabled. Well, she's dying in hospital, and he's got like bluntly, he's sexually repressed, and he's holding it in. That's the whole point with Pyramid Head. There's that cutscene where he's fucking like two nurses.
Yeah, and you know what they did in the new one? They kind of
Oh,
desexified the nurses, as well as they changed the one part where, at the end, when you see the blonde one upstairs in the
Mhm.
hospital, yeah, right.
Like I don't. Okay, here's a question for you. Do
Mhm.
you think people defend this stuff because they agree with it, or do you think they defend it because it Well, actually, well, a free, I guess, free. Do you think they defend it because they agree with it? B, defend it because it pushes their points. And when I say it pushes their points, I go off the V syndrome, where
Yeah.
you notice a lot of people who defend the stuff don't actually like.
Well, let me
seem
say
to
this.
care
This
about
is
it.
the way I view it. I think I was one of the people who said when Obama got elected,
Mhm.
because there was this big leftist momentum at that time, I feel the Overton window got kicked over so far to the left.
Mhm.
It's taken this long to come back.
Probably, maybe, yeah. I
Basically, the Overton window, and this was a cultural thing, and it wasn't because Obama was black as a president. There was a tonal shift after that election. I remember calling my relatives. All the black people were like, "We got our person in office. Suck it, Whitey."
I remember
I'm
seeing
like,
that
I'm like,
racism's okay as long as I'm black, basically.
I'm like, okay, this doesn't make sense.
I thought
And then
racial
you
relations were
realize
golden.
it's taken full swing and it
Mhm.
gets into the current election. You're not black if you vote for Kamala Harris. You know, you don't have
Yeah.
to tell about yourself, smug, being your origins, but you see it in the U.S., right?
I mean, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I'm black and I see it all the time. There's this, like, I
Black
guess,
British.
playing on something politics. Why is my mind blanking on this? We talk about it all the time. Not racial politics. You know exactly what I'm talking about, and I'm gonna say it, and you're gonna be like, "Yeah, of course."
Yeah.
Like groups,
Groupthink?
not
Echo
groupthink,
chamber?
not echo chamber.
I
Something
did.
politics, racial politics, where
Race card
community.
politics or racial. Well, we call it racial grifting, but
Basically where you
oppression.
no, not push it. Basically where you create politics specifically for a certain side of the art of.
You got me
Oh
confused. What
God,
is the
how
concept?
am
Yeah,
I?
you're like me. You're brain farting too.
Yeah, I mean I'm 4 beers deep, so you got to forgive me. But I know exactly what you're talking about, bit for bit. Where it's like people playing on that dynamic and like separating the groups. Black people struggles different from white people, different from Hispanic, which is true for a point, but they do it to just create opposition.
It's not contrarianism. We call it tribalism in the
Yeah,
United
tribal is
States.
it's not tribal.
We
It's
call it
very
like
close.
it's not tribalism you're probably thinking of. We call it tribalism because tribalism has been used to divide a lot of people. Because
Mhm.
if you look at the Democrat platform from a long time ago, for Biden and them, they did their damnedest to get the white man out of their party. The moderate.
And now you
Okay, do
see,
you remember? Do you
ah,
remember? Do you remember even though you're in the UK, do you recall the fact about how what was it? They what was it? It was not the Tea Party, right? They were
mhm.
shocked right after the Tea Party stuff. They purged almost all their moderates from their party. Literally.
I think I know
They
what you're talking about.
purged because, oh, you can't be this way, right?
Yeah,
And then they purged them. And they have no more moderate positions.
so I was
Their
asking.
moderates
Mhm.
were all but obliterated.
So that's what I was asking before we came on stream. What do you think of Kamala's uh, white male vote?
Well, you didn't know about the cringe that I showed you yesterday for Gamers for Kamala.
Oh God,
God.
you're trying to make me throw up.
Hey, look. It's fine. It's in the discourse, right? Of all these people right now are like, part of the reason I haven't done one of these is I've been doing gaming and I've
Mhm.
been trying to figure out how to package this stuff because I will guarantee you the last 10 days. So as we speak,
Mhm.
up till yesterday, campaign people were campaigning. We had so many weird stories, rallies, stuff break I have never seen such an active, close to the end of election to the day of than this year
I'm telling you,
in
bro,
my
I've seen
lifetime.
so much last minute struggling with this selection, like
You're seeing
panicking.
it too, right?
Yeah,
So not, and this is you're across the pond. I don't think people have seen this. You don't ever see this.
it's
Nor
unusual to me. It's like a lot, like freaking out. So that someone's worried on the Camilla side. Kamala.
supposedly the early voting
Mhm.
shows who's going to win. Now, you
What
said
does?
the other day,
Mhm.
like you don't understand. Texas won't go blue unless the cities go blue. The cities are where the voters are majority.
I mean, you know me, across the pond. I will be horrifically upset if Texas goes blue.
Oh, but you know what's funny is by the way, are you guys gonna vote out that lovely Muslim London mayor of yours?
Or two-tier Kia, or
Who's the one?
no, we voted him out. I think you're thinking of Scotland with what's his
Now,
face?
who's the one that was the Muslim mayor that was causing all the issues over
Yeah.
there?
Oh, actually, that's both of us. So Scotland had their own Muslim mayor who was like mentally disabled, and we had
Yeah.
our Muslim mayor who was just he didn't do anything. Well, except from hiding Muslim rape gangs, he didn't do much of anything. So he was really
How
big.
dare you say that?
My,
We can't. I mean, you're gonna start telling me boat people are real here in a second.
no, I wouldn't want to spread false information until the media tells me it's real.
I'm sorry. This is what I was like. I mean, Sargon, though, is our view to that part of the world. I
Mhm.
try to use Reuters, but, I won't say all of Lotus Eaters is entirely accurate all the time.
Of course, you mean
It's very biased. I
it's
mean,
good to be skeptical. Like even if you agree with them politically, it's good to be skeptical because they
yeah,
can
Sargon.
exaggerate.
Sargon is of the opinion that all VTubers are basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's factually wrong about that.
Sorry.
I've heard his opinion on VTubers. He got shit on immensely. The right wing and the anime right need to
I'm
someday
sorry.
come
Do you
together.
know why? Do you know actually why the right lost the culture war a long time ago?
Just because they want to watch paint dry.
Because they don't keep up with the news, and everyone's tried to tell them you need to get your into Twitter before the
Here's the
Democrats.
thing. I think they do keep up with the news. It's just that they refuse to adapt. Because what happened with Sargon specifically, and I know this is quite for many people in a circle. There's this like meme that keeps proliferating. What is the right wing preserve? You call yourself conservative. What are you conserving?
Well, because
Nothing.
Sargon was a liberal,
Yeah,
classical liberal by whatever
then he tried
standards.
to create the liberalists, and then
And then everyone's famous. He tried to run for office and
Mhm.
got trounced.
And then Dev radicalized him, unironically. Dev made him read literature, which made him understand.
Well, it's funny. There's a famous video, and this
Mhm.
is what's funny. Him when he finally sat down to read Zelensky's rules for radicals.
Oh, okay, it's gonna be interesting.
And he's like, what the fuck?
Wait, he didn't read it before that?
Apparently,
Okay.
he didn't read rules for radicals prior to this. And we in the US that have been going against progressivism for a while
Mhm.
have said, sir, like Glenn Beck, all those of us who were looking at this, right?
Mhm.
We have been saying you need to learn to fight the progressives.
Mhm.
Like Woodrow Wilson, notoriously, is one of the most biggest monsters ever. People don't understand this. When Woodrow Wilson, see, progressivism, how it starts, is it started as a fundamentalist movement way back when. And it Teddy Roosevelt. It got into like Teddy Roosevelt first. It got into McKinley before him. And then it kind of culminated. Like, bear in mind, Wilson is one of the biggest assholes in all of U.S. history. I don't know what they teach you about him. He basically took us to war because we were going to get involved in World War I, regardless over people.
Mm-hmm.
You're dead over that. But the idea is he actually revived. He was a very racist man.
I've heard.
Very, very much a racist man. He was behind keeping black people and minorities, non-white people, out of the college he was at. He also aired the video, the famous Klan video, in the White House that led to them being revived.
Okay,
But
I didn't know
he
about that.
is thought of as one of these famous leaders in the Progressive Party.
Okay.
Of progressives. FDR was the last one in the United States. It took that long to get a lot of the policies out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I hear you.
It's bad. And how long has it taken us to course correct from Obama's change message?
The great black card.
This long.
Looking out.
I've been looking at, and the only thing about this is I can't make an accurate prediction on who's going to win because one of my friends is a German friend. I was hoping he would come on, but he's doing his. He asked me. I said Trump is either going to win or lose by an absolute ass hair.
I think it'll be very tiny. So I think a lot of this election is going to be, it's not even going to be voting for Kamala. It's just going to be how
because if you're going to start to see in the states, because Pennsylvania switched, like he was ahead by a large votes. This is why we say there was voter fraud, because there's no way he basically got 100% of the vote after a certain point, even if all of Philadelphia in parts voted blue.
Got all of the actually, no, something came out recently about voter fraud, right? Or was it Camilla, not Biden's team working with the FBI, or was it with Biden's team and election fraud? Something came out very recently about that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's been... What's funny is when you see like people like Dev, basically, who, I don't know, even if you take it, like in his last video, like I refuse to sit and watch that 4-hour video.
I'm not watching a 4-hour
where
video.
I've listened to him on Archcast forever.
I mean, yeah.
He's like, Ma Eastman memo. And then he used an expert. I would...
Oh, no, an expert.
Barr was basically like, well, there's no legal precedent for this. But there is. And then I even saw, did you watch Jubilee? You know what the Jubilee channel is?
Yes. Which Jubilee video?
Did you see the one with Destiny?
I haven't seen the Destiny one. I've seen the Ben Shapiro one.
He goes, I want to see this case for the electors.
Okay.
It's been done before. But they're like, but you're going to threaten them. And this is what a lot of came out. Like, even to this day, I don't know if you know, Smug, they are still prosecuting people from January 6th.
Oh, yeah, I do know that. For some reason, January 6th, the guy that tore around the Capitol, the people who did that are like the most apparently danger to society.
There's still the mystery. The only reason, if I ever say January 6th, most of those people walked into the Capitol.
The issue with the whole January the 6th thing is that I've seen the videos of like the guards literally inviting them in. And they
do you know the famous let me say this. Do you know the famous, like everyone knows of the famous weird Buffalo Indian shaman guy?
Hey, right? Don't call him weird. That's a shaman. His ancestors are looking down.
So what came out after his trial is he took a plea, And
Okay, I don't know about
he
this.
took a plea. He cannot plea, right?
Mhm.
It came out he couldn't repeal his verdict because of whatever reason. He already pleaded, but the evidence in the videos came out for the later people that they were invited in.
'Cause,
The
I mean,
only
that's
person to die on
holy
January
shit.
6th was the Air Force, the female Air Force veteran,
Yeah, she went to Nam like twice or something.
or something like that. And she is the only one that died.
Like,
And the officer that
why?
they blamed, about
Mhm.
6 months
He
afterwards,
killed himself, right? Or
no, he didn't
something.
kill himself. He
Okay,
had
that's
a
a
heart
different.
attack like 3 days later. He had a history of major strokes or heart attacks.
Come on now. How do you expect me not to conspiracy about that?
And everyone says he died because of the injury that he sustained with being hit over the head. That
Well,
wasn't true.
Hmm?
He supposedly got assaulted by a fire hydrant.
Well, according to Reddit, he died because he just couldn't take the fact that Trump had betrayed him.
But the funny part about that is people asked the family after that, 6 months later,
Mhm.
asked and said, please do not repeat that lie. You're disgracing my thing.
Mhm.
And this lead was buried.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a lot about that
Like,
day.
there's so much. There's so much.
Do you remember the whole when Tucker was going to be fired from Fox News?
You're talking about when he actually showed the clip of the
Do you
Buffalo guy
remember
being
the Ray
invited?
Epps
Oh, the Ray
story?
Epps, yeah.
Ray Epps.
That
Ray Epps
progressives just ignore
Ray
him.
Epps is actually everyone who went to that rally. There's
He's an informant.
People said he was an informant.
He's clearly an informant.
And
Okay, what are you gonna say?
basically, he is an informant, and the thing is, he threatened to sue Fox News. He was going to sue them over false things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we called him an informant because everyone was there. Like, there's a video someone saw of him.
Like, I've seen a video of him telling people to storm the Capitol for like a straight 10
There
minutes.
was a thing of,
Like,
I think there's another video of him when he was sitting down talking. It's been circulated around YouTube.
So people who weren't even there are getting arrested.
So someone actually heard him or over talking and like he was suspicious.
Mhm.
People were there calling him a Chloe.
So they even knew that he glowed. Bro is uranium isotope uranium. Just glowing in the rough.
Basically, right?
It's like every time I hear about this dude, it's like he glows. I know he glows. And like you find like 10-minute clips of him just in front of the Capitol talking about storming it. It's like, dude.
And there was a bunch of people on there. There was, and this is, you can check this and go back. There was a giant group agitating the crowd, and they all had red microphones.
Okay.
That shit got buried 10 miles deep.
The reason people get pissy, I know people in Kitter's Discord get pissy with me. Well, I haven't really said it mainly. But the reason why I have issues with the whole narrative is that, like, you're trying to tell me a bunch of redneck, stupid, hillbilly Republicans showed up and they not want this overthrow the Capitol, and not a single one of them had a weapon.
Okay, this begs the question: how do you define an insurrection?
Well, apparently, in it, the thing is, any definition of the leftist uses like implicates them with the amount of shit they've been doing in the past, and it's like I would define it as like an explicit intention to overthrow. Well, actually, no, that's very vague. That is too
Does
vague.
it have to be armed?
But like it's me and my mate sitting on the steps of the Capitol in insurrection.
Probably not.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue. It's like,
Now, the guy who stole the podium, he has all the damn rights in the fucking world to be charged.
Mhm.
By the way,
yeah.
right?
Well, he wasn't. He
The
wasn't.
guy who stole the gavel. You know
I
what I
know who
mean?
you're talking about. He wasn't the shaman, but I know he was with the shaman.
That shit. You know. Oh,
Yeah,
and you know what's funny? You know the other narrative I've seen?
Oh, make me laugh.
They say that Trump could tweet out. Do you know what happened that day? He had
I feel
he
like
had
I know
his
what you're
Twitter fucking banned.
Yeah, I remember this. It was on Jubilee because that was like last debate where the guy was like, Trump waited for 3 hours and you could have just told them to stop. It's like, dude, he got his Twitter banned.
He got his Twitter banned. And you know what's funny? I've asked Dev about this on
It's gonna be fun.
on Archcast, and he
Mhm.
said he acknowledged it. I go, did you see the recent memo where it came out from the House committee
Mhm.
that prior to the votes, Pelosi was asked by this was the only day in all of national history of the National Guard
Mhm.
they have never been able to respond to an incident at the Capitol.
Now, how strange.
Basically, the National Guard said, "Do you want us there at the Capitol?" Okay,
Mhm.
you can go back and find this. This is all stuff. It's documents, and this came out like in Friday document dumps. That she basically said to the National Guard, "We don't need you." 3 hours in, right before the day, like days before, she said, like a day before, the National Guard goes, "We hear rumors
It's like
there's going
they
to be
knew
riots.
something was gonna go
We
down.
knew there's going to be riots. Do you want us there?"
It's like peak
Nope, we don't
politics.
need you. 3 hours in, they denied. She denied it again.
They knew nothing was gonna happen.
And then, like, hours later, said, "Oh, you can come in." Signed off all by Pelosi. But Dev still says the Eastman memo is a monstrosity. If you people knew the inside baseball of what happened, Smug.
It's all politicking. Like, it's so blatant what's going on there.
Oh, by
And,
the
like,
way, and all the politicians on January 6th that talk about, I was afraid for my life, but where
and
were you?
it's what's her name?
But where were you? Oh,
What's her name? Something Antonio. I can't even remember her name.
yeah,
The
Alcio
annoying,
Cortez. She
yeah,
wasn't even there.
yeah. She was like talking about how she needed security to export her out, and it turns out she wasn't even fucking there.
Oh, the five were like, oh, but we can't do this. It's like, someone please tell me, whoa, where was Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton at the night of Benghazi?
And I'm told Benghazi wasn't a big deal, bro. It just happened. Stops. It's just a conservative myth.
And I remember all of the C-SPAN hearings because C-Smug, I'm one of the people. I watched the C-SPAN hearings, and people can go back and look through when I talked about the Trump assassination. That stuff. Go look at the C-SPAN hearings
before you continue.
I
You go.
I literally look on my channel. Like, I watched the C-SPAN hearings. This is not like I take states' memos. This is the thing. The Benghazi whistleblowers, to this day, we do not know where Hillary Clinton was. But someone told AFRICOM to stand down.
Amazing.
Again, tell me how long it would have taken on January 6th for the National Guard to break that up. There's a military bases
Instantly.
all around there. They would have been there in 30 minutes.
Yes, instantly. I know that. How long was the crowd in front of the Capitol for?
I mean,
Like people,
Dev's whole thing was, but there was a schedule. The schedule, bro.
well, you're fucking retarded. That was a schedule, guys. They had to obey the schedule. They couldn't deviate.
Oh yeah, or Dane. Take Dane's position. It was a Proud Boy with a Bryant shield that broke in first. Oh, by the way, the FBI.
Was he playing Overwatch? He's like Doomfist.
By the way,
just, like,
by the way,
smashed in.
the FBI has conveniently over the years lost their. They were asked recently in January 6th. They were asked,
how many?
Do you have the list of informants that were in the crowd at the Capitol?
They can't answer.
No, we seem to have lost it.
Of fucking course. I remember Ted Cruz asking like a year or 2 years ago, or someone else. It's like it's so fucking insane. Like because there's like a bunch of them stayed at like a hotel, and it's like, oh, you seem to have a bunch of, you seem to know every single Trump supporter that was at the hotel, but then there's also a bunch of unnamed people at the hotel at the same time. You mind telling us what's going on there? Oh, they can't answer. How many people were at the How many FBI agents were at the Capitol? Oh, you can't answer.
Oh, you remember? Oh, you want to know what's funny about this?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the Kyle Rittenhouse case?
You're gonna melt my brain. I despise everything.
Okay, so the Kyle Rittenhouse case. One of the chief evidence that exonerated him, they fought tooth and nail with the FBI to get a hold of there was an FBI drone nearby.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
There was an FBI drone as well as FBI informant near that location that saw it, but the FBI kept quiet. They got that drone, and that's part of the footage that cleared it.
I remember that footage, and
then
the lawyers were freaking out. Like, did you see the Nicholas stream where the lawyers are freaking out about that footage?
But we're not talking like it. But
he kind of fell off. But you know,
well, Nick Rekieta is now known as one of the most notorious drug dealers ever
for no reason whatsoever.
No,
well, whatever. Getting off.
I know it's oh god, that's awful. You know, but seriously, and. So during all the Black Lives Matter protests, they all had FBI informants nearby.
Yeah. So wild. And they just kept quiet. FBI were just happy to see this innocent kid just be murdered in jail or some crap.
And you wonder why we have doubts?
I love it when people say, if you have nothing to hide, why are you scared of the FBI?
I'm going to remind people of another interesting case with the FBI. Where's Epstein's Black Book? Where are all those videotapes?
He lost it, bro.
They lost it. They just lost it.
I mean, I think we all know at this point if they released it.
We all know what that is used for. I swear. And this is not something you could go back and look at all the Epstein tapes. They all disappeared suddenly.
I wonder how many favors they got from that book. You know, just the FBI walking into, I don't know, some random millionaire's home and being like,
"Oh God, Diddy supposedly has more."
Well, I mean, okay, my mom reminded me of this. But you remember when R. Kelly was being arrested? He had that weird interview.
Yeah.
He kept going on about how people are sticking him up and he could expose so much and people are sticking him up. And I always think back to that. Like, how deep does this rabbit hole go?
Because you look at it and you look at a lot of the politics with the FBI documents being in Twitter. Deb would say, "Oh, we're all conspiracy theorists."
Oh, fuck off!
No,
this dude didn't think. Joe Biden had a mental illness.
The thing is, the news told him. A lot of us that come from this side, we just don't take people's opinions. We look this up ourselves. It's painful to sit through C-SPAN hearings.
Yeah, yeah.
You want to know how your government works? Like, how do you like watching stuff in your parliament, right? You can just tell. Like, I looked at the major hearings, right?
Mhm.
And I'm just like, look, you got to understand these people, and you come into this election by all historical measures in 2022, there should have been a red wave.
Yeah.
No doubt, right? There should have been a red wave.
Well, the cope was that Trump told people that elections are meaningless and people didn't vote.
Huh.
But I mean, some saucy stuff happened with the election.
No, I mean, in reality, right? I'm not saying the Republicans are in the best shape right now,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, they got their issues. Democrats don't have a party. I mean, never before, but like, no one in their right mind, like, I say this as a person looking at votes. Like, you're more across. This just tells the type because Texas Republicans are usually moderates
Mm-hmm.
by nature. I mean, even our Democrats booed Kamala Harris down in Houston.
Well, I mean, nobody even wanted her. That's the amazing thing. Democrats talk all about how
Okay.
election integrity and all
Okay,
that.
pop
But then they
quiz.
just, yeah,
Question for you, Spud. Do you remember what got her out of the presidential race in the first time?
I actually don't. It's gonna be interesting. I feel like I've
Go
heard
look at her debate with Tulsi Gabbard.
it. Okay, so I'll say.
Tulsi Gabbard, BTF owed her horribly, right?
So
And
much for integrity. She just gets
and
snuck in.
she got hit on her
unvoted.
criminal or prosecution record,
Mhm.
and got out before the first primary. She ran out of money so quick, and she only wound up getting like 2% of the support.
She got curve stomped out.
Yeah. And this is a person that you want now as a nominee?
Well, that's the thing. Like people, I mean, avoiding all the jokes about democracy and her being just chaperoned in without being voted for. People are more voting against Trump than they are voting for her at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, Trump is. No one's going to deny that Trump's an asshole. I, as a conservative and a person that I look when he first got into office, he stood next to Putin at the Helsinki conference, if you remember that one, Smug,
Mhm.
and said Russia had nothing to do with hacking the election. Standing right next to Putin.
My best friend.
Everybody who knows anything about military intelligence or information at the time all knew that was horse shit.
I mean, do you think he was saving face or was actually just being retarded with that one?
To this day, I don't know.
That's the thing with
I
Trump.
was, and I also remember the time at the, but then again, bear in mind, a lot of my knowledge that I do and information comes from the understanding of history as well as the where it places.
What do you mean understanding history? Like with the KGB or?
When you want to understand something, you understand the history or the reason why something is the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at it and that's how I look at it. Because as I said, I don't really like strong partisan voices. I was one of the Republicans back in the day. I said the neocons are gonna fuck over the Republican Party. You know what I mean? But I also am a very much like, okay, so like even though I know Sargon disagrees with us and he hated this phrase, I remember him trying to say, he goes, I hate the phrase of being on the right side of history. Bitch, you were the fucking one who started popularizing that phrase.
Did he ever say that?
He actually had a Twitter, like, do you ever look at his Twitter videos where he does the little
his recent ones, yes, but
like he did one where he said, "Don't being on the right side of history," kind of thing, and he hates the phrase. I'm like, clearly,
I get where he's going with that because the people who say is the implication that that history is
Well, I'm not saying history or tradition can be changed.
Mhm.
Progressives don't care. They want to subvert and change the popular culture.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if they can subvert it, then they're just right. That's just how it is. Well, they believe they're right by default, and if they can subvert it,
Yes.
they're just right even more.
And to
You know?
clarify, so people understand, there's a difference between a liberal and a conservative and a progressive. Like Dane is a progressive.
What do you mean? He has humanist politics. Come on now.
Oh God, get me to the right people
Fucking hell.
who know their what progressivism is. It's never enough for them.
Oh, I mean, that's
The
the fun and games
activists can
play.
never stop. You
That's
could
what I say. Right. God, you need to look at the Smug Rants channel sometime. That's what I
I'll have
say.
to look at that.
The
Yes,
progressive, I did a rant, but well, to your audience, however big.
some people watch this.
The progressive, if it cannot exist in a space they do not control. If they can't control it, they subvert it. If they can't
They
subvert
have
it,
to have
they destroy it.
they have to have a dragon to slay constantly.
Yeah. And
It's
they'll
the
keep
same
going and
people.
going and
You asked
going.
the question before when we were in Discord.
Hmm?
The people who go after Eric July, they always want dragons to slay.
It's like,
They,
what does he do? Like he's sometimes he can be indignant on Twitter. That's it.
Destiny can be an asshole on Twitter.
I mean, he was
Everyone.
he's dabbing on like dead. That's
Don't
another thing. He's dabbing
don't
on
get
dead
me.
firemen.
And everyone misconstrues what he says, and it's like, bear in mind. But these
Mhm.
people are like Dane or Dev. These people actually Blurred Without Fear is far worse. He's taken that whole thing of I shit you not. I have watched that man devolve, and he finally like blocked. I said, you in the space of comics you were in, you
Mhm.
should have hit 100,000 a fucking long time ago.
I get why
You
he
have
left.
been around. I showed you his video. How
Yeah.
long did it take him to mention ACAB? And he
Instant
said that shit with vigor,
dive right in.
right?
Yeah.
And he streams on Nerds of Culture with Robo, who used to
God.
stream
He
with
also
Dane.
streams, and he's like getting barely anybody in his stream. Come on now.
He gets like views. And you know what he's done? He has actually cultivated this audience of victimized black people. And it's like one of his chief mods. And I'm like, blurs have always been weird over the years. I
Mhm.
remember the time when they called blurs white people.
Okay.
You weren't black enough, bruh.
Yeah, didn't I mention an article when we in the VC that black
Yeah,
people,
yeah,
black nerds
yeah,
are the new white people?
yeah.
Let me post that article.
They are the. It is this. It's so weird, right? Although they say people are spirit animals to me, like you. Like a lot of us, you never hear about from our side of the internet. You only hear when Arch says something dumb or Sargon says something dumb.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of us were educated. We're just looking at this. I just say, I told you so. I told you so. I told you so.
I mean, that's the thing. It's so good to hear someone like you because it's like, I mean, Kit is Discord. Well, I mean, I go
Yeah,
on my
you've
rants.
probably seen me there. Like,
Yeah,
I'm a black sheep wherever I go. So,
'cause it's like everything that's happened now. I've heard about it. I've seen it. I've watched it.
Mhm.
I've seen Sargon and all these skeptics and whatever talk about it,
Mhm.
and being gaslit that it's not happening. It's never happening. Like you know, oh god, I've been meaning to tell the story for so long.
you can.
So Ben Shapiro used to have this joke when he went on his tours,
Mhm.
and they ended with, "At the end of the day, the progressive is looking for the most victimized person. So I can't wait to fess up to the black, transgender, disabled, queer person
Oh,
with indigenous."
before let
Yeah.
me say this. Do you
Hmm?
remember? Did you ever hear across the pond, when they said about what was it? They said about the people who voted for gay marriage, it was conservatives in California.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the
What?
title, or was it Title 9 or Section 9 or whatever?
Yeah.
Do you know who largely voted against that?
Who?
Blacks and Latinos.
Yeah. I've actually heard that because they don't agree with this shit. Like Latinos are very Christian.
Oh, by the way, bear in mind, Latinos are, they may seem like bear in mind a lot of Latinos are very conservative.
Yeah, because when I've seen Latinos are extremely Christian in nature. Like they're not gonna change up.
So far in Indiana, Trump is up 40,000 votes.
Mm-hmm.
That's like 10%, right? So
Yeah.
Kentucky. See, as I told you, I know I apologize if I keep you a long time, but you don't get very much a chance to actually experience this. This is like, you watch this in real time, right? So,
Mhm.
like, it's going to be very funny because I think a lot of states like California obviously go towards them.
Yeah.
And
California
even
kind of
CNN is saying
yeah.
there's a lot of normal residential areas, right?
Uh-huh.
So in one county where there's a lot of just normal people, 58% are voting for, like, so it's majority going for Trump right now.
Mm-hmm.
Indiana is now 112,000. Now, these are shoe-in states. Colorado used to be a perfect state, purple state. Not anymore. Democrats moved there.
Of course, it's always the same. Vote for shitty policies in your own state.
Well, to be
Move.
fair, they were behind the whole legalization shit. So,
Ugh.
look, do what you want. I live in Texas, right? We have a medical marijuana policy. Look, if you can prove to me you're dying potentially of stage 4 cancer,
Fine,
you
whatever.
need
Go
a
ahead.
treatment, have all the medical marijuana you want in the world.
Look, I just
Right.
don't want to see that place turn blue. Then it's fucking over.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have all the rights in the world. You are stage 4 cancer, and that's the only thing that relieves your pain from chemo.
I'm not gonna hold it against you. You go ahead. You know?
No, I mean, you might got months to live.
Yeah.
And if you know anybody who's gone through chemo and stuff, it eats you alive.
I mean, I've watched people do it, and it's like, you watch them slowly deteriorate. So yeah, if that's how it is, so be it. I'm not going to be an asshole and be like, well, the law says X. Well, that's your body. Well, I mean, specifically in this connotation, the nuance, which people are allergic to, apparently.
Oh, yeah. By the way, CNN is not trying to carry the water right now yet.
I know that was a big thing where was it Washington? What does
Well, you
Jeff
know about
Bezos-
how a lot of the news networks, right?
Mhm.
Like one of the debates, they had to rein in the moderators.
what is it? The fact checking Trump shit or something?
Because a lot of these news networks know they're. By the way, the only person trying to carry water on CNN right now
Mhm. Oh god,
is
you're gonna say his name?
David Axelrod and Cooper.
No, fucking course, Cooper. Wait, didn't Cooper there's a video V was referencing with Cooper where V is like
Van Jones looks terse. He wants to say something, but he can't.
Van Jones looks like he's so upset. He looks like he wants to say something 24/7. He looks so upset. It's pretty funny.
Well, Van Jones is like. Did you ever see the Van Jones what was it?
He looks like he's about to cry 24/7. There's something he wants to say, but he just won't say it.
He can't say it, right?
He wants to say the N word, but he can't. No, but generally, there's like it's like he's thinking something 24/7, but he's just not allowed to ever engage with it.
Well,
That's what I
the thing
get from
about him, he was an activist before.
right? It's just like the fact that I mean, on like CNN, if he went on an unhinged activist rant, they would probably love him. But the fact that he doesn't say it makes me think he's well, not changed, but something else is preoccupying him.
Oh no, Van Jones is quoting the Puerto Rican joke. This is not the only own you got, sir. Come on.
Oh no.
This is
Oh,
because,
no.
okay, common knowledge. I was discussing this with Smug before. Trump does not vet some of the people at his rallies.
Yeah, I remember who it was. Laura Loomer. That was the
Basically,
person you should have avoided.
Bill O'Reilly's talked about this for years.
Dude, he's getting ratioed. What the fuck?
Who?
Van Jones. He made like an essay and he's getting ratioed on it. Let me post that in the Smug Talks. Or the Smug Rants Discord.
So, a lot of this stuff, because remember I told you, a lot of polls don't close until like 5 o'clock my time or 6.
Mm-hmm.
The later ones don't close till later. It's sad, really.
What do you mean by that?
It's kind of sad though. We don't really know who wins till the next day.
Oh,
by the way, Kentucky is now 64-34.
in whose favor?
Trump.
Let's fucking go.
But Kentucky is a shoe-in state for him.
Oh, of course.
The big problem is Virginia is decided by 4 counties.
Mm-hmm.
And all those counties are below DC because no one really lives in DC.
It's not what we like to hear.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just, well, most of the people who live in DC don't live in DC. And apparently Republicans are cleaning up senator seats right now, too. I mean, a lot of these people, when you look at this, because even RCP, right, was weird. Now, how much do you want to bet Dev is just going to cope hard?
I'm just going to listen to like the compilation afterwards.
I'm going to listen to it later.
I'm not in the mood to hear him bullshitting about something.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Why Canadian care so much about this election?
Oh, by the way, don't call... Oh, he has art. Oh, no. Dev is being kept in check because Artemis is on.
What's the relationship between those two? Because I know like every time he does something, he always goes, "Really, Artemis? Yeah, Artemis." He really
what? Artemis?
Like a passive aggressive relationship or frenemies.
Artemis is actually ex-military. We joke that he's a glowy.
I thought he was just like a shitter online.
No, he's actually ex-military. He's a. Okay, let me give you an idea.
Mm-hmm.
This man just joked about building like a $6,000 or $7,000 PC.
What are you playing? Crisis 1?
He literally built when he wants a PC, he just builds a top of the line PC.
What are you doing, my friend? You trying
Like,
to play games
just
in a different
he
dimension?
he does information services in computer work as
Oh, okay.
well, right?
Oh,
So
computer. Yeah, you
so
told me.
he basically is not broke. He is one of the people that actively, but we jokingly say he's a glowy. He's the one that sends that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Dev. Hey, look.
Oh God.
So Arch has a poll right now. Leave a like for Dev to be
Kicked.
cuddled or testicularly electrocuted. I bet you 81%.
I mean, when I was in the chat, almost all
Oh
of them were telling
no,
the truth.
Dev is going off raging at Arch right now.
Okay.
Oh, he is mad.
He's actually mad at Jesus. Why doesn't he do a stream of Lilith like he used to?
No, he needs to bring Taftaj on.
I've only seen him stream with Taftaj once, and it went okay from what I saw.
Technically, at least as I said, Taftaj tries to pass.
But to be fair, that was before I understood the full extent of Dev's. I don't know how to describe
Oh
Kumarism,
no.
Chaserism.
Someone actually posted a meme image. Reddit lies. Thank you, Christians, for this Thank you, Christian, for this handmade gift. Don't forget to vote. And it's a photoshopped image of Kamala Harris with a Sonic Chew medallion.
Oh no! The solitary Italian. Oh no!
Oh no!
It's doomed. It's over. Trump wins. Why are we even here?
Well, just oh, by the way, he's raging now at Artemis, and basically Lumi and them are just oh no. Dev is trying to argue out of the cardboard box he caged himself in. No. Oh.
I'm looking. I'm looking at it. It's quote tweet Kiwi Farms.
Huh? Oh, if I take
I'll be in the video, bros.
and by the way, Dev is going to claim that this is Dev is going to claim that it's a W for him.
Of course.
He's going to claim it's Dev derangement syndrome.
I mean, that's what it always does. I mean, I think. Well, I mean, what clued me in, maybe it's cringe, was the whole pick me situation where he like.
Okay, see, Smug. These are the percentages right now on CNN.
Okay, what am I looking at? Oh, damn. Well, I mean, that's Kentucky. So
Indiana, that's a governor.
Ooh.
This is a Senate. The next polls to close are Georgia, Indiana, South Carolina, Vermont, and West VA.
Well, I'll be back. I got like a beer in the freezer. I don't want it to freeze over. Give me like 5 minutes.
You're good. See, Georgia's going to be an interesting one. See, Georgia's going to be very close. So, hold on. Uh-oh. Asterios. Ugh. See, the thing right now, like with Georgia, is so Georgia, Trump's leading the polls. Wow, that his approval rate of Biden is 58% in Georgia in exit polls. That might not be a good sign, but uh-oh. There's Chris Wallace. Hmm. To be fair, Chris Wallace used to be on Fox. Let's see, governors. So this will be interesting. See, even CNN exit polls show voters trust Trump more, which is scary to them. Uh-oh. This is the FEMA and the migrants thing. Because Biden mismanaged the one. Because actually, the whole thing with Biden and the thing with the migrant, like, so when the FEMA funds dried up because Biden has been using them to move migrants around for a while. Basically. Basically. How? Oh, God. Huh. And see devs grasping for straws. Because a lot of these people are trying to say with the polls, because Biden's problem is competence. This doesn't, but they took a massive hit with a hurricane. See, abortion is one of the smallest issues for him right now. So if abortion is the smallest issue, voters don't care about that. Democrats have been ran their entire campaign upon Trump is going to strip abortion. which is not the case. See, Comey, what is his name? This guy's name. So he basically made fun of, like, Trump made fun of Kemp's wife at one point, but he's still voting for him. So it's like united parts, basically. That's the strange part. A lot of it's now. Georgia is going to be the first of the. Oh God, I shouldn't have started this thing. He's gonna say really bad things. So the idea, right? If abortion is the lowest on the issue and economy is number one, foreign is up there.
Hello.
You back?
Yep. Got my food. I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go. So, did you know in exit polls, like in one of the states, abortion was the lowest concern at 14%?
That is fucking
With
wild.
the economy at 40%.
That's insane to me. Well, I guess it all goes to the whole meme, well, not meme, but the whole thing that Twitter is like a hive mind. Because you go on Twitter, abortion is apparently number one issue for everybody.
But that's not the voter issue.
Yeah.
And immigration is 28%.
That's really high.
And this is it coming out of Georgia exit polls.
Okay. Georgia, Trump?
That means he was ahead by 1 or 2% as of the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Because if
that's
you look,
very interesting.
Oh, they're trying to cope so hard right now. Like Fox
I mean, are
News
these
is
liberal
an easy
exit
issue.
polls?
So 40% on economy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, George's opinion on Biden is 58% negative.
Fucking hell.
That should tell you. That's going to be really funny if Kamala gets that state.
I mean, do Democrats normally win Georgia?
Do
Democrats usually win Georgia?
I mean, I would say, I wish you could see the sound though. So, I mean, the problem now is, see, the thing about this is, if you look at the Senate, right, he's winning the obvious states already.
Yeah, of course. Well, that
I mean, what's new? New York is going to go for, like.
I mean, I don't want any scares.
I am just curious how close New York is going to be, because New York has had a very rough 4 years.
Do they even like Biden?
It's not the fact I think they like Biden. Have you heard about the Venezuelan gangs and the other Haitian gangs ripping apart the city? And the high crime?
That Democrats tell me isn't real, and it's like,
that is
I can
real?
watch a YouTube video. They're clearly real.
You go look in New York, and the coyote crisis up there is horrible. I live in Texas, right?
Yeah.
They will pack like 10 of these people to an apartment. And they owe the coyote money, right?
Yeah.
But they're technically labor, and they'll stick them in a fast food place. This is happening in droves in New York. By the way, and
do you think New York could flip red?
I am going to be curious on how close New York is. Right?
Mhm.
Now, the big tell is going to be the Carolinas. Can Trump take both Carolinas? Remember the other thing that happened prior to this? The hurricane. They could not, even the people were like, remember the FEMA aid that's been siphoned off to support the migrants that didn't get refilled?
That's gonna piss a ton of people off. I mean, if they know about it, you know how politics.
Jesus, was in October. And see, Washington and Oregon are both going to go for Kamala Harris easy. By the way, how did you like the friendly neighborhood burning of the ballot box?
Oh,
They
that
were
recent
doing?
thing.
Yeah,
where,
they did it to a couple of ballot boxes.
Why
Ugh.
though? Who does it affect mostly?
Do not know. It could be anywhere up there. Because I wish I could have brought Andrew on for this, but Andrew is so busy.
If they burn the mail-in votes, then I don't care. Okay. But
Well, by the way, remember, there's an internal joke.
Mhm.
So old people need to remember to vote, or somebody else will vote for you.
Okay. Considering the necromancy Joe Biden performed last election, I can't.
No. Remember the meme of Jimmy Carter is going to vote for Kamala Harris. Really, Smug? Yeah. Do you know what he looks like now? I'm only showing CNN. I can easily go over because it's funny watching them cope right now.
Oh, it's because CNN is funny, and last year they
They were
announced it
trying.
early.
They're trying. I had to fuck. By the way, apparently Jimmy Carter says he's going to vote for Kamala.
Okay, good for him. Was it like a meme account or Joe Biden necromancy?
I want to say the video of him because he is like in like hospice care bad. Like I remember the last photo of him. He looked like he was barely living.
Who's W. Bush voting for? Because that man was not. I mean, I've seen the way that man acts. He was not on. Oh God, what's happening there?
Or okay.
Oh, that's 2020. Okay.
Okay. If you look, this is Jimmy Carter in 2024. Right?
How has Jimmy Carter defined the odds of hospice, bro? He shrunk. He tiny.
Good. He's basically been dying.
Can he count
Like-
to 10?
Gee,
Does he know
I
where he
told
is?
you this was bad. Yeah,
No.
this is the one where his family said he's going to vote for Kamala.
He's gonna tick Trump by accident. Like, bro, he doesn't even know where he is.
Yeah,
Just let him go.
this is the photo they're trying to show for Carter. This is not what the man looks like.
They're two different people.
This
The
is the
makeup.
photo that was on
Whoa.
Twitter.
100-year-old Jimmy Carter waiting the queue to vote for Jesus fucking Christ.
This is the photo that was going viral on.
I
Remember,
don't think he
Biden
knows
had
where he is.
sundown days. Look, I say this as I was a caretaker for both my grandparents, okay?
Mhm.
I know what hospice care looks like, Smug.
Mhm.
This is bad, folks.
Oceana County. Okay.
See, we're going to get into. So, Indiana's still very strong for. I have a feeling, unless something happens.
Hmm?
See, Georgia's going to be the first big state. Atlanta is clearly very black, or Fulton County. Uh-oh, Taft-Tag. Uh-oh. Taft-Tag just came on.
Okay.
Dev needed help.
Oh, he joined
It's
Archer's stream.
Taft-Tag joined.
Oh, I have that. Okay. The image they use. Okay.
Look,
It's
she does.
stereotypical.
Look,
That's what I'm
no,
gonna say.
actually, Taft-Tag does have GID or GDI.
Hmm.
So, let's be clear. But just do not misunderstand. Taft-Tag also does OnlyFans occasionally.
Really? Because I actually
Taft-Tag used to do, as I told you, people don't understand. Taft-Tag used to do while streaming, transitioned live, that eventually went to commentary.
okay.
Very famous. And then
Mm-hmm.
Taft-Tag started doing OF work.
That's depressing. Because I think I watched one video of them and a dev video of them, and they seem really smart and like 'cause they were talking about autogenophilia, and trans people don't like to engage with that at all. The implication that they might
Taft-Tag is kind of like the transgender person, like Blair White, that talks to conservatives, but not considered transgender enough.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. You see how many counties you need to take Georgia?
Mm-hmm.
That's how close Georgia is. Georgia has been in the margin of error for a while. But what will be funny is the Fulton County prosecutor, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was shown to be biased. Like, I don't know if you know about, I need to send you the thing about Victor David Hanson talking to somebody,
The
how
prosecutor.
interconnected someone's like saying, well, the whole indictment. So like the judge was a donator to Kamala Harris.
Okay.
All these Democratic operatives were behind prosecuting Trump. They all had links to the Democrat machine. Were all the leads of these cases.
That's what I want to hear. Let's go.
Like,
Fucking
people,
hell.
if you hear that, and it's like, you cannot tell me this was not done without bias.
And people will try to convince you otherwise. Well, I mean, bias on a certain side of the political aisle doesn't matter, from what I understand. I mean, you look at all these people getting butthurt about Jeff Bezos not endorsing Kamala Harris. Meanwhile,
did you see the Ricky Gervais thing making fun of it?
make it because I know he's based. Did he do something stupid?
Did you not see?
Let
Oh,
me
God,
track
let
that.
me find it for you. I want to find not the other one. I can't play it on YouTube. I want just a video because it's so good.
Because usually he just shit talks all of the celebrities he's around.
Here it is. Okay, I'll send this to you over Discord, Smug.
Mm-hmm.
You'll laugh. I'll know when you see it. Hold on. Here you'll see it on Discord. There you are. That's like a 28-second clip. Now tell me that that's not funny.
What do we have here? He's shirtless, okay. What he's on
I need to find if there's a full one.
in a bar.
You see it? Tell me that that doesn't look like every celebrity supporting fucking.
Jesus.
I told you it was good.
He has absolute disdain for the people around him. That's amazing. And he's sitting in a bathtub
Yes.
in the overdramatic. Oh, Jesus Christ. He's in
Yes.
He
It's
has-
good.
I
It's
know.
like every celebrity supporting Trump.
I know.
I mean,
he's
every
a-
celebrity
he has an
supporting
alt account.
Kamala Harris. Sorry.
I know as a fact this man has an alt account. About trolling he's doing.
He's literally taking the fucking piss out of them.
I mean, I don't know why they keep inviting him on to give speeches. He just takes the piss out of all the celebrities around him. Tells them to fuck off. So it's like,
Oh no. So this is the black vote they're talking about right now. So of course, 86% are voting for Harris in Georgia in polls.
yeah, she
Oh,
recently
shit.
became black.
Huh?
Yeah, of course, she recently became
But
black.
talk to the people. I'm not mad about this. This is whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
I need to find the settings on YouTube really quick for somebody. So age, okay. So age, so young people are voting.
Mm-hmm.
Educated by race, voters no degree are 81%. So clearly, yeah. I have a question. In YouTube, where did they move the branding? Is it under settings?
What do you mean branding?
Never mind. I'll find it.
Okay.
I have the person trying to do the thing for me, and they need to know the size they need it, the avatar. Ah, I found it. Never mind. Is I found it. Hold up. I'm waiting for him. Uh-huh. I say 800 by 800. But I don't know if 800 by 800, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if 800 by 800 is. That's what I should tell them, right?
For
Because you're
what?
not talking for YouTube avatar. It says 800 by 800,
Gonna
but
admit, I have no knowledge about YouTube avatar sizes.
no, I'm looking into it. I work. Uh, it's not even the thumb cell size. It's say 800 by 800. Oh, by the way, Dad believes Brianna Wu because she left Progressive Victory.
Oh, if I had to talk about Brianna, we'll be here for
Hey,
days.
you know what's funny on that regard, though? Dev believes. Okay, what is your attitude towards you can save them?
I think over the years it has been shown that you really can't. They need to save themselves. A good example of this would be Brianna Wu versus Anita Sarkeesian. Anita Sarkeesian changed due to multiple reasons. A, she experienced the things she had been promoting face value. Like there's two stories. One was where she was like in an alleyway and she almost got raped or assaulted, and then she talked about it, and Progressive just told her to accept it because that's just how it should be. And B, she has her relatives on her husband's side are conservative, and she talked to them. I was like, wow, the conservatives are actually real people. And then she tried to claw Ray out. On the other hand, you had Brianna Wu with the leaks, where she continuously admits that she doesn't like how far the party's gone. She doesn't like the fact that everything's all radical, but she doesn't want to go against it because she's terrified of the backlash. So instead, she's going to join places like Adam and Stitch or Deathstream and pretend to be moderate and shift people to the left. So hopefully, there'll be moderate leftists by doing that. And she doesn't need to fight the people she created. If that makes sense.
Because there's this idea, can you save them?
Actually, before you continue with that thought, if you've seen the Dev interview with Brianna Wu, she specifically says, "I regret nothing. The only everything bad I
Let
did
me say
was
this.
because of
You know the
you."
argument that I usually make against that?
Mhm.
So, yeah, by the way, in Florida, Trump's only ahead by 4%.
Oh, only 4. I thought Florida would be like in his bag.
This is just a small percentage. So Arch knows about being stacked in the back, and he mocks Dev. Right now, Kamala Harris is with 3% in, is only ahead by 3%. So that's probably early voting. So the idea is Arch said that to Dev, you can't save her. She's just going to infiltrate the side, and you're going to have to put her down again later. She's not going to change.
Truest thing ever said.
Because, and Dev's whole argument has been reach out the bridge to the left. This is where I agree more with Arch in Sargon. Let them burn.
The thing is, what fuels me, this is the issue I have with Vincent, is that I have seen for goddamn over the 10 plus years, every time a leftist burns himself, what do? They turn around and they go, "Where are my free speech warriors?" You defend them, and then they turn around and do the exact same thing over again. But Brianna Rue is a special case. You have the leaks where, well, he finally admitted, John Walker Flint finally admitted he was trans. He admits that he admits in private discourse he doesn't like how extreme the party has become. He doesn't like that it's got
Who?
here. Brianna Wu, John Walker Flint, that's their real name.
Oh, but she just tried to pass, though.
Yeah.
That's
I'll
it's
be
what-
respectful and just. I mean, I know
Now,
that
what do you
Brianna
call
Wu's
Jim
husband.
Stephanie Sterling?
I mean, that's a hard one because I will just call them Jim Sterling because that's how I've known them for years.
I do that because the person identifies as non-binary.
Do they go by
Very
any pronoun?
hard.
I mean, it's the pronoun game's hard. I mean, like,
Okay, so CNN
Mhm.
has in Florida 5348.5.
okay,
So Virginia right now is 58.5 and
Looking good.
40.5 for
well, to finish off the whole Brianna Rue segment, how's that going? Yeah, the whole thing
she
was
doesn't
that
like the way the party is
Yeah.
working.
but she won't say it 'cause she's terrified of backlash. So her goal is to pretend to be moderate to get people from our side to join her and think she's, normal. But in the Dev interview, she specifically says to Dev, "I do not regret anything I did. I acted out because of you. You guys traumatized me." It's like actually, well, she did say her regret. Her regret was that she didn't put her power towards the mainstream. She's upset she spent all her time on Twitter instead of, shitting on people, instead of converting that Twitter presence online. And that's just so vile to me. Like you create this side that you hate. You admit you hate it, but you're still a soldier for it because it
Okay.
owns people you don't like.
Here's what's funny. So Votes by Fox just had Georgia come in, put Trump up 3%.
Okay.
This is going to be the state, right? And it's going to be a big one. But yeah, like the whole idea, Dev believes, and I think Taftage is trying to hit him over the head, is you can't save. And he's like, and what's funny is watching Taftage betray Dev.
Because I thought he was pro-Chaser and that Taftage would be on his side with this. But to be fair, I've seen her twice, and she does seem very level-headed from what I saw in the two videos. Would you agree, or
I would say about as conservatives as softcore porn star could be?
Yeah, I feel like I'm watching a conservative trans person who isn't like Blair White. He was an out. I'm not that big a fan of Blair White, to be honest.
I only know about that because of the memes. Because Taftage doesn't talk about that.
Okay.
Look. That's the odd part.
Is our OnlyFans linked in the bio? Is it?
Dev has photos of her semi-nude as go-to files.
What the fuck?
I don't want to elaborate.
To hear. Can pretend that I didn't hear that. Jesus Christ!
He literally sent a photo. He was trying to make the passable debate where trying to say make his shorts ass sound gay, like smash a pass kind of thing.
Down apocalyptic.
And then he sent it to both Lumi and to the other, the Arch, and goes, "Would you bang that?"
Oh God!
And he in a private chat. Look, I have an audio memory, so I
Down,
remember this.
down
So we
subatomic
know how
supernova.
Deb lights.
Like I like the meme. The meme was that he during the whole pick me stuff. When I first started engaging with him online, I just memed that he was a chaser. No, I genuinely think he's a chaser. Like
He
100%.
is. He
Any
is a
single
chaser.
time a trans person is involved in a drama, he is always on their side or downplaying their involvement. And this, oh come on, dude, you make it too easy.
Love who you want to love.
I mean, I don't care. It's just like it bothers me when he comes out and goes, guys, keep a level head. Don't believe what's in front of you, which is because it confirms your bias. Just so he can go confirm his bias. That's why I make fun of him for being a chaser. Like
So
I would.
how does Trump not lose when in North Carolina the Biden's approval rating is 46, I mean 56 to 42 disapprove.
Well, we need to see from the midnight ballots.
This is where, because remember they got hit by a hurricane.
Hmm. Yeah, that's not gonna go well. Oh, that's gonna be interesting how that turns out. Well, it shouldn't be interesting, but you know how these go.
Because that's what happens when you siphon money off, and then they say, "Oh, we sent employees down there for FEMA."
God.
Sure you did. What about all those people who said otherwise?
Never happened.
Huh. I heard a sound. I have to go look at it really quick.
Later.
We'll either break up a cat fight now or break up a cat fight later. You can always tell when people own cats, right, Smug?
Yeah.
If you have to address them. I'm not as bad. What is your take on Benjamin? Out of curiosity.
Which Benjamin?
Dream Wizard. Some people over there have weird
I
opinions.
don't think I've interacted with him at all.
Yeah,
I know he does Dreamscape stuff, but I mean, yeah,
He's
so
not a
be it.
bad fellow. I don't know.
Uh,
I don't
in
know. That's the only thing about Kidda's Discord I hate. They really ride that enlightened centrist line too much.
I mean, you got them new magic guy in there who very clearly isn't a centrist.
Are you talking about BMO or which
No,
one?
Magic. What's his Magic 1218 whatever? The new guy, the Destiny fan. Like if you go, he talks a lot. If you go in there, you'll know his name. Magic 4848.
Jesus Christ! We have thrown $15 billion and $16 billion into our election. Jesus! In one state, they started election. Jeez. This is why, like, it's weird to say I don't want a monarchy, right? The whole monarch's position.
Mm-hmm.
Well, man, we spend too much.
Truly.
Right?
For what reason? I don't know. It's
See,
always been.
Virginia is pulled tighter now. It's 49.4 to 49.3. But as I said, the counties that are going to decide Virginia are right below D.C. South Carolina is probably clearly, unless early, it's 61% to 37. This is going to be interesting. See, you get to watch this live. Welcome to our media. It's pretty funny. But the thing is, Georgia's going to be the first battleground state to close.
I mean, Georgia was pretty close. Last time we saw her.
Georgia is close within the margin of error.
Sanders. What? I can't hear it. What's it referring to? Why is Sanders there?
I would have to play it through a Discord. You'd have to just mute ourselves there.
Yeah, I don't really mind that much.
I can't. So the idea is he needs both Florida and Georgia. But the problem is it's just really close. See, Republicans should carry it. But Latino voters, if they decide, are going to break conservative.
How do Latino voters usually vote? 'Cause I thought they were based in.
Okay. Do you know why people don't trust polling in the U.S.? This is what's going to catching up a lot of Democrats.
Because it's really biased.
Because most people, voters, right? Let's say they take polls.
Mm-hmm.
So take even a normal, right? It's by the state how it calls, right? So a New York independent is likely to break Democrat, break liberal.
Mm-hmm.
In Texas, an independent in Texas is largely to break for the Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
Get it? So if you oversample, polls can be oversampled.
Okay.
So Trump right now is ahead by 100,000 votes in Georgia. So you always tell the difference. Fox is usually pretty good. But yeah, him being up 100,000 votes in Georgia, but he has to win Georgia. You You can lose the Rust Belt and probably still win.
Hey, I'm praying. But most of all, I just want to see the reactions at the end.
See the fort? Do you see the up in Florida? It
Mm-hmm.
just went up with the votes coming in.
Jimmy such that.
Yeah, this is where Nightside thrives, man. Like we may actually, if you do get free, do like a segment or something on news and current stuff every week.
Uh-huh.
You'd probably like it.
Who the hell is Chase Oliver and Jill Sterling? Libertarian Party?
Yeah, probably. There's people. I saw a meme on Twitter about I saw a meme. It was Godzilla wins the Electoral College. See, Georgia, they're worried about will the black vote turn out for Kamala Harris. Isn't Sargon doing election coverage too?
Yeah, with the Lotus Eater boys.
But that's kind of funny.
And I mean, everyone political is doing it.
Everyone is doing electric coverage right now.
The Imperial Poison. I got recommended a Stephen Crowder one. I haven't seen that dude in years, and I plan not to after his wife thing.
By the way, I thought Timcast was supposed to end.
End? Really? What?
Someone told me. Dane told me that it was ending.
Oh, really? Now
all these leftists, because he did the video where he said he was firing staff.
It's so totally over. It's.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. It's totally over. It's never coming back.
Hey, Styx is doing a mega stream right now.
With Spoon, right?
Nope, not with Spoon.
Okay.
Those Styx is kind of damaged goods, though.
I heard about his recent
arrest
sexual assault
with the girl he was coddling on stream.
I mean, there's that really cringe clip of him groping his girlfriend. And that guy.
That's the one that supposedly got battery committed on him.
Well, the thing is with that clip is like, sure, it's your girl. Maybe she likes it, whatever. But her face is like, if you see her face, what's happening? It's like it's like what the fuck is happening to me? I don't know what the mood is, but she's.
By the way, Dev is streaming to his own channel. I wonder how bad it is.
I'm not.
Dev only has 528 people watching.
Well, to be fair, he just started, so I feel like
he started 2 hours ago.
Okay, fuck me then, I guess.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of people asking for Lilith to come on.
Yeah, that's never gonna happen. Lilith, do you know the story behind Lilith?
Which one?
Where
she used to work she used to work for
yeah, where she got fucked at the arse. No, well, not that one.
No. She's also a softcore porn star too.
Yeah, I mean, well, she was a high lady boy, so can't really talk about that. But what I mean is why they don't stream together. Because something happened between them two. Because what would randomly happen would be that.
What contribution does Lilith? Yes, they brought Lilith on. What contribution does Lilith have?
No, Chud, you don't get it. He's turning Lilith to the right, as you can see by literally every Twitter push Lilith makes, which is actually like every single time Lilith ends in my feed, they're saying some like retarded shit that which is like
yes, I see them on my feed too.
Like it equates to actually Chud, and that's their entire Twitter presence. And it's like, I don't want to be part of this.
Okay, I'm going to say this: if Kamala Harris wins Georgia.
Hmm.
She's currently behind by 130,000 votes.
Okay. 130,000.
Unless she gets a lot of major precincts, Georgia is going to go to Trump. You remember, unless we have the magic Pennsylvania loss where Biden made up 200,000 votes.
Does Pennsylvania usually vote Republican?
It was very mixed last time.
Okay. It's not what I want to hear.
Oh no, someone in Dev's chat said trans Dev win.
Fucking never.
Oh no, Coomer brained. He doesn't even acknowledge his own chat. Fuck.
Well, the thing is with Dev is that he reads every single comment. He just doesn't acknowledge them. Like, it's... Like, I've noticed there are cases where if you say something specific, it triggers him and he will, like, comment on about it.
I've got him to respond. I've got him to respond to me.
I've got him to respond to me. And he thought I was saying something completely different from what he imagined. The thing with Dev is that it seems like he only engages with people if he thinks it's a dunk. Or
So
really
what
easy.
if his mod's name is Satan Gray? Oh, I didn't tell you about one of my recent excursions. There used to be a guy that Dev said was his best friend, who does Pokemon Challenge videos, who's non-binary and like half shaved head Canadian, named Drybread, tried to come into the Arch community, and apparently he is no longer there because either way, I love the intelligence difference between Arch's audience and Dev's audience. Meanwhile, Dev they're discussing the actual politics.
Mm-hmm.
Dev is saying Texas will go blue. Interesting. Dev's audience knows nothing on politics. They don't care. Weird. What do you think is the average IQ of person in Dev's audience? Sub 100?
Probably. I mean, he's like your typical, like, TDS supporter.
Do you remember the time he switched out his entire audience for gay and trans people just to spite the rest of the other people he was working with?
No, actually, that's interesting.
Oh yeah, I remember it. Oh, I also remember the time Dev threatened people.
I know about him, like...
Oh, so after the whole Zulu thing with a Minecraft server and him turning on Aiden Paladin...
Yeah.
He said if you ever talk to Aiden Paladin or Scrump...
Scrump, really? Okay.
I won't talk to you anymore. So he sent a memorandum to all of his friends, including Sargon, put them over the barrel, and said, if you actually talk to them, I won't come on. Because like when he talked to... you actually want to see it work in a nutshell, Smug? I'll have to send you when he talked to Asmogon.
Asmogon. I think I've heard about
Asmogon, and someone from Uzulu's community and Scrump wanted to come on. He goes, if you bring a Scrump on, I'm leaving.
What a bitch.
So you can't take dissent? Oh.
That's the thing.
Scrump dropped the N-bomb apparently on his stream and disrespected him.
Based? Oh, really?
So like, apparently, that's why he doesn't like Scrump.
Because he was said bad
and
word.
He won't deal with it. And so when Wes Weaslin wanted to come on and talk to him, he goes, I won't talk to Wes Weaslin either. So you're not going to talk to anybody on the other side. But you'll talk to Artemis and get your shit kicked in repeatedly. Make that make sense. Supposedly, Destiny is melting down on his own stream right now.
It's going that badly for him. I mean, after his whole dabbing in the basement, I
Destiny
really don't care.
has like, it's like Hassan in the room has a trans. Oh, Destiny's stream. He brought in one of the trans people. Oh, he actually brought Turkey Tom in.
Turkey Tom's been fucking hell. Turkey Tom's been
Oh no. Turkey Tom is wearing a hat that says "Stop Gooting." Okay. I didn't expect Turkey Tom to be here.
I do, because I mean, for the past like a year, he's just been sucking up to Destiny constantly.
Okay. But I guess now. Hey, and I expected Destiny to have on what was it? Who's the stupid kid and his brother that gets paid by Biden that everyone calls a moron?
Oh, the one on the internet? I think I might know who you're talking about.
I know you know the face.
Yeah. Like the soy face.
Yeah, him and his brother. And then someone literally asked him, "Are you paid?" I'm surprised Destiny doesn't have him on. Right.
I mean, after the whole dabbing on the police officer, I just don't care for Destiny anymore. Like, there's that magic guy in Destiny, not Destiny, Kidder server who, like, says he's just being ironic. It's like, dude, fuck off.
Yeah. Have your opinions. I'll disagree.
No, he's just being hyperbolic, don't you understand?
So North Carolina's coming in very strong. Only I can't think of it, but you know the guy I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, there's so many of them.
I know he's like, I'm not paid to support Biden. Okay.
He lies.
And it's cringe too. And someone like asked him, like, and he's a TikTok influencer, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I know exactly who you're talking about. The TikTok
you know who I'm talking about.
He's like extremely fucking cringe. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's all cringe every time you see him.
Is he the guy who, yeah, I know. He's the guy, the army vet, like.
Oh, I know you'll know the face.
You might have seen that post where like someone quote tweeted him, "You would be one of my concubines." Of the people who killed Osama bin Laden.
Harry Sesson.
Yeah, wild.
And he sounds fake as all get out. Hey, but no. Now remember though, but before someone says it, remember, oh, I hope this is a real story. So basically, remember, right? They Harry Sesson and his brother honestly believe this stuff. It's fine, right? Oh, remember Russia compromised Tim Pool.
Mm-hmm. Is that actually true?
I think it's shit. As I said to Edward,
it seems like
I said,
money.
Here's what I finally said. He hasn't responded back. I'm like, if your allegations were true, his response was only if it's only when it goes out in trial. I'm like, I guarantee you, if this was true, ShudTube would have collapsed.
Yeah.
Yes. So people don't have an idea. This is when we say Biden is getting paying these people. This guy's a clown. Pierce Morgan has destroyed him. But Hassan likes him. Oh, 29 former BP and JP Morgan called. Apparently she knows. Right? Oh, Dylan Mulvaney.
Oh, Dylan. He's gone into that creature has gone into politics.
Oh God! I remember when Dylan Mulvaney was first found by someone sent that cringe to It's a Gundam. Oh God, that's how long ago I remember Dylan Mulvaney's been around in my mind from It's a Gundam's cringe. Oh no. Okay. By the way, this man is still playing and trying to finish Dragon Age Veilguard.
Dragon Age cringe.
Stop it. It's horrible.
I mean, I saw the fucking dialogue.
I showed you that.
That was horrible.
I'm making that shit up.
Like, people make fun of shepherds we fuck now, okay? Like, dialogue, but nah, that's just unreal.
Now, be honest. In Mass Effect, if you played it, did you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you decide to become a man again, or did you stay a woman?
Decided to become a man.
You did one playthrough or stayed a woman?
2 playthroughs, multiple playthroughs.
Okay.
I mean, I'll be straight. I usually play as women in RPGs, but
okay, fine. See, this is back, and there was no gender in the choice. You just did it because you wanted to be ironic or do the story role playing.
Yeah, pretty much. But the thing with like the thing with that whole dialogue is that people made fun of it. I guess because they just didn't have any standards, or the standards were different at the time. Because you look at the dialogue of Veilguard, it's like this like brick through a glass wall. It's terrible. Like no nuance, no subtlety, whatever. You want to have sex with me now? Let's have sex. It's like, what are we doing here?
Okay.
We had Baldur's Gate 3. What the? How you like this?
I should play this, and we should do this stream talking about the stuff I showed you with the romance options, with her spitting in the spittoon, the fire.
I saw that. I was like, holy fucking cringe, dude.
No one. I actually showed you the full 5-minute clip, right? Of the non-bi. It is purer cringe than that shit, right?
Yeah, but it's like the whole conversation. Are you coming on? Do you want to have sex with me? Imagine having sex with me. Spits in the spittoon.
Tosses her against the wall like the biggest butch dyke ever. God. This dialogue writes itself.
It's like, this is what counts for dialogue these days.
I need, if I ever do one stream prior, I could probably fill 2 months of video game streams playing through Baldur's Gate.
You want to play fucking Veilguard? Like, the only people who play Veilguard.
I am so tempted to pull out my Dragon Age Origins on Steam and replay it just to see what we've lost. Oh God. I just heard Lilith on Arch's stream. That shit's like nails on a chalkboard. If you ever heard Lilith's voice. Look, folks. Look, folks. This is Arch. Look, this is the advanced gameplay and the environment. Non-linear. He is basically 6 parts in. He should be done with this game. This game's graphics look like dog shit.
But I guess
and
that's
it's
the thing.
linear.
I guess that's the thing with this game. It's a copy and paste of everything we've seen before, and I mean from other Ubisoft games. There's nothing unique or new
Oh
here,
God, let me show people.
or the combat, or the
Let me
skill
show.
system.
I should show people Division 2 right now. It's at least challenging and it's not bland. And they also have a diverse lesbian woman as a head of a settlement
Well, you see
that
these
lectured
people.
you.
Well, you see the people who made this don't want diverse lesbian whatever. They just want to be
Jesus.
affirmed constantly.
And I'll be
when they
honest
die.
with you. My character, one of the characters I play, right? Almost everybody is but diverse in this, right? Man, I could show this to people. They would never believe me. But the dialogue is not insufferable.
It's very rare you find a game where all the dialogue is bad 24/7. I mean, like the good dialogue is in rare moments. Apart from that, it's modern. It's not even modernized humor. It's just bad. Like, there's no nuance, no subtlety, no subtext. Well, actually, the places where there is subtext is so blatant. It might as well just be
So
part
this
of
is
text.
what you're seeing right now is like the Luns
Mhm.
saying that's the what they respond.
Yeah.
Now I want you to understand, how much would you pay for Lilith AMSR?
Lilith.
Oh God, I know you know Lilith's voice. I know
Which
you
one?
know.
Look, Lilith has to. Are you streaming right now? Because Lilith has the generic trans voice all trans people have.
I'm not trying to be mean about Lilith.
Like,
But
I listened to a
God,
video.
it sounds like nails on a chalkboard.
I don't like. They all sound the same. The scratchy. Yeah, this. That scratchy voice they all have. You recognize
Not
them from a
all of
moment
them
away.
have it, just some of them. That's the horrible is passing. Right.
Yeah. I would not pay anything for Lilith ASMR. Oh my fucking days.
Now I want to see the cringe. Hey, at least we're not like Tony, and it proves we have standards where we have terrible OnlyFans chicks, and we don't take advantage of an autistic chick. Sorry.
So I'm playing Dragon Ball Z, and it's. I don't know why I play this game, to be honest. It's just fucking Gogetas and Vegetos all over the place.
Is that the meta right now?
It's the strongest. It's literally like the top 3 strongest characters.
So is that what
It's
they're
like
doing?
hilarious. It's unbelievably on fun. Because the thing with
So you're
Sparking
telling
Zero,
me Sparkling Zone Zero, Sparkling already has a terrible meta? Really?
well, the thing with the Budokai series is that they're unbalanced in a way that makes sense. So Gogeta will always be, he's the strongest in the verse, and Vegito, they're the strongest in the verse. So they will have more HP. Their skills will be better. So that means people who want to play for fun are just going to eat shit. So you go in the ranked, okay, it's Ultra Instinct Goku, it's Vegito, it's Gogeta. So that's every ranked match. And now if you look on like the Sparkling Zero, like if you look on YouTube for Sparkling Zero, it's all these people talking about how the
what's
game is
funny? I
dying.
have never seen Budokai. I've never seen Budokai like the multiplayer.
People mod it. Like you can only play it through mods, but like it was a small fan base of people who just like playing their character. So you'd see like all sorts of like random characters. But now that Sparkling Zero is mainstream, it's just like, Jiren, the fusions, the strongest character in the verse.
Yeah.
Or
And I mean-
Dr. Relo.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't they supposed to have Budokai Tenkaichi like 3 or whatever coming out?
Yeah, they wanted to remaster that.
Is it not? Yeah, aren't they coming out with a new
Yeah,
one?
it's coming out, but if this game is anything to go by, it's just going to be the same thing over and over. Because, like, another Gogeta, let's fucking go. This is what I wanted to see.
I'm actually surprised Razor Fist is not live right now for the
Really?
election.
He doesn't usually stream the shit.
Yeah, normally. By the way, everyone's trying to hit him over the head because of the whole Eric July stuff.
He went up against Eric.
Mm. He's not doing Ghosts of the Badlands because distribution of his comic was too expensive. Okay, color me weird. I don't want to hear. Look, I know Taft is trying to make the thing on trans women in sports. This isn't important to me. There's 3 women on the panel are trying to have a conversation right now. And it's bad. I mean, even though Taft is trying to push back, right? That's not what it's important to me. See, apparently Mr. Medicare is live. But everyone's live tonight. Now, by the way, what did you take? What was your take on the Jubilee? Which Jubilee thing did you watch?
I watched the Ben Shapiro one, and it's like none of them has a coherent argument. I fucking hated all of it.
None of them? The Destiny one's pretty funny.
I haven't seen the Destiny one yet.
So Florida, it's now 54, 44.
Was the Destiny one good?
Most parts good. The only thing he's strong on is January 6th.
I mean, he's making a video on that. Is that come out yet? Because no, he's been planning to make a January 6th video for like who knows how long at this point.
Well, the thing about it is that's the weakest point of debate for Republicans and conservatives.
Well, because they don't care. Well, my thing
January
with January
6th is not a strong point, but he also lost a lot on the immigration.
Because my thing with January 6th is that like no Republican gives a shit. Ugh. Yeah, you're not going to convince a Republican of like January the 6th.
Well, the thing about it is, it's a black eye for conservatives and everybody, but it's not a
it's like
point. It's not good argument. It's also, but at least Destiny almost tried to use. It's like Dane tried to use against Trump. Project 2025 doesn't work. Oh, Fox News just brought up, why didn't she pick the Jewish candidate as her vice president? I wonder why.
Politics. What? For my Fox News?
My Fox News, yes. This is the national one.
Yeah.
So basically, right, you know why she didn't pitch like Josh Shapiro, right? Who was on the Democrats, right? The problem is, what do the Democrats have lingering around their neck? October 7th.
It's always something.
They can't do well on that because what's your thoughts on the growing anti-Semitism rate amongst colleges and
I find it hilarious.
Educated, like you're in Europe versus
here. I mean, from afar, it's hilarious to me because the Democrats literally cannot engage with that. They want to promote Israel, but at the same point, their voter base like full on regrets, like not regrets, like full on regrets. It's not even a word. Full on is against anything Israel, so it's like you cannot win on that point.
I forget who said it, Biden's been playing both sides,
He's been trying to,
and he literally.
because he understands like the younger generation wants to support Israel.
Did you see the part where he? What was it? Shit. He stuck Marines on the dock, hoping Hamas would attack it. Oh, shocking. Now all the states are cleaning up for Kamala Harris. Did you know Massachusetts could have gone for Trump? How dare
No,
we?
I didn't know. How's that looking?
Apparently it all went for. So now all the automatic states are coming in for Harris. Right. Okay. Can you imagine if she loses Delaware? Biden's home state.
That's gonna be hilarious. I mean, a lot of rides on this election, it seems.
Well, you know what's funny? They're going to try, actually the theory is they're going to probably try to throw Trump in the jail. I mean, Musk in the jail.
Like, that's
You
a
know
real
what's
thing.
alarming? Do you know how much anti-free speech stuff has been coming out of Harris's campaign?
I mean, I saw
need to-
Carlos Mars's recent article. Free speech has been a detriment to society.
Well, she is literally talking about clamping down on YouTube as well as Twitter.
That's not a position you want to have. Like, people are freaking the shit out about like Trump talking about.
I wonder if that's true. Okay, what would you do in this situation if you were married or had a girlfriend, right? You loved her. She says, if you didn't vote, I'm going to break up with you.
Like, that's a myth. Like, that's a bunch of Miller memes for some reason.
Really? You would say that's a myth? Oh, you tell your wife or your girlfriend you're voting for Trump, she cuts you off?
Does that actually happen?
I would be curious. I know it's based on a Twitter meme, okay? It's based on a Twitter meme. Also, by the way, Jesse Waters is making a very excellent case right now. During Kamala's campaign, can you tell me one issue or position she has? Policy?
No. Like, I mean, it's the same thing with Hillary. What are their policies? That they're women and you should vote for them because of that?
Chameleon? Or chameleon, as you say?
Chameleon.
Sorry. But, look, I won't pick on you. Okay. How do you say lieutenant?
Lieutenant?
Lieutenant or lieutenant?
Lieutenant.
Okay. So you say it like the American side. Okay. Do you know that? You know why I asked that?
No, I don't. Why?
It's kind of the British thing. Sometimes they hate it. Lieutenant or lieutenant. Sorry.
I mean, it's not as bad as the water or something like that.
Okay. Or is it just the difference between the northern and the southerners that I watch?
I mean, I'm pretty sure like the Cockney, well, the Cockneys and the Manchester people will pronounce it differently, or the Leeds people. Or
Because some of the Warhammer people I watch, Smug,
Hmm?
some are northerners or some are southerners.
You just get a whole range of accents.
But more are northerners. By the way, can you explain that to me? Why is that so
How so?
different?
No, I don't know.
How would you explain it?
dialects evolve
The
over time.
Northerners versus Southerners. I've been curious for a while. Is it just culturally different? Dialect different? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but
No idea, to be honest. Couldn't
No
tell
idea.
you.
Ohio's not looking good for Trump.
Not what I want to hear.
Ohio is like pretty high. Breaking. It's like 58. It's like 56 to 44. So 3% in, it's 72% in Pennsylvania by almost 100,000 votes. See, he's talking about Virginia right now. If you see it, Smug. Yeah. That's how close a lot of this is. You remember how all those counties I
Mhm.
told you that come along DC? That decides the state. But remember, though, what will be funny? What do you bet? What do you think the Democrats would do if Trump wins the presidency and wins the popular vote? They would
Well,
shit
that's going to be
themselves.
insane.
That would shit themselves. Okay, so Georgia, they say, is too close to call with 36% in. Is 56-42. So Trump should have the state right, or in one county. But let's see, in certain parts. But a lot of this. See, also, too, how do you feel? What is your opinion on when nations go after their own nationalism of the tradition?
I think it's fucking cringe. It's funny because, like, the joke has been made. Like, you get third world countries who are extremely nationalistic, and then you have, like, I guess, first world countries who are embarrassed.
Like you use your nationalistic, you use your national identity, right?
Yeah.
Like you're in the UK right now.
Yeah.
What do you think is the opinion of the popular opinion? Pro nationalism or anti nationalism?
Anti-nationalism, because apparently everyone's embarrassed to be a UK citizen.
By the way, did you know the first Irish person was black?
No, I did not, but that's funny.
Chitterman was black, didn't you know?
I mean, everyone was black, apparently.
That's a
Black
joke.
and blue.
That's a joke. Okay. Chitterman, yeah. This is like the first. By the way, the Irish came from fucking Gaul, which was in Germany. So have fun on that one.
Well, from what I've heard, every nation is a nation. Well, America and Britain are a nation of immigrants, so I shouldn't care.
No, it's true. Oh, by the way, Arch put Arch has moved on the diagram on his StreamYard. He doesn't use StreamYard. He uses Streamlabs.
Mhm.
Put on left and the right of Dev, Lumi, and the other side Lilith.
Wait, Lilith is in the Discord? I mean, she's in the
Lilith is right next to Dev, right on his shoulder,
fucking
on the avatar.
vile.
Arch is trying to be mean. It's going to work. Right?
Yeah.
He's doing it on purpose. Get the joke, Smoke?
Yeah, of course.
Lumi is... It's funny. You know, he tries to pick on... And then Taft is moved to the far other side. But what's funny is all these issues, right?
Hmm?
Democrats have been campaigning saying women's rights issues are going to decide the election. It's not that. It's the economy and the immigration. What's funny is immigration is only second to the economy.
I mean, I feel like when it comes to the Democratic Party, I feel like someone was terminally online and decided all of their talking points. It's like women's rights. That this is a meme on Twitter that Trump's like going to take away their women's rights.
We always knew Roe versus Wade was going to get repealed.
I mean, everyone's known it for fucking years. It's like Trump's the guy to do it.
It was done on a bad premise.
Yeah, that's exactly what I say. The premise of Roe versus Wade was always like dodgy.
It was a dodgy lie,
and nobody fucking liked it. And the person who even like advocated for it was like, you know, like they renounced it, but then they approved it, but then they renounced it again.
Simone, how much do you think October 7th has hurt the Democrats in the U.S.?
Massive. Actually, I'm not sure, to be honest, because you need to understand. Well, remember that online Twitter bullshit is like online Twitter. That's like how much do people actually pay attention to what goes on there, and how much of that hit the mainstream? Because, like, you know, I feel like if people saw how much online Democrats were praising online 7th or defending it or whatever, they would, you know, be very turned off.
Yep. By the way, did you hear about the Amazon wanted to boost a data center with a nuclear power plant? And apparently the regulators have failed that.
No, I did not.
Yeah, they're supposed to build that in Pennsylvania.
Oh. I'm going to have to go for about like 5-10 minutes.
No, you're good. I'll be here.
Yeah, cool.
I'll
see you around because it's like 1 a.m. here.
I
And
know she
shit's
would have
going
go with
down.
that early. That's legit. Goes like if she wants 5'10". Yeah. Anyways, interesting. This is weird. But see, granted, the attitudes between the two campaigns are different. But the attributes between the two. So the idea, right, is abortion was a key issue and women's rights was a key issue for the Democrats because but it isn't. So a lot of this stuff, right? Because some of these are contested races. See, a lot of these are the closer Senate races, which are controversial. Wow, Blackburn's going to be back in again, to the horror of a great many. Oh no, Warren gets a massive percent of the vote. We're shocked. That's actually closer. Oops. Internet. Sites do not like doing. 43, 42, 51 majority potentially. New. 7. Talking 53, 42. One seat flip. Most of them are new. That's actually but 53, 45 in Texas is not. All red, yeah, by 3%, with 26% in. That's more of the protest vote, honestly. Cruz is not the most well liked senator. Furman. But that's House, though. But Furman's pretty safe. But yeah, a lot of these states are nothing new, I would say. Because a lot of these are very simple states. Ah, what the hell? Uh, hold on. StreamYards, you're being a pain in my royal ass today. But if you end it and you restart it, it's all great. But apparently not. But I guess it decides to screw up. Oh, there you go. There you are. Change the window. Works wonders. Oh god, that looks bad. Oh god, that looks awful. Don't do that. That's not gonna work. Don't do that. That's just very bad. Nope, that don't work. Wrong invite. Wrong. Oh yeah, that's a bad idea. That is actually a bad idea. StreamYards, not your best friend. So if economy is the number one issue, see, the economy is a bigger issue because that's like 63% negative. But that's not the Democratic strong. But you got to understand, the economy is a really big one. See, Georgia is going to be the big one. Pennsylvania is important as well. Because Pennsylvania, right? What are you doing, Ken? Should go top my coffee off. So, if economic and tax policy now, the only thing that's going to beat the shit out of Trump is going to actually be how important is shit. What is it? Just tariffs. What the effects do tariffs do? Oh god, that is bad. See, the thing is, right, on pollution and the environmental policy impacts. Now, if that does in fact get reversed, why is that? See, a lot of the data is early. But see, the issue on the economy, right? Democrats are not as strong as they need to be. The Tree of Whispers. Right. What is that, Larry Kudlow? But a lot of the stuff right now is his. think I screwed that up. Uh-oh. See, that's the bigger problem. That's Larry Kudlow. See, economic data is actually good, but it's also with the private sector jobs, right? Economy is something that actually breaks. It's actually, but also it's the unemployment. See, and the issue is, oh Jesus. So tariffs, right, is an interesting thing. It can be good or bad. Because a big deal in the economy is what is supposed to be the bigger issue, followed by immigration. So, yeah, see, it's very clear. Oklahoma is a very Republican state at the end of the day. It is always going to break Republican. Because that is a big deal. Because if the economy breaks, but see, that's a bigger problem, though. And see, that's the thing, right? A lot of we don't know the policy, because let's say Trump does try to turn the economy on its head and turn it back towards we open up manufacturing here. That's very key and different. But then the Democrats are also talking about taxing and draining the rich, which is not good. Yeah. Yeah. But it's going to come down to about 5 different states, maybe 8. Basically, 5 to 8 states will decide the whole thing. Hmm. See, that's a bigger deal. Because all the estates, let's say Texas or that, it's going to go towards Oklahoma, probably. Iowa hasn't closed yet. Because that's the bigger deal. See, silent majority might carry Trump. That's actually the case, I think. Because, correct, usually in the case, it depends. Ugh. See, Kamala Harris is saying there's a lot of Republicans that would break and vote for her. They would say they would actually vote for her. But would they break enough to do it? Because that is the bigger deal. Because I will be honest, her energy policy is not good. So the four big counties below DC is the most important. Let's see. See, all these campaigns we're doing last minute. Most of these we're doing last minute. Um, I'm going to be curious because, see, Ohio is a bigger state. And see, that's a big deal because the next big states. Interesting. Interesting ad. Weird. So basically, right, the next big batch of states closing are very important. In the section of Iowa, Iowa's usually a very conservative state. Colorado, I would predict, is going to easily, I predict, go towards. It's going to go towards Kamala Harris, because Kamala Harris should have that state. I mean, it's a legalization state, as well as it's a state a lot of Democrats have moved to. Mississippi's 55-45. Yeah, see, Virginia is decided by 3 counties, though. This is the bigger deal. As I was saying to him earlier. 4 counties below Washington, D.C. decide the state. Every single time.
Yeah, hello? Did I miss anything?
No, you're back. Not really too big. You see on screen right now with Virginia, what they're talking about with Virginia, it's that close. Trump is only up 1% with 40% in.
I don't like that 46% on Camilla. Like for Texas especially. What's going on with Texas? Is it actually
Texas
the
is
main?
weird. Like it depends on the cities. Because you'll have a lot of the independents, they'll break as contrarian. Usually.
Like I know about the meme of people moving from California to Texas.
It's like the Carolinas. Where do you think a lot of the rich New Yorkers moved down to? The Carolinas.
And just vote
They
for
moved,
the same
they
policies.
left down there and they went down there, or they went to Georgia. A lot of them that fled New York, right? They fled to basically Florida, or they fled to South Carolina.
Just to vote for the same things that were in
Now,
there.
this is where Pennsylvania is weird. Philadelphia largely votes Democrat. See, right now you're seeing with Georgia, the map, right? Very key. They're not really, it's too. See, if you're talking populated counties, right? So a lot of it is we know that Georgia, Pennsylvania is a weird one, but they also changed their thing. So a lot of these, what you see is like it's going to come down to it, because bear in mind it is also a deployment state, so a base there. See, a lot of right now, the next big batch of states is about to close. That includes Colorado, which is they call it the Blue Wall states. Okay, so I want to know what's going on with Cruz and Aredo, because that election is closer than it looks. That is a very close election. Cruz seems like he's clinging on for his life.
I mean, Cruz is a funny one. He's been going back and forth on Trump. So
Cruz should not be having the issue of being only a point ahead of a Democrat.
yeah, that's a bit weird. That's not even a bit. That's very weird.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Cruz, what happened? You fucked up.
I can't imagine, because a lot of us are content to let him serve out his terms, because it's either that or risk primarying him and he risks doing whatever else, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get you.
Because he seems to be fighting for his literal life. I'm going to see about that, because that's like, you got to understand. That's like, it'd be funny if Trump takes Texas, then he basically, what is it? Cruz gets voted out, but I don't think so, right? It's that. See, okay, 46%, right? Because you have a lot of people, they'll just eventually vote in Texas on how it's like our cities are overwhelmingly liberal. Like, that's not the case. Like, I know you know the stuff with Asmongold, and he lives down in Austin.
Yeah.
Gulf Coast is very independent. Houston, though, has a high number of Asians. So they're a mixed bunch. They can either break conservative or they can break liberal. Vote for Democrats. Now, I'm very curious about in Michigan how close Dearborn is. Because when you look at this, a lot of the blue firewall states are about to break for Kamala. That's going to be the big deal. Colorado's probably automatically going to break for her. Wouldn't surprise. Iowa's going to be the big one, because Dane was saying Iowa's going to go towards. Said it was going to go for not for Trump. I don't. It'd be weird if it doesn't. I don't see Kamala Harris winning that, because Iowa's farm country. Democrats have a very overwhelmingly negative policy because you got to remember, Smug,
Mhm.
if the immigration issue and the economy is the highest, they don't care about the other stuff as much. And farming, Biden's farming policy has been bad. The only thing that will affect Trump in the economy department, and this is what Dev has kind of had a decent argument, it's really weird, is tariffs. Are tariffs good or bad on the economy? Tariffs, what's your view on them?
Like on who specifically? What country?
Let's
Well, just in
say
general.
Trump puts a tariff on goods from China. Is that, or a country? Do you think that's going to hurt the economy or make the economy better? In your opinion,
I don't actually know. I not
tariffs.
Not
Do
really
tariffs impact or hurt the economy more than help?
well, I'm not a big economist, so I don't really know, to be honest.
See, the thing is, and Republicans have the firm thing on immigration. Oh God, but this. By the way, the one blonde headed, I can't remember who she is, but I know she's not the brightest bulb in the tree. She's not the brightest bulb in the tree. She was at one of those diehard. I know she's married to somebody who's like big in the Republicans, and I kind of remember. It's been a while since I've seen her. But it's going to be funny if she underperforms well in what are the black vote states.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine if she wins black women votes, but if you don't get the black men and that goes away, that's enough.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really waiting for it to come down to the wire. You know, when it really livens up and you start seeing.
Well, see, you have a big batch of states about to close. 3 of the battleground states are about to come up. That's the Rust Belt. The Rust Belt's kind of important. You could probably split it. What's funny is a city like Detroit went from the richest city to the poorest city. You know?
Yeah.
It's the deal. A lot of the battleground states, see, Ohio is just different. Because this is where first is that early, really big batch of states, then you're going to get the other ones now. Oh, I cannot wait for the. I love the other lie by Kamala that she did.
I mean, she lies all the time. You
No,
need
no.
to be
One of the
specific.
big ones. No, one of the big ones was we have no troops serving overseas.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that one. And then a bunch of troops came out like, what the fuck are we?
I know you heard about that.
Yeah. Of course I did. It's a massive one. It's like you've got a bunch of troops all over the place. What are you talking about?
Guys, we don't have any troops deployed overseas. It's just a myth. Okay. And a bunch of troops went to Twitter posting videos. Aren't we deployed in combat overseas?
There are no troops in
What are
Bar
we just
Sing Se.
Are we just chopped liver at this point?
There are no troops in Bar Sing Se, don't you know?
There's no conflict in Bossing Way.
Yeah, doesn't exist, bro. Just making stuff up.
Yes. Oh. So Fox Nation is going to do a series on the Saints. One being Joan of Arc.
Really? Joan of
And-
Arc? Okay, that's interesting.
Well, Joan of Arc is technically a saint.
Yeah,
I
but
thought you knew.
I mean, of course. Well, you mean the woman who spoke to God and all that, but it's just interesting why.
I mean, to be fair, considering, I figured that would be your nation's proudest history,
France.
You got the person sold out, their national rallying hero to you.
That's unreal.
Okay, there's a joke in there. You know the history behind it, right?
Yeah.
But in I want you to look at this on screen. Only Democrats like her fiery speech. Independents go below 50% on the economy, and she's talking about the economy. See this? This is like when they take the dial test. Who do you like?
I mean, she speaks like a retard in her speeches.
But look,
I mean, at least
look at everybody else. Only Democrats think the economy is healthy.
That's just delusional.
Well, no. Kamala Harris is middle class. Didn't you know?
Working class, from what I understand. She worked at McDonald's, don't you know?
Oh, no. Her father, I like how her father corrected her that she did come from slave-owning Jamaicans.
Okay.
Is that not funny?
That's fucking hilarious. Slave owning Jamaicans, okay.
Look, you gotta understand, is that now, what do you think the percentages are? If Trump wins the election, they try to actually assassinate him.
I mean, yeah,
they actually get really better and closer, so he doesn't get to it.
I don't trust the Secret Service at all, so I think it's actually kind of high. No? I mean, it's amazing to me how leftists can do the mental gymnastics that a guy would run out to try and assassinate a presidential candidate, but they cannot mentally process that he might vote Republican specifically to vote against Trump. Or maybe they just don't understand how the voting works, because I do in your country.
Yeah.
Like you register Republican and you just vote for Terry Crews. you vote for Ted Cruz,
We vote for Ted Cruz because it's either that or vote for a goddamn Democrat in my district. Even though we don't. Have you ever heard of a conservative lawyer before?
No, sounds like a meme.
Is that a joke to some people? Yeah. He's supposedly a conservative lawyer. Okay.
Ted Cruz?
Yeah. I'm not saying they don't exist. I will try not to point to Nick Rekieta and laugh too hard.
Oh, God. He could have been somebody. He chose to be nobody.
He should have been somebody.
Imagine being like the dream. Like this is what people want to be when they grow up: a loving wife, multiple kids, a big house.
And kids, instead he turns into a locale with law tube, in legal mindset, and then somehow he not only does that, it comes
God.
out he's swinging.
He's swinging. He's
He's
abandoning his
swinging,
kids. He's fighting
and
against the church. The priest. Don't you get it? It's a conspiracy. The priest, the church, the school, and the
you
police
know,
officers are all against him.
yeah. That's crazy, isn't it?
What a down. Well, from what is it like a midlife crisis type of thing? Because from what I understand, his issue was that he wanted to swing when he was younger, so that's why he's doing it now. He feels like he
Well, I
wasted his
think
youth
I don't know if success got to him. Like I remember after he fought with Eric July,
for
it got
no reason
worse.
at all.
Well, no, he kind of fed the chuds, you could say,
Well, I
right?
mean, his issue with Eric is it didn't need to happen. He didn't need to get involved. Because the thing with Nick is he's really passive aggressive. He likes to indirectly insert himself,
Yeah,
which what pisses people off. He's not saying, but he is saying that type of
uh,
shit.
yeah, and apparently he's trying to say the judge in the case was against him.
Everybody is against him. It's a mass conspiracy.
Like apparently, but it's
George
funny.
Soros saw him and needs to cut him down. Don't you understand? Like what am I? Every time he opens his mouth about this, everybody saw his kids were dirty. That was like one of the key statements. I'm still waiting for that video recording of his house to come out. Has it come out
Well,
yet?
supposedly, I mean, it's like if anyone has depression or does drugs, it's not always the cleanest. I mean, I just want to know how the kid wound up with cocaine.
That's vile.
Didn't happen, by the way.
Another Gogeta. Fucking hell.
Oh, by the way, Nick Rekieta was spotted on the stream cam of the Amber chick,
Mm-hmm.
setting it up on the cam for the court hearing. Take it for what it's worth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, what does that tell you? He's supposedly still with her.
Yeah.
Is she staying in the bunker somewhere?
I mean, he got that new house, didn't he?
I don't know. The new house or just the other one? I mean, he's not poor either. Apparently comes from an affluent family, too.
Yeah. It turns out all his money is like inherited. Nepo kid.
One could say that.
It's not what you wanted to hear.
I mean, but watch when the polls come in for Colorado and them to close. I don't think he has a chance there. I mean, no offense. I have no faith in pot smokers. So Michigan is 54-43 right now.
Mm-hmm.
I told this is
Trump.
no
Okay, well,
Kamala. But it's too early, right? $53 to $55 and $53 to 40, 45. Maine is 40, 50, 48 for Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
So overseas, what are they saying? What are you hearing in your country or your area on our
Pardon?
bullshit of our elections?
I mean, your election's like comedy to us.
I mean, is it? How do they view us for the people you deal with?
As jokes. Like I go to the office and there are people laughing at Trump's assassination, and that maybe would have been better if he just died and
Is
stuff like that.
Is it just laughing, or is it just how bad it's devolved?
It's just comedy because it's like, well, I mean, like our elections aren't any better. We have like two retards talking about things they clearly don't understand.
I get that. I can understand. Now, how do you feel about Ramaswamy? What is it? Once Ramaswamy is the one, or is it Kirsten Starr?
Two-tier Kia.
Who's the one?
Yeah, that's what everyone calls him because you have like the whole. Basically, they call him two-tier Kia because you have the whole immigration stuff or the ones which he never engages with.
I've heard. Okay, that's over there. Or is it? See, it's looking good on electoral for Trump right now.
That's
right. Oh yeah, Colorado they already put in blue. Illinois they already put in blue.
Have they counted in the mail-in votes yet? We need to. I don't want another one of that.
Mississippi clearly goes to Trump, obviously. I'm sure Louisiana will go towards it. It looks like Lake is going to lose.
Let's see.
Now, by the way, how do you guys feel on the? How do you guys? How does your side of the ocean, or UK, feel about the Sharia law districts, like they have in France, or what's been going on with the boat people?
Well, it's kind of like, I guess, from the UK perspective, it's. I mean, nobody likes it. It's just insane in general. Nobody likes this shit. Like we have issues with that in the UK where you have like streets or cities that are like Sharia law, and if you go there, you're not, wearing your hijab or whatever.
Yeah,
they will chase you down. But then you look at France, and all of us hate it. But the thing with France, it's like with Canada where they're so cocked, they're just like, yeah.
It became the meme where they capitulated.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, Sharia law district. Of course we accept that. It's like,
right.
And we all look at them with disgust because it's like, that's not...
like you sell out your own nation for, and do they still have is the Yellow Vest riots still going on?
Pardon?
The Yellow Vest riots in France?
I have no idea. I haven't kept up with France. Just search that right now.
They were still having riots. That's why I ask, right? Because boat people supposedly don't exist over there.
Apparently so. Actually, 2018. Well, it started 2018.
And I like your sometimes the base response. You guys were doing the breaking into the hotel windows, embracing your inner soccer hooligan heritage.
So we're all about.
I know you saw it.
Yeah.
Like the hotels they were staying in, the migrants were staying there. Right?
Yeah. Of course I do. You doubt me?
Or I mean, it's kind of like I wish I could have my friend from Germany on, because I was joking with him because Sargon did the video, the machete made him do it.
Yeah. God, Sargon used to be wild.
No.
He kind of still is.
No, he did it. Like, it was covering the Syrian guy who went crazy, like ramming into the fruit stand and taking out a machete, killing people. and then the German media didn't call it terrorism.
Yeah. It's like, you know what radicalizes people listening to that shit? When they see like an obvious murder, well, I like the recent case that's been going around, like a triple murder and the person got off. It's like, when you see shit like that, how do you expect people not to react and be like, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah.
Like, that's what radicalizes people.
See, this is going to be curious about North Carolina if the storm damage in FEMA hurts Kamala Harris. Because Kamala Harris has been trying to say she doesn't support any of Biden's policy.
Funny.
Does that fly? Would that fly in your country? Be a lieutenant of somebody saying, "I don't support the person."
Well, no, because we are very tribalistic here for no reason at all. I don't know if you've heard about it, because you follow Sargon, but like a survey was done, and the general population is like very left wing, which okay, whatever. But it turns out the people on the left and the right are even more left wing than the population.
Huh.
And then you go to the people in parliament who are even more left wing than like the people on the outside.
Now, how do you explain the pillar of garbage of the world, and the other British people that
He's British.
that are they're just middle of the road. They don't pay attention to shit.
I just think they're just typical leftists who will deny reality as long as it complies with their narrative. I mean, like that. How that's just all leftism, really. Reality doesn't exist unless it complies with me. The science, trust the science unless it disagrees with my narrative, type of shit. And it's always been like that.
I thought the scientist and the expert was correct all the time.
Well, if the expert disagrees with me, then he's clearly faulty.
So you can't deny the science if 80% of the scientists agree?
Well, it's a fake study or some shit. Like, was it the Tavistock study? Which they're calling it?
I've never heard of that.
Basically, it was a study on a bunch of trans health care centers and stuff. And basically what it found was that like a lot of the data is just fake. I mean, there's been leaks about the Tavistock about it being fake data and like none of it helping.
Like, there's a whole thing, right? If you don't agree global warming exists, right, you're probably not going to get support.
Yeah.
Right? You're not going to get funding. So they all agree. It's kind of like a lot of people agree with string theory, right?
Yeah.
Because they have to. And those people, if they don't, that's an entire field of science that collapses. But yeah, I do not know what we're going to do in our country when the old journalists like Brett Hume finally die. I really don't know. Because you know what it is? It goes back to what we were saying earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Writers don't replace themselves. And I should say the writers are only good as the people they learn from. Like the death of knowledge, right? So if they're only learning from mediocre people, right? They're probably going to wind up meeting mediocre. I'm actually seeing YouTube videos talking about the death of creativity or the slop that coming out of Hollywood. It's not just a trend, it's just a permanent history.
what side of the political aisle is it coming out of? Maybe that's a
Hmm?
what side of the aisle is it coming out of? Those type of
It was
videos.
coming out of a clearly a cinephile.
Hmm. Because I mean, like, I know right wingers have been saying it for years,
We've been saying it for years, right?
and
The
now
slump.
suddenly it's like socially
Cinephiles are
acceptable to
finally
do so.
noticing.
It's
Like they're
socially
saying
acceptable to
box
say that
office
shit.
bombs, right? You know,
Yeah,
and they could say, "Oh, the moviegoer audience is there." No, it's not.
it never has been. Like, what are you lying about? You think Madam Web sold? Come on, buddy.
Okay, no, you're going to Madam Web to goon over the stars. How dare you?
Is there anything worth gooning over in that movie?
How the fuck did they screw up that film?
It's so easy, dude.
You had 3 hot leads.
You somehow made
Jesus.
them all unattractive and undesirable. Like, what the fuck is going on with you, dude?
And you had Sweeney, who was. What's funny is Trump is leading the nationwide popular vote so far. Huh? I just heard something. I have to question this guy's sanity.
Or someone say something stupid?
She did so well in the debate against Trump. She
What?
wanted a second debate.
Wait,
Who the fuck?
I'm sorry,
No.
were you in an alternate timeline? What debate against
I
Trump?
believe we are living in the darkest timeline. I do believe. But this is a Democrat leading expert who has
Democrat
sounded
actor,
fine
okay.
all night, but said she did well in the debate against Trump.
The fuck I'll listen to.
Okay. I love these people. These people make my day. They just
It's unreal.
copium. Just saying. I'm not okay. I am a fact-based person, right? We come, Sargon and Archonian people. We can
Yep.
admit where we're wrong. The only reason I haven't called this election close is because so many of these states, as you're seeing, are basically this close. When you have so many polls within the margin of error, okay, top finding from voter analysis. So suburban voters are for Harris by plus, like, Biden was plus 10. So it's like 6 points. Now, I wonder what they call urban voter. I have no idea. Why are women breaking for Kamala Harris besides she's the first candidate to be run?
Oh,
Why?
she's the first woman.
Why?
She's
I don't
the
get it.
first-time president. You gotta vote for her. What a good question. What is Kamala Harris's economic strategy?
On what?
Anything? I don't fucking know.
I don't know her women's besides women rights. I
What does that
can't tell
mean?
how she's popular among women. She's crankier than shit. Because when she got the nomination, I don't know if you remember, they said she wasn't the border czar. They said they buried all the reports that she was an abusive bitch to her entire staff.
Well, I heard she put her head down and got. Have you heard that statement? She put her
Heard
head
what?
down and got to work.
And then apparently that just changes your whole persona. That you go from being an entire bent to
Well,
being that.
we just ignore her. We just ignore the
You
fact
just
that she has
ignore
like.
the negatives.
We just
She's not
ignore
the
the.
border czar.
Yeah, just ignore the fact she has like one of the highest black incarceration rates.
Just
She's now
ignore you are a terrible leader
person in
to your
general.
staff. Because I know at your job, if you have a bad boss, they tell you to kiss their ass, right?
Well, the
The
reality
one
is,
above them will tell you to just suck it up. You gotta
well, the
like.
reality is that lots of people are just voting against Trump. So it's nothing you can do about that.
I mean, okay, the company, you can say if you want you're leaving it or so. Are you more or less, is it very micromanaged by a corporate executive or is it
You talking
micromanaged
about
by division?
my company? It's
How,
managed by a director.
how do they deal with if you have a bad upper person above a division? Like a local team leader / whatever else?
Or I would need to contact the actual head at that point because the director's like second in command of everything for my branch. So I would need to contact that, like the company owner, founder type shit.
Oh, I was wondering if it was like the boss has a boss kind of a thing.
Well, he does. He's a director, and then above him is the owner. But like that's like how far it goes.
Shit, really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is with my company specifically is very forward facing. There's not many people. Generally, with like I want to join a bigger company. That's my plan. And with those, you have like different managers, seniors, different people of different positions. So it's like a really long ladder. So there's always someone you can go to.
So is it an abusive like 9 to 5 culture where they just slave work you normally, or is it?
It's an correction. It's an abusive 8 to 5 where I work till 7 p.m. Sometimes, depending on how shit the job is.
Huh.
The problem with mechanical engineering and electrical engineering for building services is that you're kind of subservient to everyone else. So if the architect decides he wants to add an extra floor, that's your problem. That's something you need to deal with.
Right.
So but that doesn't change the end date. So if I need to get something out by the 5th, well, the engineer can shit his pants all he wants. You're going to have to get it out by the 5th. Doesn't matter. You're going to have to do your best.
And how responsible are you if you submit a shitty plan that they dislike?
It depends specifically on what I'm submitting. So generally,
so it's like, I'm assuming, right? You're a drafter, or you come up with a
contractor. So basically, what happens is I submit something. Well, because I'm a very, like I said, forward-facing company, I submit something directly to the client. I make something, then my director will check it, or a senior engineer will check it, and then I send it off.
Mm-hmm.
And if like the architect is being unreasonable, I need to state that. But at the end of the day, sorry, I'm getting outclassed in Dragon Ball Z. Fucking hell.
But yeah, so that's why I asked this, right? So it's like it's an approval process, and
yeah,
you're in part of the drafting process, not the finalization process, right?
Well, actually, I mean, due to the way it works is that I'm involved in all of it. So, like larger companies, it'll be like, okay, you do the ventilation, you do the drainage, you do on the mechanical side, you do like one aspect, and then someone else will take over. So it's like a group effort. Where I am now, it's like I'm doing all the systems: ventilation, drainage, water, heating, all of those things
Yeah.
combined. And then like my only backup is that I send it to my director, he checks it. And well, that's another reason why I want to leave my current company. My director doesn't check shit. My electrical engineer is basically educating me on all these things. Because what he's meant to do is like QA check it, which is where he just like goes over, make sure everything makes sense. And for like the fact that my work has been QA checked like twice, and then at the very last week, I submit it to my electrical engineer, and he's like, "What the fuck is this? This doesn't work. Did you consider this or this or you know?"
I'm assuming someone has to like check your math and everything else, right?
It's math and just like in general, like for instance, I use these new units, the ventilation units. If you've ever seen them before, they might be a bit complicated.
Repeat what you last said.
Pardon?
Repeat what you last
Ventilation
said.
units. Ventilation units. So
Okay.
heat recovery units. They're the ones that like put air in and
Yeah.
out of the system.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, yeah, I mean, clearly, right? It's like,
Yeah.
and are you held liable if a project has issues?
Well,
Like
my
you work
director
on?
would be, but he's just going to take it out on me. You know how these types of things go.
Right. You would hope.
Pardon?
I said you would hope. I say, like, how liable are you if you're, because it's not like you're the head of the project. You'll be liable if the building
Well, the thing
falls.
is, the director's going to get shit, but then I'm going to get shit because he's getting shit. All of those types of things.
Right.
Yeah. So, like in a bigger company where you have, well, it's specifically because the way my company is, there's very few people. So, if all projects are handled individually, whereas like in a larger company, you have multiple people doing something. You have like 3 engineers on a single mechanical engineers on a single task. So, you know, if I do something wrong, maybe person 2 won't, but person 3 might see something, and person, you know, and stuff like that. But generally, in like these smaller companies, the only person I speak to is the person above me, which would be the director.
See, I asked that because it's like, because in the U.S. we get a lot of hate because we have aging infrastructure.
Okay. Some
Like
builders service
a bridge falls down or something. Right. Whose fault is it, really? So we talk, Democrats always talk about, you have all this failing infrastructure, a bridge.
But they don't do fuck shit about it.
Never do shit about it. No. So Cruz won is 52 to 46 in his district. Jesus. You're an incumbent and you're suffering.
What the fuck?
Right?
Yeah.
But Jesus, you're only ahead by 500,000 votes. What? Why? That's funny, though. So you're telling me enough people hate him around here they'd vote for the other guy, which was a dumb? Jesus. I mean, there's a lot of minor stuff that I'm seeing, you know? Well, you know what I think about that? I just think, like, I mean, it's going to be funny, right? Because I know he faced a weird primary. So he faced a strange primary. But I don't think it's like people stay home, right? they still vote for him regardless. I mean, 4 points is not a big margin of victory in a state that's red. But I appreciate you saying it. I'm sure you're finding this fascinating because this is how the sausage is made.
I mean, actually, didn't Cruz like have issues last election?
I mean, maybe. I'm not sure. It's always Republicans don't like him. They want another candidate, but they still have him. I have to go back and look and see if he did. I get to see, what was it, 4 years ago? Except when I'm not dying. See, they're talking about Virginia right now, or North Carolina. See, it's funny what Fox focuses on versus the states. Just hilarious. They have Trump at 154 and Harris at 53. Then again, what's about to happen is the other one. Well, see, there's something about that happened late. There was some really bad internal polling in the Harris campaign towards the end.
I mean, like internal polling.
She said her internal. So there was something that happened towards the end of October. She said their internal polling scared the living shit out of her.
Is that bad?
There must be something, because she had 2 different reports. It sounded entirely like she either saw something or it was just not good for her. Now, the thing about it is, I do think it may appear Trump wins way ahead of like Biden does, but people forget though, like about Biden. Biden won a lot of states by a margin of error, right? Because people hated Trump.
Yeah, it was like an election against Trump.
So they voted for Biden. It's like hate watching and giving support to one person who is an enemy of thy enemy, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, I'm going to side with, oh God, it's 2 people I dislike, but he's the enemy of my enemy. I'm going to side with him. Okay.
Yeah, people didn't like Biden. They just disliked Trump more. And, well, I mean, with all the rhetoric coming out about Trump being neo-Nazi Hitler 2.12.
Oh God, don't get me started. The whole Charlottesville bullshit.
And then I go into Kidder's Discord and
fuck.
I'm not even going to start now. People are telling me, nah, dude, it didn't mean anything.
Charlottesville didn't mean shit. Go fuck yourself. Really? It's not been a grand lie for like fucking how many years?
And it's so easy to fact check, and people still go on about it. It's like fucking hell, dude.
How many people still complain about that?
A lot, really? too many for like to be reasonable.
And it's so factually wrong.
I'm not even surprised. There's people who still think Carl Rittenhouse shot black people. So I don't know, dude.
It's true.
He crossed the infamous state lines.
Yes.
Apparently, that's
I'm going to have to ask your opinion later on the Nazi pug decision.
Oh God, the Nazi pug.
Sorry.
Now, do you know how that ended? You should be
how that ended?
You should be terrified. So
Okay, didn't he have to? Didn't he actually have to take probation, or like he suffered a fine or something?
yeah, he did. But you know what's terrifying about that? So they kept finding him and he wouldn't pay. So instead they went, okay, you're not gonna pay, and they just took money. They just took the money off his account and went, yeah, okay, that's how that goes. Which is just wild to me. Like you can't even protest.
Really? That's what
Yeah,
they
they just
did?
took the money from his account. Yeah, go fuck yourself, kid.
Really?
Yeah,
I remember Sargon defending him. I also remember it was a bullshit trial too.
yeah, because the judge was offended
And,
by
okay,
his joke.
I
didn't
hate to
find
say it,
funny.
even though that's the wife Dankula divorced, which I'm surprised they divorced, but we never know why.
I
They
mean, people
divorced.
keep going on about how it's because of Lilith.
Right? Wasn't he the dog? Jokingly, he just did that, and
Yeah, the
people
whole point
were
was that it was a joke, but you mean you joked about a topic you're not allowed to, so
yeah. That's why I say the whole for people who aren't understanding, see this back later. Count Dankula was basically dragged through court because in the UK, or was it Scotland, because he taught
yeah,
a dog the
Scotland.
Nazi salute. And people called him a hate monster. God. Please, in the US, never get that bad. There's
Like
actually
that's why I'm saying you should be fucking scared. Like that's well, I mean, Canada already does that, so but might start doing that. They did the whole disabling. What did they disabled? Not
no,
PayPal. There's
what is
another
it? The whole
service.
Canadian.
Oh, this is bad.
I mean, look, didn't they throw somebody? And aren't is it? Didn't your nation? Didn't they decide to throw like an autistic girl because she misgendered? How did the whole like misgendering the police officer go?
Oh, yeah, I know that story. Yeah, she got a record, which is weird because she's underage and she's autistic. So a
Because
dyke with the dyke haircut, like you couldn't be more stereotypically. The only if the only way you could be more stereotypical is if she had a criminal record of beating her partner, but like the most dyke person ever just
I
decided
said
to hate on
she
this one
looks like my
autistic girl.
grandmother.
Yeah, and she just took offense to that and was like, "Yeah, this autistic kid gotta go."
And then the autistic kid, like, well, we're gonna come get you. I'm like, God damn,
We're gonna kill you.
you misgendered. That was your crime. I'm like,
Like
what?
it was like three
And the
police
rest of the
officers.
police look like shit. Like, what the
Three
hell?
police officers to break in that house and arrest an autistic girl. Like Jesus Christ! Oh, another Gogeta.
I
Fuck
know
you.
that story. That was a story that was like, what the fuck?
It's like you look at it, it's like really, like
It's
killing
about as
peanuts.
bad as a
Like,
Jordan Peterson thing. What was it? The Jordan Peterson being dragged into what was it? To have his license reviewed.
that's also another funny thing. Like you know how people said it does because his whole contention was that no, he'd be forced to like gender people, and he doesn't want that to be in language. And people told him that he was, freaking out. The bread tubers were going on about how unreasonable.
Okay,
he was being.
technically, his wife died, and then he had like an opioid addiction that
It was
fucked him.
well. I'm not before that. I'm talking about like. I'm talking about before, like how he became most famous, where like. So yeah, he became most famous where he was against the transgender bill where you had like gender someone correctly by law.
I mean, and
But
I'm not saying the
I'm sorry, I'm
manosphere is
pausing.
correct either. Red pillars are fucking stupid as well.
Well, let's just to finish off that because the thing where I'm going is that he was actually correct about it all. Like he was upset that like they're gonna turn it into law, and by turning it into law, it's gonna be some shit. And then it turns out, yeah, he was absolutely correct about it because now it's punishable by law, and people are abusing the hell out of it. But to go
What?
to the Manosphere, do you think Jordan Peterson is part of the Manosphere?
No,
Because I see that a lot, and I don't get
I
why.
don't think he is. I just don't know.
It kind of reminds me of the whole Jordan, well, actually Ben Shapiro thing, where people like keep saying Shapiro's like on the far right, and then Nick Fuentes shows up, and like Nick
Look,
is now
man,
suddenly moderate
I'm gonna have
because
to ask you, how
Hmm?
much do you believe? How much do you believe Miles Monopolis was right wing or Nick Fuentes?
I believe Nick is right wing. I just think he's a retard. I mean, the stuff he says is like I'm from
Okay.
the medical sphere as well, and I see a lot of the stuff he says. It's like having sex
Yeah.
with women is gay. You care about white kids, but you don't want to have sex with women. Okay, he was cum hunting. If you know about that law.
What? Miles Monopolis is not gay.
Oh, I thought we were talking about. Are you talking about
He did
Fuentes
not.
or
He did
Monopolis?
not. He did not. Nick
Oh my!
Fuentes did not have a pet cat boy. That is propaganda.
I mean, Monopolis.
Damn. There is so much bad here. I have. We have lived far too long to know
We've seen
this.
the life and the death of like
Yes,
entitling
all.
parties and people. Jesus Christ!
Remember the time when Miles Monopolis, the cat boy, pulled the entire RNC?
No, if you're thinking of Nick Fuentes.
Was it Nick Fuentes or Miles
Yeah,
Monopolis? I
yes, Nick
swear.
Fuentes. And Mars Neopoulos is like the Ben Shapiro counterpart, who was also doing college speaks around his time.
Oh God.
Like his whole premise was if like one thing is okay, everything's okay, and then he just fell off because he went on Joe Rogan and said like getting raped by. He said he gave the infamous quote a relationship between an adult male and a kid is perfectly fine and beneficial. The
Oh fuck.
Varshian quote,
Oh
which got
God.
him just nuked from orbit.
Why would that get him nuked from orbit? I don't understand.
Well,
Age is only a number, sir.
here's a
You
weird thing
bigot. You
because before he went onto that stream, a post on
God.
4chan came up which said exactly that line and predicted exactly what would happen, and that's real weird. I still don't know what to make of that.
A 4chan post predicted what?
Like literally a day before, when Miles is going to do this and say this, and all of the media is going to collapse on him. So did he write that himself? Did he intend for this? I don't think so, because he is definitely not happy with his current situation. Actually, well, he kind of is. He's in the good graces of.
Why? Okay.
Mhm.
On the whole censorship thing we have while we're here.
Mhm.
So, what do you make of the whole Asmongold Hassan thing?
What do you mean specifically? Like how Asmongold is
How
banned?
it
while Hassan
played
is allowed?
out, and then how
Well,
the base was.
I think it is amazing because okay, here's the thing with when you engage with these topics, we all understand that Twitch is a very biased platform. It's always going to be biased in favor of the left wing. There's no way you can get banned for insane
You
reasons.
get banned for farting, but AMSR and the bikini streamers are fine.
Well, as long as like the director can come to you. I mean, I'm gonna post that in Smug Talks. But the 60-year-old, the Calancy, whatever his name is, there's a bunch of like porn accounts linked to him. He's a certified Kuma, and
What?
he used his real actual name, Calancy 666 or whatever. Yeah, he's. Oh, let me find him.
No. He's a gooner?
He is a pro gooner. He's got an
God.
X videos, X hamster. He's all over the place, my dude.
He used his own real name versus a secret account?
He is a 60-year-old man. He is a 60-year-old man. Of fucking course he did.
Oh no. So now we know why thoughts get away with everything on Twitch. No. No. deep lore, right? No, that's
Let's look
bad.
in the
I didn't know
yeah.
about the whole like porn town link to him. Jesus. Well, that means that now we know why he was silent, right? Huh.
Well, actually, no. During the leaks, so Dan from DGG Destiny Circle found a bunch of leaks somehow,
Oh
and in
no.
all of them, he's trying to, like, whenever people shit talk Asmongold or something, he's going, "Hey guys, it's not that bad," and then they're like, "Oh, you support Nazis? Okay." He's basically being bullied by his staff.
The worst. The thing about Asmongold where he fucked up is I
Hmm?
think he apologized. He actually had a thing the other day as he would say it again. Like he would.
I'm mixed feelings about that because I feel
I
like,
don't know. Asmongold can be based, but he can also be a giant retard. Okay.
well, the thing with the apology is that I'm gonna maybe have a hot take, but
You're fine.
I don't think the issue is there was an issue with the apology, because from where I stood, the point of his apology was that he didn't word himself properly and he felt like he could do better. It wasn't an
Uh-huh.
apology to the leftists, and they quickly found out when,
Yeah.
like, he made a joke. Someone called himself a chud in his subreddit, and we're like, "What about us chuds?" And he just went, "Yeah." And his response was, "Yeah, I'll do DI content the first thing I'm back." And look at his content; he's still doing what he did before. But the point, like, it's the nuance in the discussion. He feels like he didn't represent himself properly, and that's why he apologized. It's not apologizing to the mob. The mob wasn't affected by anything he
I
said.
mean, and to my personal theory is Asmongold. People don't like the take that I have. He appeases. He traded a lot of his audience. Like it's kind of like watching Actman be a dumbass.
Mm-hmm.
Actman is a shadow of himself. I personally,
I'm still waiting for him to take down his politics in video games video.
I'm waiting for him. Even if Andy Pants is a jackass,
I think Andy Pants is a
Andy
retard,
Pants
but, like,
fucking got him to basically. He said, "Yeah, why don't you put out a video?" Because he got caught with his pants down, and when he said, "Well, didn't you basically go against the modding community on Nexus mods and said it was okay to censor?" Oof. That
he
was
got,
a take that aged really well, sir.
because he got it slightly. Did he actually say it was okay to censor? Because from what
He
I
basically sided with Nexus mods.
okay, because from what I saw initially, he was like, people, because some drama happened. I think it was when Az did his speech, and then he engaged with the whole Nexus mods drama with them censoring mods, and it was like, "No, it's not happening, bros." And then
He
he
says
found
it
out it
wasn't
was,
happening,
and
but
then he admitted it was happening. But did he do it? It's not. It is happening, but it's not that bad. Did he actually do it?
he may said it might be. He did both.
It might be happening, and it's not that. Oh god.
He had two different takes. This is like
Oh,
why we are like, you are a dumbass. Actually, it's kind. I use the thing of it's kind of like how would you put it? It's like the Metallica. Are you a fan of Metallica?
not really. Listen to them, but
Do you know who they are?
yeah, bam.
I like Metallica up to Saint Anger.
Hmm.
Anything before Saint Anger, I like. Saint Anger after the Napster lawsuit, they went to shit.
Okay.
Right?
Mhm.
Color me weird. You're. It's like, it's kind of like what happened to Eminem, right?
Okay, that's gonna be fun.
The Eminem that supported Kamala didn't look like Eminem.
I've seen so many memes of him because it's
Right. That's not the
Eminem
real
goes
Eminem, boys. That's
Slim
a
Shady. That's not even Slim Shady. That's someone else.
I mean, man, the one that abused Dido in the video is more Eminem than him now. Shit.
Like, he made that song, Guess Who's Back. That's pretty. I like that. And just to, like, shit himself again. Oh well.
I mean, Sobriety really fucks a man up.
Stay drunk, lads. Don't take your meds. They're holding you back.
No, oh god, this is how you can tell you've lived long enough to remember this. Yeah, he was so good right up until relapse.
Yeah, and you're just like, what the fuck happened?
Then he apologized for being his mother who took advantage of him.
Mm-hmm.
Apologized and all that mess. Right. Totally normal. And then the next thing you know, he's attacking Trump repeatedly and
That
Trump Kamala Harris.
Oh god, that Trump freestyle in a car park.
Right?
That's an awfully hot coffee. That's all I remember.
I mean,
It's an awfully hot coffee pot. Do I throw it on Donald Trump? What the
Right.
fuck did he say? It was terrible.
you gotta understand. Is that not weird?
It was sad.
I'm not gonna pick on Romeo. Romeo's picking on hanging out with femboys in his chat.
He's got like, I mean, he's in a.
I've
good
never
job,
talked to Astolfo. I never, not that I don't want to. I've just seen
I've heard people
Astolfo
in there.
for a while.
I've said something very offensive.
I
to
have
him. He
never
doesn't know
talked to
who
him
I am.
personally.
I've never talked to him personally. I just know on Twitter before we met on Discord, I said something offensive to him, and he doesn't know who I am.
Well, it's people don't know who I am specifically, but when in certain communities they know who I am.
I mean, let's just say you can tell. You can, but the icon I use here is the icon I use on Twitter, so you probably know who I am.
I mean, to be fair,
Mhm.
I've kind of known of a lot of people.
Mhm.
Our section of the internet. It's so funny how our section of the internet cross-references everything I cover now.
Yeah.
Like, I used to watch It's Gundam. I ran into some dipshit who basically stumps for Dane.
Ugh.
Who I remember, I said, "Aren't you the dude who was in a Gundam section? It's a Gundam section talking shit on him." And he goes, "Oh yeah, that was me."
He was
And
proud
he
of that.
basically did. This is an airport. You don't have to announce your departure.
Mhm.
I'm unsubbing from you. You're not the Gundam I once knew.
Oh, one of those people. I don't
But
let the
he's
door hit
now
you on
an
the way
avid
out.
supporter of Dane.
Avid support of Dane.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. Bob, Dane, that whole
Bob.
side of the internet.
I mean, if you support Bob, but then I just have to.
I mean, I'm like, man, wasn't this like 3 years ago? Because I remember your name. You know?
Yeah, actually, and that's even funnier because It's a Gundam was even more extreme back then. You like,
He cannot be what he used to be.
yeah,
okay?
he holds himself back because he's so popular. So
Oh
what you
no,
mean?
except on his live streams. Oh,
No, I mean,
now,
live
my
streams
only
aren't
thing with
monetized.
It's a Gundam right now
Mhm.
is he does a little too much shit. He needs
What
to
you mean
lay
by that?
off. You know?
Mhm.
Lay off. You know what? I get you. Okay. I get you might have an addiction.
Mhm.
But good God, stop being a stoner.
I
Stop
mean,
it.
I've seen how it's affected certain other people. Just,
Oh, watch him when he does it. It's
I
like,
mean, I haven't actually watched any of his live
it's
streams.
funny, but it's also like I know he has a really rough story,
Mhm.
right? But man, you could do better, right?
Yeah,
I'm just saying, right?
as long as you
Nah.
don't reach Bo Black's
You
level
gotta give yourself a break.
or flamenco level.
Like you gotta like. I'm sorry. It's like Tony. Tony says we don't know how to have fun. EVS, like, did you hear about EVS getting drunk at that party and like whatever?
Nope.
You don't deal with EVS, right?
No, I avoid him because he just seems so bitter and pointless.
Yeah, it's a good thing. So he was so sloshed and drunk, he did a super chat.
Mhm.
And this is a man who has a wife with MS and a daughter at home. And
Yeah.
then Tony was like, so he went to the casino, gambled, got so sloshed off of his ass, stayed in the hotel while streaming.
He doing Nick Recader?
Yeah. Then except without the coke up his nose and the swinging.
No, that was just sugar. Come on, that was his medication to help him sleep. Dude, Nick Cricket.
Oh god, I cannot wait for to see the end because how many bridges that man has burned
for no reason at all, because he wanted to have fun.
Imagine. Now, the funny thing about this is, right?
Mhm.
He basically, so EBS was high, and then you got Tony, who, by the way, says people like me, renowned in LG in my circles, we don't know how to have fun.
How did they
My
define
fun is not getting slosh drunk that I don't fucking remember it.
Like, I'm 6 beers deep. I'm not sloshed. Like, I don't know. I've never been like blackout drunk before, and I actively avoid trying to be.
Right?
Pace yourself, man. It's not fun. I don't have fun. Like the Nick Ricada stream, that where he gets like completely like decimated. I don't find that fun. I find that depressing. Like he says funny shit, but it's just depressing.
Yeah, like one thing we noticed as supporters, right, of Nick,
Oh,
I followed Nick and I'm still sub to him, right?
mm-hmm.
It's like I was sub to basically like Hellstorm Wargaming for years.
You talking about like
he
the
treated
Dick
like people
types?
for shit. After the whole Eric July thing, that dude started fucking losing it. He started like before that, I remember he started polishing off like a bottle of fucking stream.
Yeah, he does a bottle a day, a bottle a stream. So what the but is it a bottle of whiskey or brandy or something?
Bottle of fucking.
So what the fuck are you doing?
What? I may fry my liver drinking coffee and taking like a leave or something because I don't only take OCT stuff, right? Or like I don't take anything really strong. What? My guy, you're an alcoholic.
You're drinking a bottle a day and you're saying you're fucking fine. What the hell, dude?
We can see it. Did you see the DMs that supposedly came out from his mods? Like
yeah,
how,
like they're worried about him, right?
Like how when he was gonna say he finally wants to DMCA Eliza clips.
Oh yeah, I saw those. He actually did. So
yeah,
she deleted all her stuff.
Well,
he did two things. He threatened he said like well, delete all my stuff or I'm gonna DMCA you. And then he tried to play off on stream that he said only the what's
this is KFab, guys. This is KFab.
Yeah, he tried to play off like this. He's only talking about the private community, whatever you call it, thing. Where it clearly wasn't.
Oh yeah, and one of his mods, longtime mods, basically said, "You're full of shit."
It's like for no reason at all, he's just decided to burn every bridge known to man.
Yes.
Like, what type of dissent is this? Is this the cost of having fun? Is this the fun Nick wanted?
Indeed.
For what reason?
I love the. By the way, I love the. Oh, CNN is proclaiming there's issues with voting in Maricopa County.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, Trump's doing well, I hear. Let's go.
Okay. Let's see how far that goes. They're trying to stay positive. So now we're getting into Nevada on CNN. Okay, in Nevada, they asked an exit poll. They said democracy and economy are battling for the top spot.
Democracy.
According to CNN. What?
Okay, here's a hot take, but I don't get why people care so much about democracy.
So here's what they said: important issues in Nevada, according to CNN. Democracy at 33%, democracy at 32%, followed by immigration at like 12 or 18%.
I have my doubts.
What's democracy at this Okay, so they said families said they were better off 4 years ago. But
But
but in Nevada, undocumented workers should be offered a chance to be at 54% legal status.
what? Okay.
And then here's the thing: CNN poll is saying abortion should be legal. No one argues over that. But they disapprove of, but 59% in Nevada disapprove of Biden. Makes sense of that.
It doesn't add up.
Kansas went back Republican.
That's what we like to hear.
But what do you make of that CNN poll? They're worried about democracy in Nevada.
Democracy in Nevada. I like the hot take is that I don't get why democracy is like a voting issue.
Why?
It just seems so random.
It's so random. I would agree.
Well, like, how will the president enforce democracy?
Democracy is bad, but I'm so curious. I'm so. How do you determine that as? I mean, the only person that I've seen threaten democracy in the last 8 years has been Democrats. I don't know.
Well, democracy is only threatened when people you don't like talk about it. It's like that's why because I hate. Well, I mean, on Twitter, of course, circle jerk of the century.
Is Twitter a real place?
Not. It likes to pretend to be. No, it really isn't. When you think about it, I mean, on Twitter, like when the whole male voters aren't voting for Camilla thing happened, you had a bunch of people going, "Why aren't males voting? We enforce democracy. What can?" And it's like, why would men fucking give a shit about democracy?
Why?
Why is that a vote? Well, why is that a voting issue for men?
I mean, it's true, but if we give up on democracy, we're gonna wind up like Canada.
But it's like, are we gonna give up on like? But that's like a neutral that everybody believes in.
I know everyone says, "Well, I'm democracy. Democracy's a risk."
Like I'm
but
pro
who's democracy? Things. I have no idea.
It's like I'm pro good things. Are you pro good things?
Oh, you know what's funny? It goes back to how the progressives infiltrate. This is the argument that I think Archon made years ago better than Sargon and a lot of other people.
I know Sargon made that argument.
He basically said, "Okay, this is how progressives got in to our circles."
Well, actually, no,
they got. Let me say this: they got in. They go, "You don't want to be called racist, do you?"
Yeah. That's what happened with the skeptics, and it broke their brain.
And then they go, "Isn't that kind of wrong that black people are treated bad? You don't want to be called?" Then there's like it creeps forward, right?
Yeah, they just say like neutral good thing that everybody agrees with. Isn't that
right?
weird?
You don't want to be called racist, do you? Oh, you don't want to be called bigoted, and then they just move you along, you know?
Yeah.
Like that's how they get in, you know? Weird to say, but that's.
I mean, no, not really. You're talking to someone who understands this.
No, this will be weird for someone who views this later, or if we ever talk about this. That doesn't happen. You did.
It does. And like Innuendo Studios, the person what's his Carl,
yeah, the one
whatever that person was referencing, they quite literally say that's how you should expedite Nazis. You need to go in and you need to point out the Nazis and you need to tell them, isn't it weird that there's a Nazi here?
Oh, no. I remember now that I kind of remember the innuendo thing. It was so bad.
It's fucking horrible.
Like, it was more or less, oh, but if you oppose the Nazi, no one sees the hidden Nazi in
Only
the thing.
You can see the Nazi. Only you can
See,
see the dog whistles.
no one can see. They so all right wingers protect the Nazis, and it's like even in Chariot's example, my head was like, what the fuck is this? Like, we don't. Only a leftoid would quote Innuendo Studios.
Well, that's because like they reference each other. Lefters, left. I'll just be fucking blunt.
No,
Lefters don't
once you
think creatures
reminded me,
themselves.
it kind of brought that back.
They
I
just
mean,
quote
I
each
don't
other.
know what was worse, that or the extra credits.
I think that because this actually I don't know because both of them have like this thin layer of like superficial or professionalism. You know, the whole calm left, the whole calm video essayist voice. They're not bothered. They just state facts, but they
No,
just say like the stupidest crap.
what
And
was
but
it? What was it like? The guy who did the Dustborn game. Did you
Mhm.
know that was like the same guy who did like the Journey game and something else, right?
Journey, what? No,
Yeah,
Journey's cool.
he did Journey. He did a couple of games. He worked in the studios in the past. He was part of that studio,
That is the saddest thing I've ever heard.
and he then had a post. I'll have to find.
Is it as bad as Lumbach's titties, or if you know about that drama?
Let me see a second where he worked. Let me find that. Remember, Dustborn also normalized. He was totally funded
Normalized.
on Norwegian money,
We're
by
gonna
the way.
normalize.
It normalized a fat, happy chick.
Are you talking about Vitiligo chick? You can turn the stone.
She can, no. Oh God, you need to actually like see what was it.
I mean, I've seen parts of playthroughs where you beat up Trump supporters, and then you find out the secret to the main character's ability is Infowars commercials from years ago.
Okay, so he did Red Thread Games is based in Oslo. Their
Mhm.
first release was Dreamfall Chapters, the sequel, and he also, the creator, also worked on the Dreamfall: The Longest Journey.
Okay.
And this is the same team. Some of them worked on The Secret World and The Longest Journey and Age of Conan.
Asia.
And this is the
Okay.
guy that literally went back on his work and said, you guys are incels are rude and whatever else.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Bruh. And you know what's funny? He
Mhm.
got his game entirely funded by the Norwegian government. His next project already is too.
Yeah, so technically he didn't lose anything. Isn't that great?
Right?
God, it's so sad. There's no punishment for make. It took. Didn't that game also take 8 years or some shit to come out?
I mean, okay, I asked. I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked my friend. All right. Let's look at the Fed. So, would you rather play Veilguard or do a anime visual novel without skipping any dialogue?
Easy because I'll just play Fate, the visual novel. FGO, easy.
Okay.
Actually, no, I
Now-
haven't actually played the visual novel. I've
Now-
seen parts of playthroughs. I know it's long as shit, but I mean, Velgar combat. I don't even like that.
All
much.
right. Now, would you rather play Life is Strange,
Oh, fuck off.
skipping no dialogue, or Veilguard?
Veilguard, because at least I need to listen to the dialogue? Because one of those games actually has gameplay. So Veilguard, I can just play the game and just I this oh god, it's hard. So the thing is with
Really? You see this terrible choice. My friend shows because he hates anime visual novels, so I asked him. I'm like, "So would you do the anime visual novel or play?" He goes, "That would be hard." I go,
because I'm thinking because like
I'm
Life
like,
is Strange
but you
dialogue
cannot skip the dialogue.
because Life is Strange dialogue is bad, but it's not as bad as
Okay, Life is
Valgard.
Strange.
Life is Tumblr. Yeah, it's not. I don't. I mean,
Which Life is Strange though?
Chloe's a massive turnoff.
Well, the last one's pretty bad too.
Life is the power of empathy.
The double exposure where she's gay and she didn't admit her feelings to her.
I heard that has a bad ending as well.
I mean,
because Chloe and what's her face, when they sacrifice the city to have their relationship, they break up anyways.
well, at least
Thousands
she dodged.
died.
At least she dodged domestic abuse.
Thousands died for that.
At least she dodged the lesbian, domestic, and emotional abuse.
Yeah, for now. She probably found another Chloe. I mean, she was already being abused. I mean, Chloe literally says, use and abuse your powers, and then proceeds to use and abuse her powers. Like, I know it's a joke, but that's literally the story. Whenever Chloe's involved, she just uses
Okay, do you know the joke of the gay and lesbian rates of domestic violence?
Yeah, of course I do. The amount of times I've seen, like, the Batman Arkham combo, it's like lesbian relationships. This is Batman going to town. I've seen the rates.
Bro, they're trying to find so much. She goes, if she's only slightly below Trump, there's hope she can win this battleground state.
You're coping.
Yeah. Now the hopium is coming in. But Biden only just lost.
Okay.
Yeah, we're wondering.
Well, actually,
I was wondering how long before the copium gets in. But like, so yeah, Veilguard is pure cringe. No one's gonna argue that.
That's not real dialogue. No, like nobody wrote that. That was a chat GPT. That's what I'm going with. I do not want to believe a human wrote any of that.
I think a AI robot would kill itself if it had
You're thinking about having sex with me? You want to have sex? Like, what the fuck? I was too mean to Shepard. We bang later, okay? I'm sorry, Shepard.
Look. I'm sorry. The sex scene with where she pushes her against the
like
wall.
Like if that was a dude, there'll be so many complaints.
Oh God! If it was a guy, they would call that sexism out the fucking ass.
I mean,
that.
The funny thing is that these people end up, reinforcing stereotypes people already had.
Okay, not. Oh, apparently her journal entry is so good.
I've seen that journal entry.
Did you see it?
Yeah, it's okay.
Savvy was reading that. I only made it halfway through. I'm like, oh God, I want to puke. Right? It's like, oh, it's so cuddly and wubbly. I'm like, oh. But I found myself. I'm like, oh.
Disgusting.
I'm sorry. No amount of fucking person needs that much affirmation.
And that's another thing that I think V pointed out in his recent video. The language, affirmation. Did medieval people say that?
Are we sure?
Because it's like you have a bunch of people defending a dialogue.
Okay, maybe, just maybe, we don't have the media literacy to understand.
Oh, God, yeah, you got me. I've been revising my media literary skills.
This is true. By the way, how do you like the death of Doctor Who?
What season are we talking about?
Okay.
You're gonna.
When do you think it actually officially died?
When the Doctor sent for fucking Amazon.
I'm not gonna say the female Doctor was the death of it.
Well, the thing is, the Doctor. I heard
Capaldi was the last one that was probably really decent.
Because I've heard bad things about the two Doctors before, but it's more like the writing was the issue, not the Doctors themselves. And then you get to season 13.
Capaldi had bad writing, though.
Yeah, it was like shit writing, but at least the Doctor was good. And then you get to season 13, where it's like, oh, Jesus Christ, both the Doctor and the writing are terrible.
How do you feel about Gatwa's Doctor?
Who's Doctor?
Gatwa's Doctor. Nukti Gatwa's Doctor. The Disney one that just popped out.
Oh, the newest one.
Oh, yes. I shit you not. Here's the writing dialogue. This is meant to be a family-friendly show. So the Doctor is clearly gay. Now, this is the non-binary, because Tennant is... Don't ask me how you can have a bilateral regeneration.
It just
you
works.
Can just split it.
He rerolled his skill points into the LGBT.
Okay. Right? Right? And he goes out of the club and goes, oh, you're the Doctor. Oh, he goes, oh, I've had a very long night. And he shows him dancing in a gay club. I've had a very long night. He's talking to a British Bobby. He goes,
stereotypes, my dude.
I just got snowballed. I had a very long night and got snowballed. And I need to go rest.
God.
This is actual dialogue.
Please, no.
And the Doctor constantly reminds you he's gay, and he cries in every episode.
Well, because gay people are emotional, not to harp on any stereotypes.
Oh, by the way, the pinnacle episode I think that lost the normies was in the Dot Bubble episode, where people are living with cell phones around them. It's supposed to be a future version of London, right? Or the UK, where they're being eaten one by monsters. But there's no colored people around. It's only white people. Towards the end, when she actually sees what the Doctor looks like, oh, you can't save us, because long ago we were told you are bad.
They wiped out the black
you
people.
Are bad.
Jesus,
dark skin and black people.
Christ.
We got rid of them.
Yukubu will be proud.
And someone thought, like I think Desperoo called that a attack on the BBC. Basically.
The big black clock, of course. It's me. It's like no BBC in the future.
And then apparently, and the Doctor's like, "Let me help you, because you're gonna go get eaten in the wilderness."
Oh.
But they wouldn't let him help them because he's a black person, and they don't trust black people. Get it? BBC joke? The modern BBC?
I don't think he has a BBC. But,
yeah, I'm sorry. The show's like, that's not my version of Doctor Who, you know?
He rolled all his skill points into
God's
cringe.
sake.
I mean, sometimes you get a David Tennant, sometimes you get whatever this is.
Yeah, so there's like there's 7 states too close to call right now. Yeah, so Georgia, North Carolina, Nevada, and Arizona. And Michigan.
Okay. I'm looking
now we're getting into the nitty gritty. This is the blue wall. So they say, what is it? North Carolina, they say, is too close to call.
Mm-hmm.
but it's 5246 truck.
5246.
I don't know.
That's
Weird.
pretty. 50.
What,
That's not that
5240?
close.
Unless you're thinking big
I mean,
districts out,
I'm thinking like single percentages.
right?
Hmm. Well, I'm sorry to leave you, but I think I'm gonna call it here. It's 3 a.m. and I'm kind of dozing off.
Oh yeah, you can always finish it. I'll have to.
Yeah,
Thank you for sticking
I wake up.
around, though. Shit.
I mean, I wake up at like 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. Just general. So I'll be up by the time while you're still on.
I'm
If you
sure
don't
if I
join me.
not catch you, I'll be. I figured I'd do longer because this is just like watching it made. It's so funny watching the news. Like in this election, it's not like clear cut either.
Yes, yeah. There's a lot riding on this, and yeah,
Like
it's
there's a
very
lot. A
divided.
lot of these polls are really close too.
Yeah,
Nebraska's like neck and neck apparently.
it's gonna be. Actually, let me search that before I go.
But I will. If you do come back and I'm still alive, you're more than welcome.
Definitely. Trump
yeah.
seems to be winning.
And we'll maybe have to plan either commentary topics or something.
It'll be fun.
It's funny the take because it's not like our takes are hot takes. It's just common sense.
Well, like you said before, the Overton window shifted so much, so our takes are just extreme. Like if you like the like to go on a tangent a bit. I remember seeing there was a protest in England and about immigrants raping kids. And every time someone went to speak, they had to say, "I don't mean to be racist or nothing." And it's like, the fact that you have the preference to try and make your take valid. It's just so wild.
I mean, look, you gotta understand. No offense, half these people act like they do out of white guilt.
Yeah, I mean, I feel.
I feel like that's a meme at this point, but
I think there is some white guilt, but at the same time, I feel like the normies, they just don't pay attention to the stuff. It just creeps in, and they're like, "Okay, this is the new language."
okay, until
Okay,
you get the Rings of Power
ugh.
or the Halo TV show.
I mean, that's just like garbage, straight up. John Halo, where the writers thought they could do a better job.
No, but I thank you for sticking around. We'll have to figure out something.
Well, thank
But it's
you
gonna
for
be
having
funny
me,
how
sir.
this is. At least go a while till at least it's closer.
Well, given my sleep schedule, I'll be seeing you in like 2 hours or something.
Or CB in 2 hours. What are the two?
Yeah.
I have to do a follow up. No, but you see why I find this funny,
Yeah,
right?
of course.
Because
I mean,
I'm sure Dev was already coping and seething over.
I mean
this.
that after party when we get to see all of the breakdowns. My God.
Oh God.
I want to see Cenk sweating. Come on now. I want to see that Buffalo. Who else is there?
Okay. How many of them will actually pack up and go to Canada?
The same amount that went to Canada last time the election happened. Or leave Twitter for Blue Sky. Everyone's quitting, apparently.
Yes.
And that's why they need to post it on Twitter.
Anyways,
I'll be seeing you later.
see you.
Bye.
See you. Oh, they're worried about adjudicating ballots in Georgia. It's going to be bad. I may have to go top off coffee really quick. See, it's interesting. The only difference, I would expect Fox to be more critical. I mean, Wisconsin's within the margin of error. Literally by a point. See, Wisconsin. Wow. Robert Kennedy could play spoiler. Okay, that'd be funny. Huh. I do need to top up coffee though. I have just been sitting here. It's leveling my spirit more in the meantime. See, what's funny is a lot of these Senate numbers is funny. Because what's weird is a lot of this is... Because a lot of the House, right? So assuming... But the question is, would the House lose seats? I mean, not always, but could is the key. Because granted, can't overpredict. Team Tribe. This. So he's probably going to get Georgia if this keeps up. But it's Georgia by 4%, though. I have 47 hearts right now. So see, it is saying Ohio is going to go for Trump. They're saying within the margin of error. So that's going to be weird. Oh, God. Allergies is not good. Go rescue those poor people down there. Spirit board. I could see why people like this. Very brain dead, but very good though. But gear equipment. Oh. So there's a Quill. Seem to miss all their shit. So there's a Quill volley here that just entirely missed everything. Sir. Why do you keep dying? I just want... How does this... See, a lot of the battleground states are a little too early. I wouldn't have called Nebraska that close in the off. I haven't mentioned Iowa yet, though. Ugh. I just want to get to a stopping point that I can... Second. See, Virginia is that close. 49-48. Nope. Here's a quarterstaff. I gotta go get top off coffee. That's at least. Sir, I have revived you how many times? Why do you keep dying? That must be under level. This is tier 2. Come on. Jesus. Okay, can I fast travel? No. Ugh. Nope. Still stuck here. Why? I love it in Diablo 4. I can't just fast travel because everything is spotting. Just because. We have to go run off. Awful. What? There's 2. Where are you? Eh. There's a lot of close Senate races. There's a ton of close Senate races. Why? Stop jumping me. Horrible. Hey. Yep. I'm gonna get coffee. Montana. Wow, those are actually 2-star boots. Those are pretty good. Might actually solve a little bit of my issues, now wouldn't they? But I will be Oh God, I realize I have self unmuted. Ah, it's bad. Yes. So where do you come? So where do these two come from, Romeo? Yeah. I just asked where you met them. Hmm. Yes. I guess that is. I guess that is the. I guess that is. I guess that is worse. I guess that's worse than not as bad as being nearly aborted because you're an unwanted child. Because you weren't the firstborn. Sorry, I'm old enough to remember when the China still had the one child policy. Okay, I do. Yeah, I know it. Yeah. Well, to be fair. I mean, then China had to change it to a two-child policy because they realize their old people are now dying out at a very fast rate. It's one of those things. Mm. true. Now, other than that, Smug will be back in about a couple of hours, but this election is not over. It's still coming down to very few states. So it's going to come down to like 8 states, apparently. The states aren't called. Oh, yeah, we got states. Apparently, see certain battleground states. Yeah. Current. So the thing about this is you're bear in mind, right? The states that haven't come in yet are automatically going to go. So like New York, Washington, and California all are going to go to the Democrats regardless. So there's not a choice. The ones mainly that you thought were going to go for Trump are going for Trump. But Virginia is too close to call. Georgia is still too close to call as well. And it's kind of interesting with the down ballot into the Senate, right? It's weird because Virginia is like 1%. Ohio, you're very lucky. It's probably going to go for Ohio's probably going to go for Trump if it stays by 3%. No, it's just very funny, by the way. No, not really electoral fraud this time around versus the fact of it's weird how Democrats campaign on women's rights issues, and that's not even showing up in the polls. The exit polls are all about the economy and immigration. So, no, it's not this big issue. It's actually not as big issue as trying to survive. It's not a first world issue, so to speak. What do you mean? Our economy is dog shit, and trying to survive from day to day is more important at the moment. I don't know about where you live. I get it. I understand. Yeah, that doesn't. Well, that'd be true. Don't say that. Some male feminists united. Romeo's a male feminist, so take up for them. I'm teasing. I want to give him shit. I want to give him shit, but I'm not. It's funny. Damn. Really? Um. Okay. See, you're gonna back. So no, no, Romeo, you're gonna back up what Smug said earlier. Smug actually said earlier that gay men in art departments. There's a lot of gay men and women who work there. The problem is they're very similar because a gay man acts like a woman. Damn. I say speak for yourself. Uh-huh. Yeah. I'm sorry. Did you say you were into quarter pounders? I didn't know. I didn't know you liked the quartering. Okay, there's a joke. You missed it entirely. If you, It's always. See, Michigan is still too close to call with like 27% in. North Carolina, Trump's only ahead by like 2%, 3% if you really count. That's like a margin of error. So, full of jokes. I mean, margin of error in any kind of poll is what, 2-3%. So I saw. So what do you guys do out of curiosity? Far too many close election Senate votes. Oh no, California. Something revolutionary just happened. California just got called for Kamala Harris. Dead no. Seriously. That is the most predictable state. No, seriously. Like, that's the thing about in the US elections. You can always call certain states regardless, right? So they just gave Washington, Oregon, and California. So it's now 216, 193. Okay. See, now you're going to get down to the nitty gritty, right? Because those states in New York automatically go that way. Just be thankful we live in a country that has settled democracy. Settled. True. I don't know. I mean, it could. I don't know. The problem is two parts of democracy, right? Do you call like certain areas when you look at it democracy, or is it just rigged elections? Like, think of parts of Asia. Sometimes it's legit ones. Sometimes it's just you can't tell me like they just either have one person in power the whole way. Like Xi Jinping. Like, you gotta understand, like China's a prime example, right? Like, I mean, it's okay. There's only one party. I mean, how do you, without a way of. I mean, technically, the CCP was really good years ago. If you even ask the current generation, they know nothing about Tiananmen Square or nothing like that. Then they bulldoze the place so it never looks like the same thing. And every single time they can just control the media. That happens in the US quite frequently. You can just control whatever is said or what is the narrative. Why do you need it? Well, I'm not going to disagree with that unless you're the Democrats. They learn more. I mean, their Democrats are the closer to a dictatorship than anything I've ever seen. I mean, bear in mind, that's fine. I mean, bear in mind, like, the worst thing that happened with a conservative regime is they become theocratic, or that. Democrats, on the other hand, always resort to totalitarianism. They'll go, I hate this and I hate this. But then you look up, you ask them to define fascism and totalitarianism. Then you turn it around on them, and then I go, didn't your candidates in your party do this? And it makes them look vulnerable. They don't recognize the hypocrisy. They're closer to the sliding scale, basically. How do you? Curious. How do you know Dev? Of Dev. Ah. Huh. So the thing about Dev, I'm not saying this doesn't change, wouldn't change your opinion of him. The reason why he's kind of like weird is he's the moderate left guy that never got out of that phase. And he basically was moderate. He was moderate left, right? He never changed. And then when the Overton window switched, right? He basically has tried to stay center for every many years. Then, as I was telling with on my stream that I'm doing, like he's basically like I said, he's basically tried to ride the center of the what he believes is the Overton window to stay relevant. Oh, no. He'll say that. But then he'll do his 4-hour video that even the most staunchest Sargonian voter or watcher or person who watches either of him or Arch wants to watch, because he eventually equates, it comes down to the reason why he hates Trump is because Trump and his people did the Eastman memo, and forgets there's other evidence that disapproves that, because one piece of evidence shows that. And then he makes the subtle claim in that same video to say, do you know who else didn't like the elections and tried to overturn it? Hitler. And does that make Trump like Hitler? Yes, I have watched Dev for years. As I said, I come from Arch's community side of the internet. Same with Sargon and V's. I mean, do understand. I'm sure you should listen to him cope and seethe when he was talking with Arch about the election. Well, look, Arch would get money. Arch does not like Arch does not like stabbing people in the back, though. Okay. Let me say this as a person who's watched Arch for many years. He has had more knives stabbed in his back. He has had every chance to stab Dev in his back. After Dev pulled the shit with Uzalu, he had every right to put that knife right in Dev's back. After Dev said, you cannot talk to Aiden Paladin or Scrump. Or, like, I'm surprised he didn't say the same on Spoon. Because he doesn't like Spoon, which streams with Aiden Paladin. You know what? Spoon actually came on a little bit, but Dev was too chicken shit to fucking come on. Now, even if I disagree with Spoon, because he's a neo-reactionary, but well, neo-reactionary is a philosophy newer. That's what J.D. Vance kind of leans towards, but I'm hoping he doesn't become that way. But let me be clear, right? You have to understand, Dev was trying to cope. He brought Lilith on and then got Taftaj on. Taftaj didn't side with him, but Lilith did. I actually had to stop watching Arch's stream. But like Arch is just sitting back there as chat dunks on him. Okay? Arch has always been. Do you know how many times I've watched a stream where if Arch really wanted to rip fucking Dev's soul out of his body, he could? And he can? Why doesn't he does it on occasion, on more than one occasion? But because okay, Arch is Norwegian. He wants to be polite. Yes, but bear in mind that politeness is only going to go so far. But in reality, right? Arch would rip into Dev. He did throw him under the bus when he made the Corey Kopitar argument. He said, "You are a tard for reacting to that wrongly. And you were an idiot." He actually ripped into him for that. But he is a friend. I don't know. What do you expect? Like, I don't expect. Look, I would have said with Dev, and this is my official position. After Dev, what he did to Uzalu, and he tried to get Sargon to turn on Uzalu, I would have chunked Dev from the fucking rooftops. But bear in mind, do you know anything? Do you know anything about what happened with Dev and Uzalu in the stream? Or no? Okay, he tested the server. Dave got really pissed off. Uzalu had barely tolerated Dev for years because he's friends with Sargon. Right? Now he then goes on a stream where Uzalu's there, and all basically Uzalu did was stress test the server to make sure it doesn't get hackable or can't be security violated. He found a hole. He tried to tell Dave. People got mad. Now, the final Dev's a shitty administrator. Why does Dev have a meeting room on the server where he would meet with staff with lolicons dressed in Nazi uniforms? Do you think I'm joking? Now, go look through it. Uzalu has a copy of that server. Uzalu has a copy of that server. There is worse on that server than that. Now, okay, he had a meeting room with lolicons dressed in Nazi uniforms or anime girls dressed in. And that was a meeting room he would meet with staff and other top officials of the server would meet. There's also adult versions of that in other parts of the server. Now, this is just lore, and no one's actually seen it because you can't put it on YouTube or Rumble. Now, though Uzalu basically got disavowed for whatever reason, right? Sargon did. Now, Arch swept that underneath the rug, and I'm assuming Sargon just let Dev be Dev and kind of let him go. Dev went to his own corner for a little while without throwing him underneath the bus. Uzalu then eventually got himself banned, right, on YouTube because he flew too close to the sun. And Dev's kind of there. Now, does Arch make money on Dev? The answer is yes. Now, does it? But bear in mind, Artemis was on with him today, checking him. So Arch didn't have to break his foot off in his ass. Are you? Um. Okay. Do you think Artemis like? I don't think. I think Ace 1918. He's friends with Arch too. Huh? So is Asmogon. Okay, so Asmogon is also friends with him. They just don't. You don't hear Arch say who his friends are because if you find out who his friends are, weirdos go after him. They don't advertise it, but those in the Arch community know who the allies are. The problem, like even with Dev today, like when he brought on Taftaj and other people that carry him and carry his water. Well, to be fair, do you think Dev was beating the chaser charges years ago? No. He never could. You're right. I don't think he ever tried. Yeah. Yeah, he's a chaser. He's gonna admit to it. I literally see him on. You don't. There's really not a gotcha in it because most of us and we watch him. I just think it's funny when Taftaj is on. He just melts around Taftaj. But um, huh? I don't think that's okay. In the modern era, I don't think that's the own, right? Anyone who knows, like, I've seen, like, Arch, right? Arch, people would say you own him because look, he is like, take what his worst tastes are. He likes psychological manga and he's never said he's not a fan of NTR. Now, take it for what it's worth. But is that an own on what he likes? No. But he's also said Made in Abyss is too much for him, as it should be too much for many people. Manga, yes. Okay, so Okay, so if you don't know what NTR, so if you don't know what NTR, so if you don't know what NTR is, you're probably in good luck. Okay. People will don't go after Arch. They'll say, "Oh, he's a furry," right? But I've never seen that, right? But but if you're going to go over somebody, I mean, I don't see the chaser as an own on Dev. Never have. I, I agree with you. No, you're fine. Ah, I'm not saying you should. I mean, if I say anything bad about Dev, it's just because his positions are shitty. state hasn't told him that. Well, okay. I get your point on that. Uh, my whole thing is you just don't burn bridges within a group and then turn around and say don't associate with said individual or else I won't deal with you. Did you know that's what he did? Yeah. Dev has a general policy. If you associate with someone he hates, he excommunicates you. Yeah. I don't. I have never seen Aiden. I know Aiden would not. Okay. See, now we're getting juicy. So Wisconsin basically might go for Trump. So this is Pennsylvania House. Sorry. Hold on. Hmm. 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 See, a lot of these states are absolutely closer than they appear. I'm gonna ask you to. Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck it. I don't. I'm trying to stream at the same time too, so that's why I muted myself temporarily. Oh no, you have not. No, you're not. No. I'm on StreamYards. I don't have Discord. I'm not that person who has Discord connected. Now, and you're right to not. Most people don't care. No. I am covering far worse. I am covering the. No, you're fine. I get why you don't. I'm of the person of the camp. You don't have to hate Dev. Even I don't hate Dev. I disagree with what he says when people pass him off. But it's a different conversation. Anyways. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Anyway. You're fine. Yeah, so sorry for that. Weird silences. Please. Oh, God. Oh, God. That is too much of a serious conversation. No, but it looks like the battleground states are getting closer, right? Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada. Too much. So they say Ohio? So they gave Ohio to him, 216. So they give what, 216 to him? So, ouch. Did a paper cut on my fucking hand. Jesus. Paper cuts. So, let's see. A lot of this is now you're getting down to where the early states, right? See, it's weird he would say in cities. I'm not saying it's wrong. He would say that they don't. See, the weird part is, right? See, Pennsylvania fucking street things. These sites are just kid, you just do your thing. See, Wisconsin, right? So Wisconsin is a weird one. Now, the issue, right, is with the states that aren't called yet. So if you're not calling, so the issue itself. 49. She is down 3, and Trump is up 3. But the thing is that 95 win? Okay, Philadelphia historically votes mostly Democrat. Now, it's funny he got that much in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia probably is the last district in, the last city in Philadelphia. So if she's underperforming Biden's mark, but that might be enough to put him over. But that depends on how far. Because Biden's mark in Pennsylvania, I guess someone gets killed by a thing. See, this is where you start getting into weird math. So, how much? What's the percentage in North Carolina? 78%, right? What's not in? I need to actually remember. Distill fear? Cute. See, Georgia is that close. Now, see, this is why. See, Democrats did a lot of moving, right? See, Georgia, you would not think is a battleground state because Georgia under DeSantis moved very to the Republicans, very simple. Unless you get still, God damn it, my eyes. Yeah, that's an interesting blurred. See, if you're trying to call states unofficially, it's weird. You shouldn't do that. I mean, it's going to be later. I mean, some stuff is very clear, depending on how well. I mean, the issue I'm seeing here is it's very close. It's very, very close as far as, like, when you're talking in elections, too many states are within the margin of error. Shit. Hell tides. Love them. What? Hmm. But see, the issue itself. Shit. See, what's weird is a lot of Senate races are very close. So even if Trump gets there, it's bad. That's the string broke. Damn it. Well, I better get out of that corner before it starts to. No. See, they're talking about disputing elections, but see, technically in Pennsylvania, it's 2.8 to about 2.65. 2.85, so by difference in 200,000 votes. Michigan, 1,000,000. 1.6, 4750. But you're still like talking Michigan is that he's behind, but it's not like it just really depends. Like if that's possible, it's just not a good one. How much is in? See, the question is how much is in and how much is possible. But it's weird. Trump is actually winning the popular vote now. Take it for what it's worth. Really? See, North Dakota is it's a lot of states are easy. Obviously. See, Georgia, he has by 3%, which is a lot. But see, when you look at a lot of these states that are in yellow, what I would say, New Mexico would be. See, it's kind of strange, though. Two states that are really still out, though, is strange. That would be. Yeah, it's more states than I would have thought, because most states are pretty clear. Oh god. Damn it! Don't tab out when you're fuck. Any course, do not tab out when you play. I'm in a hell tide. They're not cannot. I'm like, I'll be fine. No, I won't. Die. Nope. They say that's too close to call, but like 36, unless something utterly happens, I don't. It went. Damn it! Can I get a stopping point? No. One thing I hate about Diablo 4, I can never find a good stopping point in the middle of a hell tide. If you're not in a hell tide, you're in business. But if you are in a hell tide, you die. Hold on. I would say New Mexico should break in. So what are they saying, right? So 40, 51. Right. So let's split. Unless he can recover 50, I doubt he could get the state. So it's 41, 41.9, and yeah, so they're talking about 149. He's down 50. Because here's the thing, they don't want to call it because, yeah, like New Mexico probably is. Depends on how many. Oh, God. At least I got my thing done, but at least I'm in a horrible spot for this assassin, though. Well, okay. It's weird that Florida is not a swing state until we get through. Damn it. His stream's just that one's on. We'll have to find a different one. Pennsylvania, Trump's only up a little over 216? So 216,000. %. Fuck. So the thing about it is, right, he was probably going to get it. 90 yen. Bear in mind, 90 yen. Think about 90 yen, right? Though I do disagree. Razor's over here saying he finally does. It's better to be safe than sorry, though. Usually some are better without having a cider be. Oh. So you're in the final stretches, right? 41, 270, 370. That is close. Yep. See, this is a bigger deal because for that, like you could actually call maybe some of those states, right? The issue with Pennsylvania did swing 200,000 votes last time. Now, that was under Biden in the final hours. That's how close Wisconsin is. 185 to 116. $92 in. He should win Georgia, right? Oh God, Arizona is a fucking. See, Arizona is going to be very close. I'm actually surprised. I am surprised he is doing. I want to be honest. I do believe it's going to be very weird that if he takes. Majority of these states were going to be close. What? Really? It blacks that out? That's cool. I guess it knows you're streaming. Shit. I guess it knows you're fucking streaming, huh? Does it know you're streaming it? I guess it does. How cute and adorable. Oh, it does the Disney thing. Ah, that's what it did. It's funny. So they're up by 2. Some like Arizona and Nevada are just close. Uh, sakes. It's funny. Weird. Sub is just weird. Weird. You're a little bit better on it. Like they're trying to get ahead of it. Nope. I think that's gonna work. So what's going to wind up happening is if it's not called, I still need one more, don't I? 150. Really? Game Exquisite Blood, I'm happy. Really? Fuck. Thank you. It's like I can't have fast travel. So the states are that close, right? If you think about it. It's, oh god. I mean, they're big annoying. Now the problem I'm seeing with this so far, because the errors are too close. See, the thing is, you don't want to call it and make it seem like it's that bad. See, Ohio definitely. Well, they are being jackasses today. I love this. This is on these nights. They never do it. Oh, that's a lot better. Oh yeah, that's a lot much better. So CNN is being a pain in the royal ass today. Huh. Basically, yes. Razor Fist is showing the idea that the electric were for Illinois. Illinois is basically decided by the city. So it's like Texas is not that way, but large sections. So they're basically saying what Maine is still out, Pennsylvania is out. Eh. See, they're not. See, Razor was just talking about that. Wisconsin, you could call. What? That sucks. See, Fox doesn't want to call the last two. It's better there. I'm just redoing my. I don't have enough dexterity in one spot. They haven't called Georgia because I don't want to call it because there might be military outstanding votes, but what call it mag. There was a lot of Californians that moved to Arizona. A lot. Pit Greaves, really. It's about those, right? So poisoning effects. See, that's probably an issue. See, the issue, right, is military voters could basically swing it depending on how many absentee ballots would be there. Eh, eh, eh. Mayor notes. What's the one? See, so I don't think so. So those are the only rares in that area. Okay, so that's going to cover this. That's going to cover that. Okay, so that goes there. So here's a problem. I would expect this to be over. It's funny though, if you see, I would love to have in rare nodes if I had. See, I'm my own thorns, so don't help me at all. What's funny is if I, let me see. Oh, I could fit one more, but I wouldn't fit. So it is close to predictions if that's better. What? Say normal nodes. It says normal nodes, though. See, the issue, right, is could she do a challenge? See, that will go there. That'd be 7. See, here's the thing, right? This is the strange thing about the selection. Because it doesn't look like there's going to be fortification. If I need more armor, I could always go that way. So, it's in Arizona. See, this is the issue when you're trying to call certain states. It's going to be weird in the morning after. Because you got to bear in mind, if, and I say this, if, oh Jesus, half these people are looking far too old. That's a weird take, though, to call him like historical standards is weird. See, okay, immigration and economy, if he said was the message, is a lot different than the other. Because if that is the message he was going with, that would be better. Democrats campaigned on because the problem is you can say the lawfare, because if you can say it's not what they're saying, it's like it could base it on the strength of candidate, right? I would say that less it's the other way. Most of the indictments, right? And see, Trey Gowdy was an indicter, was actually a prosecutor and worked with courts. Damn, I wish he would have said that before. I wish he would have said that before. Oh, hell. I am going to have to fucking relog. Oh, God, it's doing that, isn't it? That armor makes me look very tall. I am not that tall. I just don't like that lady. She's not the sharpest tool in the shed when it comes to. The problem with her is she's just not the sharpest tool in the shed. Come on. Rude. Thank you. See, Harris and the Democrats campaigned on the whole fact that abortion and women's rights was going to lead them. They neglected the fact that the economy was going to murder them, which was probably what cost them the most votes. Because that's probably why she lost a lot. It's not like Trump is the far better of the candidates versus the more well-spoken. I mean, granted, I think Biden would have lost a lot worse. I hate that now. It's pretty funny how Trump is, they call not Trump like a Nazi and stuff. But it's pretty much. Now, the problem difference in 4 years is a lot of loss of mainstream media. Well, I don't know why you would do the whole lose the election even if. See, Brett Hume is a veteran of the industry, right? He's not like a person that doesn't know the industry. His stuff is he's been around a while. Now, he still looks good for his age. A lot of people who have been around, I mean, now the big deal, right, is what she's talking about. Jill is the reason, I guess, if Jill's going to step down, you're going to make Kamala the nominee. See, what I hate about people is what they don't understand. You can't just simply restore Roe v. Wade. It was a bad decision in the first place. Not in the first place, because it was a bad court decision. See, the thing is, it's going to not be better on CNN. CNN's going to be melting down a lot because I am. So the colors, right? Mean not the colors, right? When you look at the actual colors. Where's a purveyor in this fucking place? Yeah. See, that is different. See, they're trying not to call it by the prop. See, you don't want to be wrong. See, that's actually, well, it's actually a majority. It's weird how the Senate actually. Because here's the bigger. Uh, uh, oh boy. I just want to hang on to see long enough to see who does well and watch Tony Copen see this. He lies about he voted for not Trump living in Chicago. But it's going to be funny because if historical. Oh. See, this I can actually clear. This build, I actually like it. I've at least gotten the spirit born that it actually clears quick. Like, it's not hard, but I think Nightmare Dungeons, or, well, technically I need pits as much as I need the other stuff. Like, but see, it's weird that you would not call. You bear in mind, not calling a state is not revolutionary, but if you don't want to call it with a margin. The problem is they could. I mean, they could actually do that. And it's not as much it's a game because the idea of see, Nevada is weird. Like Nevada, Arizona, right? And see, a lot of these, it's where it's funny to actually see the demographic change, which is what I think is to actually hit the Democrats. Because bear in mind, Arizona and both Nevada both had an influx of people leaving California. So they naturally would vote for Kamala Harris or the Democrat of choice. Now, it's weird we've had a lot of people move from California to Texas in the last 4 years, but it doesn't change. But see, Georgia is a weird, like, that is a strange one. Damn it. I mean, less seriously, they find. Let's see, Tennessee got called really early. Tennessee got called too early. Well, not really early, too early, but. So the issue, right, is Democrats entirely missed what they needed to do. I feel like they entirely dropped the ball. But it's still weird that certain states, well, technically, I would say social demographics have shifted. Because here's a problem with this, right? And it's not an issue with this election. It's very contentious. Now, I am surprised the last 10 states. Like, it's a long night, and I will not surprise if there are any legal challenges. Because certain states. Now, in reality, right, they're saying, well, we haven't tampered with anything. We're not going to mess with it. Well, watch them. They will do it. This is not enough. So here's the thing, right? Certain states, right? If you're going to go after so her energy policy caught up to it. Her being anti-fracking probably caught up to her. Because if she's going to do that, that's just going to be the thing that did more damage to her. White Catholics, though, that's actually interesting. Hmm. So here's the thing, and if that is the case, younger voters, let's say 230, by like 15%, we were actually broke for Trump, and they were like 25 on Biden. So that's an interesting, like, I wouldn't say strategy, right? Because what? Pennsylvania started it off as being weird. All right. I really need to change my gate because my gate does not represent me. My gate does not represent me in this game at all. I mean, she has chance, but it doesn't mean the math is going to go her way. Trump is losing. it doesn't help them. A lot of people didn't answer polls. Like, a lot of people didn't help the Democrats answer polls, but they're in the position that I think Republicans were, I think probably 2008, 2010. They fell out of touch. Mhm. See, and the thing is, when someone says the party is out of touch, this is the problem. Now it's gone down to like 2 states. See, it is hilarious that it's more the anti-Trump vote that she probably got out of pity, but she is not a good candidate. And because if you don't pay attention, I think it's like, because exit polls on this election are going to be good. See, I don't want to call it 200,000. Like, damn it. Internet today. Sites do not like you streaming things. See, I don't think. See, a lot of people misunderstand what the actual issues were. If the actual issues are that Republicans win, or if you're trying to on the public safety record. So it's a public safety record, but it's still too super close. You can't, and then Harris and them, then. And it's interesting, Democrats lost the minority vote. Not lost, typically less. And a lot of this is just going to be pure. What the fuck, the lag? %98 in it. I don't want to call the state. That is not a good sign. So she is not going to do a speech anytime tonight, and she's going to wait until the morning. You know what's sad? It mirrors, like, she should be the last person trying to mirror the Hillary Clinton campaign. Nevada's not quite done either. That is a big... I'm actually curious that in 8 hours this was nearly sold. Let's see. See, I mean, that is a really big difference in energy, right? I mean, you have excitement in Trump's, and you still got like, and they just stopped. $16 in Nevada. Oh boy. See, and that's a very big issue. Head by 127. That's not. See, Trump, yeah, gets Georgia. I would have said he got Georgia already, but I mean, now the only thing is what it changed is electoral ballots, but not electoral, like absentee ballots. I hate this mode. See, people are pretty much not shocked that Trump has a chance. The question is, did a lot of states break? It's all how the states broke. That's strange. Again, Dakota is not a highly populated state. And what's funny, they picked up seats in the Senate. But yeah, no, that's a lot of states that are far, far too close. How do you say that one? That state must be a ghost town. I say that. And that is funny. If the black vote, the black male vote, did not vote for her, that was a really bad isolation. That's a little weird, though. Because it's not what the guy did. Because if they were trying to track the data, because Trump's data sounded better. So he lost on the Latino vote as well as the black male vote. That is something I figured would happen because, which is strange, like how Trump actually gets it. Because here's the thing about Kamala's like padding. That is a stranger one. Because what people forget, though, is that. Oh, that's awful. Oh, Jesus. Huh. But it's funny how Kamala Harris actually divided. See, 270, right, is. Uh, And you know what's funny? Dane was touting that poll in Iowa. No. See, they're calling Wisconsin in the margin of error. Now, Nevada is different. What the fuck? So basically, Trump took a calculated risk. But they did not believe. It's funny how they believed the this is funny. I mean, but New York is 45. all these things are immune to poison, aren't they? Yeah, undead are immune to poison to a degree. Oh, God. This is bad. Why did I have to pick the one that does poison damage? This is not good. Fuck. How do I get away from that? Where is my... Blocking right off. Oh my God. Fucking hell. What creates... Oh, is it Hellbinders? Oh, Jesus. You have too many ads. Jesus. You must have left just shit tons of ads. Remember, I don't know why he doesn't clear. They're how you actually get Osadite quicker. I hate it when people don't clear dungeons. See, he left the treasure too. That's not a really good one. I'm tired. And this is where Juan Williams. See, here's the problem. Juan Williams is a very intelligent individual, but he is dying on the hill of the insurrection. TDS is a real thing. Instead of Legion. That is not a good. And even if they try to push back against Juan Williams, I mean, Juan Williams actually believes this for some reason. Because if you're thinking the blue wall is going to aptly save her, I would say, she was a bad candidate. But you can't say, well, Trump wins again. That's just showing TDS at that point. Because this is the thing about this. Juan Williams has been around a while. Oh, God. My fucking ping. Dear God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry. This is the... Here's the thing. This is when I think that certain people who have been around Fox a while I respect them, they're just losing it. On this panel, you have senior people, but Juan Williams is still trying to do the TDS line. And the Democrats had a very big bad blunder with the fact they had Obama attack the black male. And this is why Juan Williams, I'd be so the fallout's going to be. No. See, here's the thing. Karl Rove is good like the numbers. He's good like me, kind of see it. Now, that's not. But here's the thing, right? He is like, I have to look who this guy is, because that guy is very much the if, and this is the big if, they're not going to fully certify. Now, here's a big issue, though. And what's funny about this is I had a thought, and I wasn't sure about this far when going to the election, is the fact he actually and this is if you go back to isolating Kamala and both them isolated, I guess, when marginalized black men or men in general, that actually cause their problems. Now, in reality, is that not going to bite them in the ass? And that is a funny thing. The response to Obama was probably by far worse. And that was his, the Pennsylvania speech, or Pittsburgh speech, probably turned him off. And that's going to be an issue. Oh, shit, really? Of course, I tab out when there's fear people nearby. But it is weird, though. Because if you look at the results and how stuff broke down, if the Democrats were entirely off mark, in campaigning. Because if the issue is women and whatever, for them, they were going wrong. But it's going to be, the post results are going to be, that's going to be the big one. What people are going to have to see. I'm like 12. Trying to see if they do call one of the other states. But it's entirely like possible. Damn it, if I wanted to do that. Damn it. It's weird that he was correct. Pennsylvania was going to be the one. Your dialogue here sucks. I'm not a huge Trump fan. That man, he has. Damn it! Can you at least give me an ancestrals? Jesus. I mean, he pulled it off. Yeah, that's crazy into its own. Oh, yeah, let's see. As I said, let's see how many of these celebrities take their word. Let's see how long many of them leave. It's going to be the trick. It's all funny, but it's going to be the copium in the morning. But Trump has his own uphill battle in here. Because that ain't going to be better. So it's at 267 with about 5 states to call. In a weird way, he ran actually just a traditional campaign and did well. Damn it. Really? Things don't leave you alone in this game. Even stop. See, now the question is, it's no one ever said he didn't have a chance. The problem is, could he outblow it? It's historic. But unfortunately, now it is Trump's party. It pretty much says Trump's party at this rate. No, I don't know. But I don't buy that, though. Oh, I wouldn't say the Republicans are durable. That's just weird. But see, right now it's going to be that coping, right? I'll be actually curious because I am very curious. Oh, Jesus, they're on commercial break. No shit. Oh boy, the cope stream after this is going to be good. Because in reality, right, unless something dramatically reverses, you got to bear in mind, he's to be president, he has defeated two women. Now, the problem in the fact he came through the lawfare. But, anyways, yep, I'll probably do something in the morning, I guess. Anyways, it shall be interesting. These people keep thinking. They're going after third party. So Kevin O'Leary here saying you break the American model and the system self-corrects. Now, this is the thing that's got to be thought on later on, but I don't think he did. I mean, it's just going to be the trick. Because theory, he can still be sentenced, right? Now, the problem is he's going to have to govern. If he cannot govern, we are talking something indifferent. Jesus Christ. It's going to be close. I knew it was going to be close. But Trump had more paths to victory than she did. Because I'm going to be curious what the final states are. Damn it. Bitcoin apparently went up, so I'll probably ponder this another day. I'm going to laugh if afterwards Obama bashing black people and black men especially cost him Pennsylvania. There's going to be a lot of moments in this campaign if people did. But anyways, I should try a follow-up stream with Spunk. It's going to be funny as hell. It's going to be big. So at the moment, it's 267 to wherever. Now, in reality, right, even if she takes, I'm just be curious. But then again, Kamala was unlikable. So, but there's also this weird thing in the vote as well. People probably actually thought so. This is the issue, right? Is 267 to wherever. Now, the coping and seething will be big. You are talking about, and pardon no sound, but The idea now is CNN's going to cope and see horribly because they don't have any chance now. Okay, you're saying Kamala is not the problem. Because I'm just curious. You won't see this. They're behind. Yep, CNN hasn't caught up yet. They're behind. But it's going to be funny if anything changes and what the final votes are. But I'll probably do that later. Because the cope streams for the cope people after this is going to be big. Basically. But I'll save that issue for tomorrow. And the problem it was going to be later because they're going to have to call the final lines. So. Because here's the thing. There's also this mysterious Iowa thing why they think Trump was going to lose. Dane's going to, of course, eat his own shit over that. Because no one believes polls. But a lot of stuff turned out like I thought it would. Pennsylvania is an interesting one. Georgia was as well. But he had to take Georgia and he had to take Pennsylvania. Now, because the others are very important. You have to understand in this that the fact alone, there's going to be a lot of analysis after this. I'm going to be very curious. Because she lost the black male vote, she lost the Latino vote, she lost, she may have had the women vote. But this is how far the Democrats have isolated their party. I don't even think Biden, if he was the candidate, could do it. But the drift that they are addressing, that's what they're saying now, is big. It's going to be weird. So this is the issue. A lot of the afterthought in the state, because a lot of these states were won by an ass hair. Like one state, 1 or 2%. So now the problem now is you are going to have to reverse Biden's policies or you're going to have to govern. Is Trump ready to govern is the question. He's going to have a majority in the Senate. He's still going to have, I think, roughly a House. He's still going to have 174. See what the final numbers are. But it's going to be curious. Because I don't know what state they just called for her. And you know what's funny? Trump had the popular vote. So here's the thing. Basically, Trump not only did he pulled it off. Minnesota. And he also got the popular vote. That is a scary thought. Now, now governance will be the thing. But I shall try tomorrow. It's going to be fun. I get to watch leftists cope and seethe. Again, this is going to be a fun own on people. It turned out better than I thought, though. But anyways, I am tired. It is almost 1 a.m. Long day. And I'll have to put a link to Smug Waffles' channel. Smug is basically a Beastie Boy. A lot of people are going to be really mad about this. But it happens. And see, outside of, they say, January 6th, I think the only weird thing, and I'm not sure, why does Nevada have the out concerns polls of democracy? There's some stuff I'm going to have to look into because the House and the Senate races are interesting. Anyways, I shall catch people tomorrow or later today. So, anyways, it is 1 a.m. I'm going to get off orders. So I'll be view stream later today. So technically, what is it? Today's Wednesday. I'll figure it out. So I might have to see when Smug. Probably do it in the afternoon. So I'll catch people then. See people then.